components. Header.
Oh, I see.
Ooh, a new resolution appears.
A new resolution.
Yeah, your screen resolution is different than John's.
Oh.
How dare you?
Is it just...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, good. Is it just the header file, CJ, that needs to get?
It was header, surface, and connect wallet button.
Okay.
Are you able to do it on your machine?
I think so, but
Is
the
it this
git
git
commit
move thing?
It is the git move thing, or at least that's what I've tried. But then it's if I try to stage the commit, it looks like it's trying to delete it, which is not what I want it to do. Because then it's just totally tossing the file.
I don't know. This is the weird thing that I noticed.
I mean, here's one thing that we could do is just like clear out git and repush it fresh.
Yeah, it looks like Git is still keeping track of these things.
Yeah. I can try that if you want, and we should just be able to repull it, and it should be okay.
Yeah, if it's simple enough.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah, I kind of figured like when I push this, it was going to cause some problem.
Yeah, it just get being weird.
Wow, good to know about like don't mess up casing, otherwise Git hates you.
So what was screwy?
So I renamed a couple of these files like header,
Yeah.
surface, and connect wallet button, but I only changed the case of them. I didn't rename the file itself. And Git doesn't even recognize that as the file being changed.
Weird.
So
It's just VS Code? Like, if you change it in Finder, does that matter?
yeah, apparently, I don't think so, as far as I can tell. I mean, it might have been something related to VS Code as well.
Yeah.
I did also do it on the command line, and it didn't seem to like make any difference. Like just a direct move command on my command line, like my local, and it didn't seem like it made any difference. So I think it's how Git keep track of files.
Yeah.
And then the import system for Node like follows Git somehow, or I don't know exactly what's happening. It's like some black magic.
You found an exploit.
Also, apparently, all of our packages have security vulnerabilities.
It's fine. Live dangerously. That's part of art.
Right. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. Oh, so this clears out the entire.
Yeah, I got to do it one more time now because I messed it up.
Okay.
So it should be almost done.
Did this get merged? What happened with this branch?
Okay, I think we should be good now. If you pull, yeah.
Choosing to merge unrelated merge histories. What is it? There's like some command for this. Allow unrelated histories.
I think git pull -- force might also be.
Would work for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine was able to do it, at least with this other flag.
Great.
And then hopefully on the main repo, it'll just deploy to the site as expected. Still building.
Yeah, need to check.
Should be okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Do we want to start jumping into what's next?
I'm down.
What are you kind of thinking? Like, do we have a lot more stuff on the front end, or should we kind of start trying to aim at contracts a little bit here?
I think it depends. Like, how much more do we want to put into the front end that might affect the back end? So things like multi-canvas stuff might be worthwhile to think about. If we're doing colors per canvas or anything specific per canvas, might also be good to think about that of like, do we want to like force those colors on the contract side, or are we just going to accept any SVG string and hope for the best?
It's always a good policy.
I mean, there's definitely like a security through obscurity kind of thing here. Like it'll be, people will have to know really what they're doing to be able to go and
Right. Like they'll have to basically interact with the contract directly and put in whatever SVG on whatever tile, kind of a thing, and board.
Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, worst case scenario, people just inject all kinds of nonsense in there. Like,
honestly,
I don't know.
I think that would be kind of sweet.
Yeah, I think feature potentially chaos engine.
Like I kind of want to inject nonsense into it.
That looks like a dinosaur.
Yeah, it's a pretty good critter you just made there.
Wow.
Like a Picasso dinosaur.
Right here.
Yep. And it's got like a...
Yeah.
Wow. We have a Picasso dinosaur.
Not too bad. Now remake it.
Oh, I guess one thing is if we click this, it should probably open this thing.
Yeah.
I think we can do that.
How big is the grid?
Right now it's 100 by 100.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so one thing is this like pan functionality. It's like, you see, it's like kind of weird. Like it doesn't really cover the whole grid properly. Like zoom works pretty much as I expect. But then I'm like, I have to use this scroll bar to really like move anywhere.
You can't really scroll, yeah.
Scrolling is kind of defeated.
Yeah, like, so this is where they're probably overriding it and killing the scroll and then putting it in a container and then moving that. I mean, you could also use the window as a container possibly. And then is the pan, like, for instance, can you like drag around?
Yeah, so if I try to drag around it, like it's not working. Is this Safari? Where is this? Oh, this is on John's machine. This is Chrome.
Mine's scrolling okay.
Maybe it was just that instance of it. Hold on.
Like I can, I'm scrolling.
Are you Safari or Chrome?
I'm in Safari right now.
Yeah, so what we're talking about here is a behavior that is more like Figma. Like, which you can grab it and move it around. You hit space bar, that gives you a hand so you can like pan, right? So what I'm curious about here is the panning on? Like, is that thing running? Or is it just...
It should be, because by default, like you can override it to turn it off, which I actually messed with the other day.
Yeah.
Let's see, this is Surface.
Yeah, in Safari though, I can't draw. That's interesting.
You can't draw.
No, like when I try to click in, like it should just be able to click into a square, right?
Yeah.
You can't get into a square at all.
No, I can. I mean, I have the little pink box and I can move around and scroll.
Because I can do it. I can draw on my instance of Safari, which is
funny. The beta too.
I do have the latest code.
Yeah, because I can't. It's not working in Chrome either. I'm using the last thing that John sent in Builders.
Oh, okay. Let me check this because that's probably a good place to use because Shrew is just pushed to that as well. So,
All right.
oh yeah, the clicking is broken for whatever reason in that.
Might have broken something. Also, our connect wallet button is back. Did I just like?
I added connect wallet button back.
My bad. Okay.
I added a header, and that was all.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why on this it's not working. It seems like almost like the React packages didn't get loaded. Because Connect Wallet's also not doing anything.
Like the interactivity is gone.
Yeah. Just pretty weird. I don't know what happened there. Because on my local machine, it totally works. As expected.
Yeah, so on the go ahead.
Yeah, there's just something wrong with the build. So if you look at your log on the GitHub page, you'll see there's a bunch of 404s, and that's basically all the Next.js JavaScript that's failing to load. So that's why all the interactivity is gone, is because it doesn't know where to go and get that JS.
Oh.
I think this is what that asset prefix URL stuff was.
I didn't catch this. Probably was gone for a minute. Was it in the deploy script somewhere?
I think it was in the next.config.js. Yeah. So here, I don't think it's next template, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to be.
Asset prefix. Let me yarn build this.
Cool.
Let me actually go up. Yeah, it's not gonna like that. That's not like that either. Is this gonna be like is this like talking about the root directory?
No, so what this will do is it'll make an out directory, which you got there. So now in your terminal, if you do cd out,
Yeah.
And then npx serve. Yes. Do you ever use npx stuff?
Occasionally.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Oh, this random port was picked. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's broken here too?
It's broken here as well.
It's the same issue probably.
So it should be that asset prefix thing. I'm guessing it's like one of these like auto-generated things.
Can you
Chunks,
write
probably?
in the console on the Chrome? Can you
Yeah.
right click one of the file URLs and like open it in your tab? Just curious what the full URL there looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the asset template is just blank.
I think the problem is it's trying to go from like the. Oh, you're saying this is blank.
It should be blank.
I agree. It should be blank.
Yeah.
So this should always just be blank.
I think so.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, we could even probably just lose the parameter entirely. Just have it return empty for now.
This isn't used, right? I'll just
Yeah.
do that. Let's check. Probably need to redo this, huh?
I think rebuild potentially too.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I can probably npx serve. Oh, it only will work within that out directory, huh?
Yeah.
I probably can do like npx serve out, right?
Probably. Yeah.
It really likes picking these crazy random ports.
There we go. So they just pushing that up to Git should fix it.
Let me actually remove that comment as well. deploy. I really need to put some aliases in. This is so annoying.
Do you have oh my ZSH installed?
No, I have a pretty like simple like SHRC, I think.
Got it. I'd recommend checking it out. It adds a lot to your terminal. Autocomplete.
I know. I used to use it, but the problem was like for me, like creating these new lines would be too slow. I don't know if it's still a problem in the Mac default terminal, but it used to be a big problem.
Got it.
But
makes sense.
But yeah, I know it has like all these nice defaults, and like you can probably just install a package which has like all the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm learning a lot about how you guys set these things up that I didn't know before.
Like our dev environments.
Yeah, and then like what specifically you're looking for. Like CJ wants it fast versus completionist, or you know, like how the because I've never set anything up that's fancy. It's usually just like, can it make it easier for me to write CSS? That's it. So
Right.
When you have to manage as much stuff as you guys are, there's like all this crazy shit that I didn't know about. It's obvious.
Yeah, the time saving becomes essential, and then there's just
Yeah.
different. Like CJ wants speed in the terminal. I'll take speed on like how much I have to type. So just different preferences, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I also optimized for like very minimal setup. I used to do a lot of like SSHing into machines. So the least setup I could get away with was always the like thing that I would do. So
yeah,
even on my local machine, I'm like, like screw it, I don't need that much config, or I just need like a simple Vim RC, and that'll get me by for like 95% of the things I need to do, or like a very simple Bash RC. So I usually just write all the aliases, everything myself. Once I realize like it's taking too much time, and that's like what it was like this git push stuff. I'm like, I should just write it now, you know. Just
so yeah, you're just writing your own interface, basically.
Yeah. I don't know what it is.
There's a build error that just came up on Git, which
okay.
Here.
Yeah, it looks like also,
good.
I just switched to Chromium. Now I'm not signed in on anything.
But basically, I think on the import connect wallet button, it's barking for some reason.
It might not be the right case. I'm gonna pull this into Safari.
Oh yeah, there is like a lowercase c still somewhere in there, in the logs at least.
It's something with header, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean the code looks fine in header. It is a capital C.
Yeah, what I'm guessing is inside the component, these files are still existing within the repo, so it's pulling these out.
I thought I just fixed that. They're capitalized on my end.
Oh, did I mess it up? I might have messed it up.
Oh no, they're wrong in GitHub, like in the .com. I wonder if we just rename them here.
I'm wondering if I just delete them. Because the other files are here. Right?
Oh. Yeah, no, they're doubled up. Yeah,
I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Source app components.
I didn't even realize you were allowed to have the same file that way.
I think this was the actual problem. Let me see. I think because I changed my local git config, so it like allows the casing to be different. That then it like propagated to this. But locally, I had the config change, so it thinks everything's fine, and then externally, everyone is broken.
Got it.
Let's see. Because if I just ls, like I didn't even have those. Oh, what the fuck! Like the whole thing is totally shafted now.
Oh, no. It tossed the real files. I think let me get rid of them from GitHub, and then I think we can just do pulls on both machines.
Okay.
And I think we should be okay. So delete one. Let's make sure that didn't delete the other one. Yep. Delete two. And delete 3. And then, there we go. All right, so if you do a git pull, is it looking okay?
It deleted the uppercase ones as well, which is pretty funny.
They're still on github.com, and I'm seeing them on my end.
What the heck? Okay, let me go back to this git config. Oops. And then I probably need to club VS Code.
Waiting to see if the build got fixed at least on. Yeah, okay, so that at least built on GitHub, so
okay, I might just have to
GitHub.com seems happy with it.
Okay, that's good. At worst case, I just delete the whole repo and reclone it and it should be fine.
Cool.
Which is maybe what I'm going to do, because it's going to be a pain.
But yeah, John's link in Discord should be functional now, at least.
The Yarn Bootstrap installs everything. Is it still not?
No. I think the next config is still maybe broken somewhere. Let's see.
Oh my gosh.
Because it looks like the same issue.
Is it a different URL that it's looking for?
Check
now.
No, it's going straight to _next. The asset prefix needs to be /exquisite.land because that's where, like, the URL that we're going to, this is basically here. This is what it's trying to hit, but because our page is hosted at /exquisite.land, the asset prefix needs to be that.
Oh, I see.
This is like, I mean, we're getting into like very specific, like if we're trying to deploy fully on GitHub pages, we're doing a lot of config, which I don't know if that makes a ton of sense to like optimize for.
Yeah, I feel like this is something that probably can like separate it out, done.
Yeah.
It's like a nice to have loop. Critical.
Yeah. I guess for now, let's add in the asset prefix stuff so our deploys go up and Dave and Kristen can access them that way.
So
we're gonna have to put that debug thing back in.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I have a helper actually. So you can just do is prod, and then it should import a helper that'll have the right thing.
What? This?
I
might
maybe I lost that.
I might not have added this.
Got it.
Because I think when I did it, I probably deleted. Like
Gotcha.
I was. Is it going to be this whole thing?
I think just exquisite-land.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, do you get what's going on, like with the difference in the two URLs?
Yeah. So the thing that I'm like not sure about is where it's going to. Like down.
It'll put it right before _next.
It'll put it right before. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Itself, which.
Yeah.
Got it.
You're cutting out, by the way. I don't know if it's just me.
It might be because I'm now on speaker trying to do.
For whatever reason.
I feel like I'm getting like 1 out of every 5 words.
Yeah,
so.
You're still choppy.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was because it was on my laptop microphone and not my AirPods. and my AirPods were refusing to connect. So I think it was like trying to jump between them or something.
Got it.
It might have been too that it's like using the voice cleanup thing.
Yeah.
The background noise is giving it trouble.
Yeah, it could be. There's also a fan pointed directly at my laptop, so
That'll do it.
do you think I need this extra slash at the end?
I'm not sure. I imagine next we'll probably clean it up.
Okay.
In either case.
Okay, cool. Hopefully that will work.
I think it should.
Potato. Whatever's going on. Just close everything.
Potato makes me think hot potato. I get little like songs that stuck in my head.
What's going on?
How's it going?
Just got. Great.
Cool.
Nice.
We got a green check mark.
Yeah. See if it works.
Nice. No. Oh. What is it not like now? Same thing.
Wait, what?
This is messed up, man.
Where's it getting that other slash from?
Like now all of a sudden it decided to behave.
Maybe try putting a like a leading slash in there, because I think John originally had that when it was next template. So if there's slashes on both sides, maybe that's what it wants to see. But it's very picky.
I wonder if it just wants a single slash itself.
Maybe, but then I think we'd be going back to it not
Just the
having the
default.
exquisite. Yeah.
Whatever. I'm just gonna keep.
I have a feeling this will do it.
Man, the build on these things takes surprisingly long.
Yeah.
Is it just like a pretty low powered VM, or is it just that there's so much to package?
I think probably the former.
Also, how do we fix these? Because I think it's from other packages that we're importing. Like, do we have to directly import or like include these node modules and just upgrade the version?
I usually just punt on these things.
Okay.
Yeah. You can hit the dismiss button and just be like, this doesn't affect us, or we're saving this for later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Risk is tolerable. Whatever. Sure. Let's see. Okay. Well, that's one way to make it go away. For sure. Let's see. Is it good now? Still doesn't like it. Yeah, same thing.
Why is it still what?
This is so weird.
Why is it like even suggesting to do that? Oh no, maybe refresh it a couple times, because
did it go away? Oh shit.
Probably just a cache.
Whoops. I just broke it again. Okay, let me I should have just reverted that commit. Whatever. I'm just gonna do the same thing over. Our commit history is gonna be totally fucked. Okay.
It's scrappy.
It's scrappy. Cool. Yeah. So I guess do we want to try to put in some more canvases or something?
Yeah, I guess let's talk through. So there's canvases. There's potentially like tools, like color picker kind of stuff. There's potentially stuff around just like what other UI would go into like the surface. I think those are three kind of areas on the front end, at least, that we can hop
And
into.
we were talking about how like what might relate to what goes into the contract, right?
Yeah.
So those things connect. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess one that like is off the top of my head for the like how it's going to relate to the contract too is the seating kind of thing. Like, what is the seating UI going to look like for one of these canvases?
Right.
Okay. So interesting. So I have to do the walkthrough on how to get there. What do you have to bring to the thing that represents the seed?
It's a token, right?
Yeah. So
And where does the token originate? We have to give it to someone, right?
yeah, we can work all that out. But like, so you have a token. How's the token represented? What's the like interface? How can we bring that in? I haven't really done one of these, so
connect wallet so that
Yeah.
we can identify the user's wallet address.
Yeah.
From there, we can say, hey, this is our contract address that we know. Does this user have any
Have the
tokens?
token. Yep, got it.
And if so,
yes
then
or
we can
no.
represent it however. Yeah.
Got it. And if yes, then okay. So we can do like a video game. I'm gonna just work out some of this stuff real quick. So in the video game sense, you have like an extra life or something like this. You have one, or player one has put in one coin, right? So that mentality. So you have a coin, you put it in the coin, you get the ability on screen is either you can, how do you get the tile to place it? In the case, so this is, that's where we're at. So, because all the visualization up to this point, if you have it, great, then there is some affordance to be able to place it on the thing. We can show on the screen some, like, you have one token to be used, and then when you hover over a tile, it could say place it here. Like a button can show up on hover if it's an available tile.
So like I guess I have one question there is
Sure.
Yeah, like this red thing, at least for now, could pop up and say like, okay, you can place it there. Is it like, do you have like a list of tokens, like maybe in the header, and you're like picking one, and you're like, that's the token that I'm going to use for this? And I guess one other question with the token is it a place it anywhere, or is it like you have to place next to your neighbor? Is there any restrictions on that? Again, like I forget kind of exactly where we landed with that. Is like the seed you place it anywhere, and then after that, or the seed you have to place within a certain radius?
Yeah. We were thinking radius. Go ahead, Shrews.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I was thinking that each seed would inherently include an XY coordinate that it was associated with.
Okay.
Assigned.
Yeah.
And then
which for the initial ones we could just randomize and just kind of scatter them.
Got it. Okay. So then the mechanic is future seeds are invitation seeds, and they are always neighbor based, which means that we could still do this pattern of on hover, or well, I guess it doesn't work on mobile, but in any box that you can populate, there's a button that says choose this one.
So I wonder, like for a specific token, like I guess I'm still interested is, are the tokens themselves representing like where you can be, like, or is it just like I guess like finding if it's a neighbor one, for example, say you had two invites to two different people to build next to them. And like, could you, like, if there's like a little dot up here, you could click this one and like maybe like there was something drawn I can draw. You know, something drawn here, and then it highlights like draw these, like it like highlights these as green that you can place them or something.
So here, there's two interfaces here. Like, so I'm trying to think of the types of coins that you're going to have. For now, you're going to have, so you have planted a seed, anybody who has planted the thing, and then you have up to 4 tokens that you can give out. I think that those can just be referenced in the tiles next to your tile somehow. Like, I don't know that you need another party representation, because what other types of plots do we have token wise? The common one is the only one I can think of. Yeah, my visual is basically like, so like that squiggle that you've made in the middle. They're like, this is effectively a seed. There's nobody else on the canvas, right? Yeah, we could just draw this. So now, in each of the tiles next to it, there is a button that says invite. And then that can pop a form.
Live drawing. Right.
Good job.
On each of these things.
Yeah, on each edge. Yeah. So, and then when you click that, you get a form, and then you put in address, and then now that tile has an XY that can be attached to they have the right to that specific tile. They come in, the process repeats there.
Right.
In any edge that has an open invitable area, right? So I think you only need the button and the form there. And for that model, like, there is the other model that you're talking about. If we have another type of token, which can be placed anywhere in the map or something like this, this is
I think at least what you're saying seems like pretty simple.
Yeah.
And should be pretty doable.
I think that gets us started without being too clever. Like, minimal UI possible to get the thing done. And then once we have the model, and if it doesn't work, then we can, this is just the easiest way, I think, and unless I'm wrong, to dummy it all in.
Will you walk through what happens again when you press the invite button?
Okay.
You get a token to give? Like, how does that work?
You get a form field to put an address in to execute a token being assigned to somebody.
Okay.
Or you guys can clean up the technical speak on that one. But
so the invites are locked to the canvas then?
They are associated with a tile.
And a person.
Yeah.
Like a wallet, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, does this sound right? Like,
yeah.
Okay. This sounds right to me. I'm thinking just kind of what we need in terms of like UI scaffolding or like state scaffolding, because it's almost like once you draw this for the first time, whatever, all of a sudden, like, the state in the application kind of opens up and says like, hey, this is drawn, and now like these need to be in a specific state that is no longer like clickable. I mean, initially, like, I guess they wouldn't be clickable anyway from like how we're designing this, but now all of a sudden they have a button that shows up on them that says like send or whatever, invite, right?
Fill me. Yeah.
Right. And then that pops up a modal, which is fine. And then we do the modal thing. And then now that tile, only for the user who has access to it, it'll show up as drawable.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's kind of like
we can
few
do
states.
a bunch of different. We may have to inform them through email. Who knows? I don't know how this all works. Like, how do you tell them that they have one of these things? Maybe we don't worry about that at all. There's a bunch of other stuff here, but yeah, those states I think are good to start because then we got a button and we can figure out we've got a point where we need to create a token.
Yeah. So there's like, I guess 3 states is like almost like, and one is definitely like invite state, and then there's also drawable state, and then there's like I would say it's like the empty state, but I don't know if empty is the right like word really.
Blank.
Blank. And that's neither invite or drawable. I think it's just it might be easier to like explicitly have these states, hopefully, rather than having some logic to be like if it's invite and drawable. Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah.
So we do have this state. I'm kind of curious. So canvas state is there's like canvas state seems like is also going to encompass like a tiles state, and this is almost a record of this is XY going to the SVG currently. So I think instead of going to the SVG, we're going to want to do just tile state, which will have an SVG field, which can be a string, but it's also optional, right? So far, this makes sense to me. And then there's the actual like state itself, which I think for now we can, let's do this. We'll make an enum. I kind of want to call it tile state though.
Tile state. Tile county.
Maybe this is tile store. Does that make sense?
Sure. I mean, it could be tile state and tile status. Status being the enum and the name of the.
I like that. That kind of cleans that up. Nice.
Cool.
I don't know how enums are defined, but we're gonna find out.
I think no equals, but besides that, just list out some options in here.
Okay, and then this will be. We'll say we had blank, we had invite, and drawable, and this is generally the order of them. I guess I'm gonna do this just so we can refer to them as strings if we want to. And then this will be tile status, and it will require that.
Cool. I think in the record you might want. Oh no, I think this is fine. I was going to say that I think tile state might need to be optional, but then that doesn't. It doesn't need to be the case because that just means that the record isn't going to exist. That key isn't going to exist. So I think it's fine.
YOLO.
Yes.
That's what.
And then I think wherever we're using,
what we do around here.
Yeah,
likewise.
Very, very happy to be here.
Good to have you.
Yeah, this needs to be changed. Now, well,
Kristen's
for now,
up back,
we
maybe.
can put this in some functionality work, and then tile. Oh, I think we need one more state, don't we?
Yep.
Or status. Drawn.
Great. And then a slightly more TypeScript-y ideal way would be to export the enum from this page.
For sure.
And then when you refer to it, you can just do like tile status dot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think probably we're gonna need some kind of like board initializer. Right, but I don't know if it makes sense to do that now or only once we can call something from the blockchain.
Yeah, I think
Or-
right now, like a lot of the zoo stand stuff is kind of just placeholder, and then we'll be swapping it for like a graph query at some point soon, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be curious if we need it kind of as an intermediary just to make state like appear on time to the user.
Yeah.
Um,
Is it complaining right now about the drawn there? Like you got an
no,
underline? Oh, okay.
I don't
Never mind.
see it there. I think there's some other like weird stuff going on.
Got it.
There.
We might
Use
want to
F-
change in our store just for now. Like might want to change the main key from SVGs to tiles.
Yeah, that's a good point. Files. And then we can change that here.
Yep. Oh, and then in our tile, our like hook that reads the state probably needs to get updated for both things. In our tile.tsx.
Yes. Now this is going to be. Did we name it SVGs? Yeah, name that tile. Tile and tile.svg probably.
Yep. And then so that is equivalent to just doing tile .svg once.
Even in the div itself.
No, so above where you doing like tile and tile.svg.
Yeah.
If you do tile .svg, that's the equivalent of that full thing. So you can
Okay.
get rid of tile.svg now. And it's function. It like basically TypeScript will read this and then output exactly the same code that you just wrote. So this is just kind of like more shorthand.
Great. Sweet. I don't know why these think they're deleted, but that's kind of funny. For sure. Whatever. Okay.
What's the difference between state and status? I might be going back a little bit, but
I guess I think or at least I'm talking about them interchangeably.
okay.
I think the problem is when we were defining this tile state type here, like now basically for every XY coordinate we're having this tile state, and this is encapsulating two things. It's encapsulating that this tile has a status associated with it, which is like either it's blank, it's in the invite state, it's drawable, or it's been drawn on. And then there's this SVG, which is just what was drawn on there if the state is also drawn. So it's just trying to encapsulate both of those pieces of information.
If drawn SVG kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah. I think that would be like another like safe way to go about things in the code base, but probably not super essential. It's just kind of like, I guess initially when this board is created, there's no seeds or anything. All of them are going to be blank effectively. Maybe we need another state that is also, what is it? I guess, we have drawable. We have drawable.
Yeah.
Commons would be good too.
So can drawn have two subset types, like common versus individual? Is that where, I don't know where you would.
I think that should maybe be like another property that we add is like type potentially.
Yeah.
Tile type.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we just add that now as well?
Yeah, why not?
Because then we don't need that here. And then this tile type can also be an enum, I think. Right?
Flavor.
I like it. We're getting into stuff that I can kind of understand. Earlier,
Sweet.
I was just like, I don't know.
I mean,
a lot
this
of
is like
setup
going
of
back
the.
to like Good.
No, I was just saying it's a lot of setup of the game board, but now we're sort of playing with rules.
Yeah, it's like it's the schema thing that we did a while back with blocks. Same idea.
What should the tile that like only one person can draw on, or like only the invited person can draw on, be called?
Solo.
Solo. Works for me. Okay. Yeah, so I think this is going to be interesting. I'm curious about the initialization, because I think that would be still a useful thing to have regardless. Because even as we're like doing a web request to GraphQL, we're going to have to initialize the board for the person who's seeing it at some point.
I guess they don't totally follow. So what data would we be initializing it with?
So I guess like I'm imagining this page is being booted up for the very first time, or rather, maybe when you connect your wallet, or perhaps even without your wallet connected, if we want to display to the user the current state of this board.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
But it kind of requires, I think, at least as far as I'm aware, like all of these tiles will need to have these props associated with them, like what can happen to them.
I think yes and no. So in our tile component,
okay,
we can just have it like return null or have it return just a partial thing until that state is loaded. So basically, I think the pattern that's ideal is more like include a loading state, which may not be like the text that says loading or like a skeleton animation. Like it could be any of those things. It could also just be that they're empty or like slightly turned down in the opacity. But I think the ideal pattern is to do loading state, wait for the network response to come back, and then let React re-render those components with all that hydrated kind of data that's available now.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Just kind of like less state conflicts and more just like letting it progressively fill in over time as it gets data.
Sure. I think that makes sense. At least I'm imagining that even with the web request, we're updating the state, or are you thinking with the web request, like it's now just getting propagated to each tile?
Yeah, ideally the data flow would be that we do one network request probably on like the surface component, and then that fills in something probably like through SWR, and then that data we can consume in SWR directly from each tile component. So if we're playing with React the right way, then like we should only need to do one network request at the topmost parent layer, which is surface, and then the children should be able to be like, oh hey, there's new data available. Let's all re-render with what that is.
New data.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious how this XY business is going to come into play, or if this can be kind of taken out, depending on how that's handled.
I think it'll still be necessary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because basically, I think the graph response will be giving us like, here's everything, and then the tile will need to say like, hey, what's my XY coordinate, and then it'll query against that local data that it now has. It'll do like a array.find or whatever, potentially.
Okay. So at least in terms of like setting up types, is there anything else that we think we should be adding here?
How do we want to think about like colors or like uniqueness across canvases? Because I don't think we've done any multi-canvas implementation here yet.
So can you explain that? Like
yeah, so right now we basically have defined our schema for both a single canvas and what each tile consists of in terms of like, here's all the data that we expect to be associated with any given tile.
Yeah.
But right now we're kind of only looking at things as like a single canvas thing. But in our current like design, we've got up to 16 canvases. So we just kind of need to add another layer here that says what data should each canvas hold to differentiate itself amongst the 16 that we intend to create.
Gotcha.
Which could be like, including a name in the canvas state
Yep.
here, potentially like an ID that's like a 0 through 15 number.
Yeah, there was a game mechanic on the title that it could be a sort of common thing that needs to be determined or something. It's blank and then the community decides somehow. I don't know how.
Up to the community to decide.
Could be. I mean, just figuring out how to put what kind of front end we put on that. But yeah, either way, it has a name.
Just a text box and a save button and no other rules. Last one wins.
Everyone gets to write to it.
Yeah.
Well, or it could just have the 888th submission is the one that sticks. Or
yeah. Initially, it's just
stuff.
like this is world 1, and then on 888, it all of a sudden picks up a text box where I'm like, hey, edit the name.
So anyways, there's mechanics there, but yeah, this slot I think is it is common territory to some degree. So that's
yeah.
And
then do we want to do like a specific color palette or specific kind of visual, thing for each canvas that we might also need to program in at this stage?
I think it might make sense to make that decision based on what's easiest to get tool-wise in the canvas. Because I mean, we could hard code it and make a UI. I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah, because we are in our editor, we are passing in a color as just like a hex string. So it should be pretty straightforward to just pass in a unique color from a canvas like state.
And I bet that this guy put together a color picker already if we just want to rip it off.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Or there's also like React color picker, which is pretty like ubiquitous.
Yeah. So do we lock it to like a palette versus giving them free reign on colors?
I would vote for locking it because it's one less like decision in UI that we have to make for or that the user has to make. And then 2, it will naturally, I think, make people wonder like, oh wait, why is mine this color and why is yours that color?
Yeah.
And anytime you can get people talking about that kind of stuff, I think it's good for like community gameplay kind of stuff.
Yep. I agree. I think 5 slots is what my gut tells me. We might want to up that, and then one of the slots is black probably. And then beyond that, we can pick palettes. We probably need to do something in Figma or whatever to like stick them next to each other to do like a mood board kind of thing.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, like colors, do you think at the like board level or tile level? Probably board level, right?
Yeah.
The canvas level, yeah.
Canvas level.
Yeah.
So basically we would have like a palette, which would be, I think, an array of strings, which we can just do as like hex colors.
Yep.
Makes sense. Do we want to go to Figma and kind of pick out those palettes? Or kind of save that for background work?
Yeah, I think background work, because there's a bunch we can go pull them really quickly too from like one of the color sites.
Maybe, let's just hard code one in and not worry about it being perfect or final.
Perfect. Wow, there's so many different color pickers.
Yeah, I'm just using colors.co. And then here, I'll just drop a link. They have like trending patterns.
That's interesting. This is really hard right now. Trending patterns based on coolers.
I mean,
Coolors.
Cool colors. That's cute.
there's a bunch of like things that
Oh, there's
sniff
a ton of
the predominant colors in websites
Mm.
and then make palettes from those.
Mhm.
It's probably a carbon made one in here.
No way.
Nope.
Really?
There's site crawlers for search and then site sniffers for colors.
Yeah. Synesthesia. Color sniffing.
What did we say? 5 colors? What were you thinking, Dave?
Yeah. I mean, you can go
Yep.
through here and see kind of like what the range is on palettes.
Yep.
And I think we'll just sort of make a determination, like lower amounts of colors will make it more bit mappy, like it seemed kind of older potentially.
Mhm,
Like
mhm.
if you have a lot more, it can be more like a painting, There's a smoothness, Yeah.
Yeah, I think 5 would maybe, like Dave said, like black, and then 4 others that might be
Yeah.
similar kind of color scheme, but just different darknesses or saturations.
Yeah. And then determining like what the contrasts in those are going to be like will give us different canvas abilities, I guess.
Yeah.
Like stylistically, this is like a pretty big decision. But
One we can come back to as well, though.
Totally.
Yeah, I just dropped one in that we could use for now and maybe get rid of the darkest color and put black in instead.
I like it.
This is usually how I make color decisions. You just get something in there that kind of works and then go fill them in when we know what we're dealing with at a canvas level.
It's funny, I'm like doodling, taking notes right now, and I probably like this color palette because I'm using like the orange, yellow. I'm drawn to it.
Wow, I can't believe how incredibly bogged down my computer is getting from screen share.
Oh, really?
As well as all this. I mean, this is the base M1 Mac Air, and it's not happy.
Oh wow.
OBS is using 40% of my CPU.
Wow.
Nice quality.
CJ, I'm on the same machine, and every once in a while a reboot helps a lot.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's what it is. I probably also need to update my OS.
Yeah, I go like weeks without rebooting, so I think it's computer gets tired.
I don't know the last time I rebooted it, honestly.
Yeah.
So that'll probably do it. Okay, so now in our editor, we should. Does the canvas has an ID? For now, I think I can probably just load it, like by forcing it. Actually, it's just uStore, isn't it?
Yeah, I think uStore still only has the one canvas, so.
That should work, right?
That'll return the full state. Yeah. Anytime I use a hook, by the way, I tried to do const just for prevent myself from making a mistake later on.
Is let reassignable?
Let is, yeah.
Let is, okay.
Yeah.
Can we use specifically just the palette?
Yeah. So yeah, and then inside you do state, and then arrow, state dot
palette.
Boom.
Great. And then now I guess we need some kind of like sideline color picker thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this React color thing. I guess
the dots would work.
With something? Just dots would work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it might just be easier to do a like an array of divs with some on-click handlers and
yeah. Oops. Oh, dot map. Sorry. I need to return this, don't I?
Yep.
Should format format at least. Great. How do you get a dot?
You just do class name equals dot or whatever, and then give it a width and a height in CSS, and then border radius 50% to make it fully round.
And then color, presumably. Is it background color?
Background color, but I think you want to set this within your JSX because it's going to be unique per.
So you're saying do something like this?
Yep.
And this will be color.
Mm-hmm. I think wants a colon instead of an equals.
Can you do variables in the CSS directly without having to do this at style?
You can do it the way that CJ just wrote it. So
Yeah.
you can pass in style as like a JavaScript object with JavaScript data.
Okay.
Is that what you were asking, or?
Yeah, into like the dot class. If it's possible to do that rather than writing it inline, it's just easier to work with.
It is basically right now because that dot div is within a map, which is creating like a loop.
Okay.
But the style JSX that lives underneath it is like globally assigning.
Got it. Okay.
It's style. So
that's what I didn't understand. Yeah, I get it. Okay.
So the inlining is useful here as like a, hey, override it for just this one instead of all of them.
Can I change my FPS? Does that help? Moderately.
Where are they going?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, maybe put in a key just because we'll need to do that either way. I don't know.
We will need to do that.
I think if you make the key just a color, that could work too.
Yeah, that will work totally. I think my machine is just dying at the moment. I might have to like kill some tabs or something.
Oh, there we go.
That seems about right. I think maybe the only thing is to like wrap this in a div. With some class like color picker. Preferred one way or the other? I don't know how this works. I don't know. Flex. Okay. Can I do like some like, I don't know if padding, it's probably padding within dot, isn't
it? That'll add it to the left and right. If you're trying to do stuff in between, you can do gap.
What is it? Just like, gap?
Just gap, and then like 10 pixels or 5 pixels or RMs or whatever you want to do.
1, 2, 5 RMs. I don't really know the difference between all these things. I just like throw numbers places.
Rem is based on the pixel font size at the body level. And so if it's 16 pixels, it's 1 rem, and then you divide by whatever.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So is it just like a way to keep things consistent?
Yeah, it's like so when you're this comes from like the print world, like laying out books and pages of text or whatever. You're making values relative to each other based on like readability or aesthetics.
Oh.
So you care about like the largest element on the page. You're going to do some ratio sized in relationship to that for another element because there's like a beauty ratio in there or something, and legibility ratio.
Interesting. And I guess, do you think I can just modify the color inline. Like, I don't know if this will cause a re-render and like destroy the whole thing.
Yeah, I guess we should see, but I think so. You can make a use state to store like the active like color,
Yeah.
and then do an on click within each dot to set it, and then pass along that color variable to the canvas. I guess I'm curious now, depending on how they wrote that library, it could change 100% of the existing like drawing to be that new color.
Oh.
Or it could say that, hey, only any new items are going to be that specific color. So could go either way. It just depends on how they wrote it.
Probably gonna change this.
Is there a default value for active color?
It should be 0, 0.
Cool.
Well, apparently,
Oh, wow.
when you, well, I also didn't refresh it, so it might cause some like strange stuff.
Well, if it does multicolor, that's great. Hell yeah.
Nice.
I was worried there.
And if I save, beautiful.
Sweet.
Nice.
Right.
Cool. Well, that was nice and easy. And I guess at the contract level, are we planning on enforcing this, or it's mostly just at the UI level, and then at the contract, people want to throw in crazy stuff. That's up to them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
This one's hard to pro and con. So like, because there's so many hypotheticals here, like, what is the benefit of hard coding it? Like, we're hard coding, is it valuable somehow? Is it like, does it make it rarer in some way, or unique, or I don't know.
There's the thing of, as soon as somebody figures out that it's exploitable,
yeah,
they will exploit it in a social setting like this, especially where it's not like everybody's got a private room and there's hundreds and thousands of them, but instead we've got 16 stages that we expect everybody to see. So as soon as an exploit is discovered, it's shared, and then other people get in on the exploit. So I think we just need to figure out, like, is that disastrous for us? Is that okay and interesting and something that we want to be like open to?
Yeah, this one is this just keeps coming up. Like, does this qualify as minimum viable structure? And like, what is the likelihood in the first season that this is like, I don't know. I have no idea how to make this call. Like,
what's the concern about color exploit specifically?
So far, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if the worst thing that happens here is that people figure out how to make more colors, that's not a terrible, like,
or like stealing color essentially from another canvas.
Yeah.
I don't know. Could start with locking it in, so we can maintain some of that fidelity, I guess, to the initial vision.
Yeah, I guess one of the questions that I have there is, like, in Solidity, how easy is it to be like, are we just going to have to search the whole SVG string and be like, hey, your SVG string has this color in it, and we're going to block it there?
I think what we do is we, in Solidity, we do arrays that are palettes, and then when we pass up the SVG to Polygon or to whichever blockchain, we say, instead of saying, hey, here's like, hashtag 0000, we say this is palette
index.
At index 0.
Okay.
Okay, one note on the importance of these things. Locking the colors imbues them with meaning. Like, that's it. That's all we know. We don't know if that's good or bad or useful or valuable. We just know that it locks in the possibility of like a direct connection between the UI and the corresponding the resultant artwork. Okay, see what people do with that.
Yeah.
It's a nice
It-
constraint too.
yeah.
Like it
Yeah.
within, because like a lot of what we're managing is how much constraint, and does it give people, like, is it balanced with extensibility and creativity? And in this case,
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Yeah.
I think regardless we do the colors, it's just whether or not they are locked into reality with a tunnel to
Right.
that button, right? And then what that does to the reality of the game. And I think it's just a it's a fine enough rule to make that's like easy enough to write, I think, right? So that's up to you
I'm
though.
just thinking of I think it would be a fun thing to play with. I'm just thinking of all the exploits, and I'm like, oh shit, like there's so many.
Yeah,
Like,
that's fine. We just have
yeah,
we have a few consistent things that are like you know, it's
for 99%.
yeah,
It's like this is what it's gonna be.
it's more like a marker that said it came from this thing. Like you could spoof that
Mm.
marker if you wanted, but you know, like I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if we can enforce it, it'd be pretty sweet. At least
Yeah.
as best as we can. And
I
whatever
think
happens.
it's an example of a type of thing that we might do in the future. We just don't know really what we're doing yet. So this one is obvious. So yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Yeah, cool. Okay, sweet. So I guess oh, hello. So interesting. Okay. Okay, so now we have color picker plus this thing. And decided on that. I think maybe the only other like big thing is like doing the multiple canvases kind of thing, like maybe getting the structure for that in place. Other than that, sure was there anything I'm missing? Or
Yeah, I think
anything
that
else you're
seems like a
thinking
good
of?
next step.
Okay, let me go
Yeah.
ahead and commit this, at least for the time being.
Cool.
I'm just going to assume all of this works. I'll go and build it fast. Sure, but it should be fine. Great. You gotta read it. Plus updated states. File states. Cool. Thing. Clean out all of this again. Cool. So I guess now, really, like we have these canvas states, but on top of it, we also have. I mean, do we need another type, or is it more just that there's just an array of these canvas states now?
I think we'll need like a global store state because the zoo stand isn't going to accept like an array value there.
Okay.
But that global store state can basically just have the property like canvases, which is then an array of canvas state. So we can say like universe state or world state or I don't know.
What is canvas plural?
I think double S.
Is it? Canvases.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Canvasai.
Canvas?
And then ES at the end. SSES. Yeah.
Whoa.
I think.
That is
It still looks wrong. But
That is a
Yeah,
word.
that's wild.
I feel like it would be canvas with a apostrophe.
It's
I
owned
don't think
by
JavaScript
Canvas.
likes that.
What do you say, Dave?
It's just owned by Canvas. That's
It
what
is
the
owned by
apostrophe
Canvas.
means.
Yeah, that's right. It's owned by Canvas. Whoops. This is strange. What is this? What is it called? Maybe that was the wrong.
Canvas plural.
Canvases.
Multiple canvas.
That would if you started like typing multiple as the variable name for any array. Just imagining how upset like the rest of the company would get.
Okay. Sweet. Universe state. This is gonna break everything.
I think we just need to wrap like in our state there. No, I think universe state was right, but then in our initial state, we just wrap it with canvases and then an array and just have that be the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was more just the downstream, like all the files that were changed that are going to have to get changed again to get this.
Yep.
I don't remember what all these were. I'm tempted to just make it lint.
One thing I like to do, if it's helpful, in your terminal, like if you want to do a split terminal, which is cool, yarn tsc-w. So this will run TypeScript in watch mode. So anytime you do anything that like introduces a bug, oh, sorry, I think you you canceled out of it.
I did. I just wanted to put it on the new one.
Cool. But yeah, anytime you introduce like a type bug, it'll tell you exactly where all those things are, and then I think you can even like command click into the file name and line number to jump immediately.
Will it really? No way.
Yeah. There you go.
State dot and this is dot for now 0. We're gonna have to modify this later, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Or should we just kind of? Oh gosh, I'm just like, do we put this in now too?
I think this is good for now. Like the quicker we can do a loop of like update, make sure things still work, the less bugs we might introduce at the same time.
Canvas is 0. Well, this is wonderful.
Yeah, this is super helpful. The TypeScript washer.
Add this. Yeah, I really like TypeScript. I really did not like JavaScript. For a long time, I avoided web development just because of JavaScript. This like seems to make it a lot more sane. Okay.
I think that's looking at the Git hosted instance.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
I guess I should. Oh, I'm back in Safari apparently. Just make sure everything's loading. Great. Seems good enough. Anything else?
Yeah, I think it's great. Well, okay, so we got multicolor. We've got the SVGs being saved. How are we thinking about jumping between canvases? Like, is that a UI element that we should build out, or?
Yeah, I'm also curious.
There's a few things we could do. We could just do a drop down for now, like a select picker, and have it floated somewhere.
Like in the header or something.
That's the easiest way to get it in the page.
If you're a creator or artist or whatever on multiple canvases, or just viewing also?
I think viewing.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Anybody that lands on the page.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a fun mechanic we can do here that like, pops it in a modal and you have like a list of them, or like there can be some. But the easiest is just to put it in a select, I think.
Yeah, makes sense.
then we can talk about like how we want to, like, what are the relationships between the canvases? Do they know each other? Like, you know, or are you, is it in a world map kind of thing, or, you know, yeah, is there a fun way of displaying these things? For now, a select box is our initial view of the world.
I don't know if it's. I don't know how to do select boxes.
I think it's just
I
select.
didn't mean to do flex.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think
the
you need to
value.
do.
I was mostly
Yeah.
doing this because I think, like, really this needs to be, like, some const array of numbers, probably. I mean, I guess we can probably get this from the state itself.
Yeah, or I mean, we can hard code into 16 if that's what we're expecting.
Yeah, I think we are.
But I think
I'm just
instead of a
curious,
local state in the, or go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, eventually, like, theoretically could be dynamic, and if we just pull it from the state that we're getting from the network, then it kind of just populates itself.
Yeah.
And we already have the state, I think, so.
Makes sense.
Right now, it'll only show the one option, but theoretically, if that works, everything should work.
Yeah. I think you want use store then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then this will be state canvases, right? Is it state?
Mm-hmm.
Am I doing something wrong?
I think you just need to import use store.
Is not important.
Yeah. So if you got it.
And then now we'll do system map canvas. And this will be something like I'm going to do ID for now, since name option.
Cool.
It doesn't like it, does it? I need to return this.
Yeah.
Great.
Nice. And then you probably want to add like an active canvas thing to the state as well, and then have your select update that on change.
Yes. You think up here, something like active canvas?
Yeah.
Or, yeah. And then this is just a number, some index.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, index makes sense?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. And then what it will be here will be like on click, or it'll be in the select itself.
In the select, I think it's on change, and then like e.target.value, and then in the option you can set a value which you might just want to set as your ID, which will, or the index.
E.target.value. Oh, you're talking about in the value of
yeah. So option you can set a value param. Yep.
And then this will be something like, I guess we'll have to write the setter set active canvas is a function where we take the ID,
Mm-hmm.
and then we will say, is it again use store?
Yep.
And then can we directly just modify the state from here? I forget how this works.
I think use store dot set state.
Set
and
state,
then I think
state,
yeah, all we just got to do. I don't even think, because usually we can pull in the state if there's something that we need to read from, or if there's like like a deeply nested like array or object. But because we're just setting a root level like index change, we could just do set state and then send an object that says active canvas ID. And
Sweet.
yeah, that should be all we need.
And then this will be e.target.value.
And
then set state, set active
yep.
canvas around it.
You might need to cast it as an int.
Yeah.
You need a fat arrow on line 8, I think.
Yes.
Good catch.
Can I just do as number, or is there a more direct cast that's going to be more like?
I usually do like parse int or like.
Oh, is it parse int around this entire thing?
Yeah. I think there's like a dozen ways to do it, but that's one of them.
Okay. I guess I can just program in a second one for shits and giggles. So this will set our active canvas, and then in the surface itself, probably we want to read this somewhere, right? Where are we actually doing the rendering? The rendering is these X and Ys. Do we have an array of tiles? So probably instead of this, something else. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think this is actually good. So, because our surface, if you think about it, right now, because we're not like showing a name within this component, I don't think there's anything to change there. I think in the tile, we basically, right there, we do like state.active canvas.
That is amazing.
I think in the editor for the writing, we'll probably need to do the same.
Yes.
And I think this might be current dot. Yeah.
I might rename this. It's going to confuse me if
sense.
I'm writing state everywhere else.
Yeah.
Okay. There's something else that's broken. Seems like a lot of errors.
Oh.
Let's see. Where is this?
Oh, you got to set a default value in the state.
Oops, one level above. This. I'd probably need to add another canvas, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do a different tile. Save. Great.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Just make them land left and right.
Add date picker. Or what are we calling these surfaces? I almost want to rename it.
So far canvas, but yeah.
So far canvas, right? All in favor of changing the canvas?
Yep.
Canvas. This is going to throw errors probably because it didn't ask me to do this. I probably need to rename everything. Whoops. I'll go back and fix that in a sec. Did I rename this? No, I did not. And then index. Good. Cool. There's also some warning for key prop and header. So let's take care of that. Probably this option, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Probably this works.
Nice.
Great. Still works. Make sure that all out. Canvas picker. For cool. Awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is cool.
Cool. Are you thinking of moving on to contracts now? What are we thinking?
I feel like we
So there-
can, yeah. But Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just thinking on like other tooling, or where to think about that, because like now the only other two things are like size of brush and erasing or something. And if we think about any of that stuff now, or yeah,
Should be relatively easy to implement, I would guess, because there's this stroke width.
hmm
And then eraser as well.
or I mean, we don't need it necessarily. We can talk about what it feels like to not be able to erase, and then like because then you can only it's only additive, which makes it harder to not harder. It just constrains what you can do with the tool.
Yes.
Right. Or you can refresh the page and start over if you're really
Yeah.
fucked up.
Interesting.
So yeah,
I
whatever
mean-
that mechanic is, if it's only writable, and then like if you have just like a clear,
Oh,
that-
yeah, that's,
There is a clear that we
Okay.
can do.
I mean that's
I
just
think
one
you got
button.
undo and redo as well.
Yeah. Undo and redo.
Ooh.
And
Undo,
then erase
redo,
mode.
like your last motion kind of thing.
Yeah, it's whether or not we're logging any of that stuff to get like you can see it animated in and out and stuff with that. We talked about that before, but
I think we'll still be able to, like, I think the SVG data will encode enough of that that we can,
okay,
we'll be able to recreate it. Because I think
got it.
there's going to be a number of pads. The pads will be in the, they'll be laid out in the order that they were introduced.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the undos don't matter unless you want to. Yeah, it'll just draw in straight then.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah.
Add, not add. I think either adding or not adding is like easy enough for all of them.
Say again.
I think like for all of these like features, like adding them should be like relatively simple. I'm just curious,
Okay.
like, do we want to go ahead with it, or I mean, there is
I-
like a certain thing that comes with not erasing.
I like being able to erase, especially if you're making something, because you can polish then. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be the argument against polish. I mean, it certainly influences the gameplay. And the brush size is nice. I think maybe even limit it to 3 sizes or something like that.
Or two even. So yeah,
Fat
I'm
and-
picture. Yeah, fat and skinny. And then the fat and skinny affects the eraser as well. So we would then have pen and eraser, fat, skinny, 5 colors would be our tool set.
The artist's toolkit on Exquisite
Yes,
is
the
comprised
artist
of 5,
toolkit.
5 colors, 2 paintbrush sizes, and an eraser.
A pen and eraser.
A pen and an eraser. Wait, so the pen is one and a paintbrush is the other?
What?
The fat
I mean,
and skinny ones.
fat and the skinny are just variables of your your single tool. They don't have any. They both operate. They both put ink on the canvas the same way, though.
Right.
Yeah. But what is pen though? That's your paintbrush, no? Same thing?
Yes. Like we
Okay.
can call that whatever
Right.
we want.
Yep.
Land funnel.
A hoe.
Mm-hmm.
You could hoe the land
You could.
with a fat or a skinny hoe.
Wow.
I mean, I just stumbled into it. I didn't know what I was getting into.
Yeah, you just keep talking, digging yourself deeper.
I don't know if this is the smart way of doing this, but I just did it.
That's how all of this is working.
This makes sense.
Okay, cool. Because I just did it without thinking. I probably need to color this. Ooh, should it be your active color?
Yep.
Good idea. So Dave, like this is the way you would do JavaScript and CSS where you expect it or want it to be global.
Yeah. Got it.
Kind of want this to inherit from a dot class. Does that make sense?
Sure.
How do I just put both classes, right?
Yeah.
Can I do both? Does that work?
Yeah, so in class
Do I
name you
want to
can
do this?
list them out with spaces in between.
Does that make sense? I don't know what I'm doing.
They'll probably be different.
I don't know if it's saving
They'll
work.
be-
I usually do it because it's saving work, and this doesn't seem like it's saving work.
No, this one
It's
we're going to
easier to paste
style
in this
those
case.
differently. Yeah.
And then I guess we have two sizes. Oh gosh. I'm gonna do something else too. Brush size. Also, this class is not color picker. Fine for now. Great.
Perfect. It's basically Photoshop.
It's basically Photoshop. Exactly.
What did you guys do this weekend? We rebuilt Photoshop from the ground up.
In one day
Mm-hmm.
on the blockchain.
Is 4 large, 4 is small, isn't it? Oh god. On click. Yeah, works.
Nice. What was the larger size?
I did 4 and 8.
Go for 16 on the beefy
Go for
boy.
16. Oh, real meaty boy.
Yeah. This will be nice. I can fool with this stuff.
I don't know what. I don't know
Wait,
what happened.
Brush size again.
Oh, that makes sense. Oops. Real meaty boy.
Yeah, real chunk.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we can play with on this.
Yeah, I mean, even a slider could potentially make sense.
Yeah.
I think that's what Apple Notes does, slider.
Yeah, like.
Oh no, they don't do a slider. They do a slider with adding transparency to each color. Which
Yeah,
allows for shading, which is a whole other can of worms.
I think this is good to go.
This is good for now, yeah.
Good to go.
Yeah, and then
Sweet.
And then eraser is it's another radio button. All these are radio buttons.
What is the radio button kind of like div thing? Is there a tag for it?
I think you just put it in a
gotta be.
form in the past, but I don't know what the equivalent is now. Because they're just inputs.
Oh, is it just inputs that are styled?
Yeah.
Do I even need an input in a form, or can I just like put in a random input?
You can just put it in.
Right.
I mean, the form will let you like tap into like input validation and other kind of stuff, but you don't need that.
And this is called, what is this? Erasing.
Yeah, so you'd basically, I mean, this one is drawing tools because you've got an eraser and you've got a pen.
So the input, you can't put anything into the input. It
Yeah.
has to come like after it.
A label.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the label. These things are so weird. I don't understand this.
Yeah.
Like, this doesn't make any sense.
I keep doing it the way you were doing it. It's fine. This is just the like web native. I mean, because all of these you could structure as label inputs, you know, and then give them an ID, I guess, and then they're in a set.
I guess
but yeah,
I don't think the HTML will render if you put it inside.
No,
that's kind of funny.
Like, I think it's just
it has to be a label. Is it the label inside of it? How does this?
No, it wraps it.
The label wraps it.
You just can't do anything inside the input radio. So what you can do is put label on the outside, and then input radio inside, and then your text, and then close out the label.
And then this on the inside.
Yep.
This is just an input that's like this.
Yep.
Not a label.
And then text in before or after. Probably after.
Probably after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that looks right.
Okay, I'm going to copy this because that was a mess. Do these need to be in the same div for them to like work nicely with each other?
I think they need to have the same name. So you can do input equals like tool or whatever you want to call it.
Tool is fine.
Same name.
Cool. And then it's probably on change for this one.
Yeah, although I don't know if it's in the label. I think you got to do them on.
Oh, really?
Input.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to throw this in and see how this is E. You don't think this will work?
I don't think the label has a change event.
Does it not? Okay.
Just the label.
All of this stuff is a little crazy. Is it edo.target.value again?
No, because we don't have a value anywhere. But because this is like closer to how you're doing the brush sizes, where I think you can just hard code it for what you want to change.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. I was overthinking it. There would be
And I am curious if the on change will fire on the one that got deselected. So that might be something that introduced a bug, but we'll find out. I don't really remember.
Okay. I don't really like that name because it's really a Boolean value. I want this to be true. I think. Time active. Does that make sense? Does it make more sense to use like strings or something?
I think strings would probably be good just to be a little bit more scalable if we have other stuff in the future. And then what you can do on the state here, so in use state, right before the parentheses, you can do the 20 things. And then if you do pen as a string, and then like a pipe separator. Yeah.
I'll do a lowercase.
Nice autocompletes and stuff.
That's okay. And then we'll go back down wherever we were. Active tool. Some 10. Both of these are totally going to fire, isn't it? I guess this is also checked by default.
Yeah, I think you can do like checked equals and then do a Boolean for like active tools equals pen. And then similarly for the eraser.
Just refresh to make sure our state gets redone. Oops. Okay. Pen. Eraser. I probably need to change the mode. Whoops. Actually. I wonder, depending on how this is implemented. It's really more a method on the reference itself.
Yep. So I think what you could do is add an effect.
Yeah.
And then listen to the...
When active tool changes.
Yep.
And then this will be canvas ref current dot erase mode. Erase is a boolean, so we're going to take active tool eraser. That should make sense.
Yep. And then you want to add a dependency array for...
I'm just going to copy this real fast. Solve that file. To whatever. Oops. Not perfect, but it'll work. Okay, that's beautiful. True. False. True. Cool. Should work.
All right.
It would be kind of nice to have like the size displayed,
Yeah,
of, like what you're drawing in this canvas thing.
It'd be a lot easier to use.
Yeah, that's for sure.
We could do... So in CSS, you can override the cursor. And you can place an image in the cursor, and because you can inline SVG images, we can basically do that in CSS, where we just do like a little dynamic SVG that's inline in place of the cursor.
Okay.
Cool.
How do we do that? I'm so curious. We can kind of pull some of this stuff out. This is like eraser picker, brush size picker, color picker.
This is like valid CSS, what I've just pasted into Discord. And then I think we just override some variables to have it be dynamically set.
Oh, nice.
No way. I can just throw this in here, or does this need to be global?
I think I would throw it into like, no, yeah, it needs to be in a selector. So if you scroll up, basically, I think whatever we're wrapping the canvas with, and if we're not wrapping the canvas with the div, maybe we should.
I think with our editor. Inside editor, this whole thing?
Well, I think editor would mean that even if you're like playing with the color picker or the save button, it would show that cursor. So I think we need another div that's just.
Oh, I see. You're saying within the sketch canvas itself.
Yeah.
Can we just give this a class name itself?
No, because
No.
yeah, style JSX doesn't like class names on third-party components that way.
Got it. And then we can give this a class name. I mean, editor seems right, but canvas.
Sure. Canvas on the outside and on the inside.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. We're using canvas internally here as well as the overall. But I think it's fine.
It works.
So I think we just got to change like these radiuses and the color.
Active. What is it? There's got to be something. Active color.
Yeah.
And then the radiuses will be probably. We probably need to do
Just
this
the brush
smarter. Huh?
I think it might just be.
Do we have brush size directly? Okay. I forget what it is called. Active brush size. Okay, we do.
Does that need to be like divided by 2? Because those are the center values. CX, CY.
Those are the center values.
I believe that's, yeah, I think that's like the midpoint of the circle.
Okay. Active color is active color not.
Does active color include the hex, like the hashtag?
It should.
Okay. Oh yeah, it does.
This is better.
And I think there's like a width and height. Did you get that one too?
Yeah. This ended up being like, there should be both active brush size, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Did I set active brush size properly?
It seems like it's not accepting it anymore. If you look at the element inspector, I wonder if it'll tell you if there's like a formatting error with CSS. Because it's showing you your default cursor now.
Where would it show up? I'm not sure. Oh, it's showing the path. There's paths there.
It wouldn't be in there. I think it would be in the style inspector. Yeah, cursor URL down a little bit more.
Yeah, right there.
Yes.
Yeah, right there.
Right click the data thing and open it in a new URL, or open it in a new tab, sorry.
Column 1.
Missing something somewhere.
I don't know how to get to 117 even. Oops.
Maybe do view source on the page that you just opened. See if we can.
Does it not like? Oh, sorry. View source.
Yeah.
Oh, it cut off due to the styling thing. I might need prettier not to format this.
Got it. I think you can do like hash or / prettier ignore above that line.
Is it like add or minus prettier ignore?
Let me double check, but it's something on those. Yeah, just prettier - ignore. No at. That should be good.
My editor didn't pick it up.
So the page that you open in Chrome wouldn't update because you got to reopen it from Style Inspector.
Right. I think more like in my editor itself, like changing that to not prettier. It still is prettying it.
Huh.
Unless I spelled this wrong.
No, it looks great.
Maybe I just need to restart VS Code.
Maybe, yeah. It's a shot. Oh, we're in JSX, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I think it's
okay.
like this. Yeah, you got it.
I just this. Nope, that didn't work either. Is it within CSS?
Worth a shot.
No.
Yep. One other thing that you could do is just like create that string in your JavaScript earlier, and then just reference the variable in here.
Yeah, let's do that. I wonder if I missed something. I feel like this string is not valid. Something about this string is invalid. But I could be wrong. Let's see. What is circle? Oh.
And then you got to change that to like a backtick. Your variables get read, and then I think you got to move function below your state definition.
Yeah, I will, won't I? Maybe will work.
Yeah, I think let's see what it does, because usually Prettier doesn't. It's smart enough to not introduce a bug most of the time. Well, let's see.
I need to do this in text, don't I?
Maybe console log the string that you're making too, so we can see if there's something wrong with it. There's like no, is the quote, are the quotes right around the edges? Yeah. If you copy paste that SVG string into Figma, or actually there's like websites that will let you copy paste SVG to preview, like SVG preview. Here, SVG viewer.dev.
Well, directly. Oh shit.
I think you can just paste it in and see.
It probably doesn't like this, but that's fine. Invalid SVG, but can you tell me why? Is it with this fill? Fill. These need PX. These probably need PX behind.
Yeah.
Maybe. There's a floating quote at the end too that might be.
This guy?
Yeah.
That made a dot.
Okay, so that seems like it's valid SVG.
This dot, this tick here. Because I think that was from just the data string. Do I need this data string? Probably do, right?
I think so, yeah.
What if I mean, I guess the rest of it theoretically should have been. Do I need PX?
I could see it working both ways, I'm not sure.
Still doesn't like that. For whatever reasons.
If you let's like maybe replace the active fill variable and hardcode in 000. Like let's start eliminating some variables and saying
variables here, yeah.
Takes to get something to show up.
How was it initially? It initially said fill red. What happens if I just go back to fill red? Oops. That works.
Seems good.
So it's with the color somehow. If I just do 000, it doesn't like the hash. I think. Let me double check. Yeah, that's what it seems like. I don't know if I can put quotes around this.
You know what it also could be is I wonder if like the inline SVG stuff needs you to like escape the hashtag character somehow.
Could be.
I'm looking it
I
up.
think circle has a fill attribute you could use instead of style. I'm not sure.
That makes sense.
Like something like fill.
I think so, yeah.
Do I need to put quotes around it, or it should be fine? Probably quotes around it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just do black for now. Let's go from there. No,
Okay,
it doesn't seem to like
try
that.
replacing the hashtag with the %23.
%23.
Yeah, which is just encoded hashtag.
Do I need to escape it somewhere?
No, I think the percent is your escape.
Oh, that is so strange. Okay.
So yeah, replace that with the active color, and then maybe on the active, like dot replace hashtag with it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I've never seen that with SVG before.
Dot replace hashtag with %23.
Yeah, I think it's because we're doing this like funky inline stuff.
Well, it's a square. And the drawing apparently doesn't work anymore.
Uh-oh.
And if I just disable this entire thing, what happens? It doesn't like that.
Yeah, I would just toss the lines maybe for now, and then we can undo it.
Oh no, just remove the class.
There we go.
Oh, it's on eraser.
That explains it. Does the bigger brush show up more?
So weird. It's like kind of janky. Okay, maybe I just need to update my computer's just slow. It seems like it's adding a lot of rendering over potentially. Something is weird with the size of the bigger one. Also, it's not a circle. Sorry?
Is it like laggy on your machine? I can't tell what's like network lag versus.
Oh, so if I like just draw lots of stuff, now it's not laggy. It was there for a sec. Maybe maybe my whole machine was just lagging.
Got it.
It looks like the center point is like something kind of weird. I don't know if with the width, because I guess you can see where the square is, and I'm drawing it's like at the corner of that circle.
Yeah. I wonder if we need to go back to the style fill, because like maybe that's what's SVG's tripping on.
Which one?
Like how we had style equals fill colon before.
Oh.
I don't know if that overrides the circle in a way, because it is also weird that we're seeing a square when we're.
But I mean, even on this SVG viewer, we saw the same thing. There's a square.
Oh. I guess SVG forgot what a circle is.
What the heck? What are we doing wrong? Circle is a square.
I love how it was like the top thing. Yeah, we know what's going on here.
Oh, is it your radius should be halved?
Could be, yeah.
Sense.
Yeah, that one. And then
well, now we got a quarter circle.
I think you didn't need to change the CXCY divide by 2.
Everything needed to be divided by 2.
No, just the radius, because
I changed the wrong one.
the radius, the CX, and the CY all need to be divided by 2, basically, I think.
So the center as well as the actual radius.
Right, we were treating it like a diameter, but we wanted.
Oh, that looks good.
It's just off center. I wonder if the width and height should be divided by 2 as well, or something. No, that wouldn't work. Right?
I think it might be like
funny.
So is it treating this? It's treating the pointer as the top left point of
That's
the
what it looks
SVG,
like.
probably. So if we could like offset the,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you might do
Would
that.
it be something like plus active to brush size over this change? I don't know what direction this is going to offset. I'm guessing this will offset. No, that didn't do anything.
So it's probably the CX and CY need to be offset negatively.
I think they're gonna get clipped though by the SVG,
Oh,
like
okay.
Oh, the
like how we
boundary
saw
of
that.
the XVG.
Yeah.
Well, then we could.
Would it be like changing the width and the height by 2, and then having the other ones? I don't know. I don't know what this is going to do.
I think that just made your box bigger, but
this didn't change at all.
yeah.
Or would it like enable it not to clip quite as early?
When you just changed that, what just changed in your offset? Like when
It didn't, as far as I can tell, it didn't change in the offset at all. Is this?
I would say like just see what happens if you do like on the CX or CY, just like a minus
Yeah.
20, 30, just something noticeable.
It disappears.
Oh, right, because it's getting clipped. What
Yeah,
about
that's
something
what we were saying.
less? Yeah. Still getting
Okay.
clipped.
Still getting clipped, yeah.
I think you can disable clipping. I'm not. Oh well, maybe not actually.
Oh, you could do, because we're setting a height and a width, but I think we want to set a view box.
Yeah, there you go.
So I think view box would be like 0, 0, and then maybe active brush times 2 goes in twice at the end of that.
You'll have to step through me for this one, I think. But is it just view box?
Yep. And then this
0,
takes
0.
Yeah.
And then active brush width, something like that.
Yeah,
Or
let's see what
active
happens.
brush size.
And then this might be where we want to do like a times 2 thing.
On the width and height.
I know, on the view
Or
box.
on the CXCY.
On the view box.
On the view box itself.
Yeah.
No.
If that doesn't work, you can. There's actually like a extra attribute you can pass to this cursor, the CSS cursor rule, to actually position the image.
Okay.
I'll put it in chat. Hold on.
Yeah.
We could probably lose the prettier ignore as well here.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It takes like an XY after the
That's
the
so much
data
more
thing.
elegant.
What the fuck? Okay. Should I just use those values itself? I'm guessing
I
these
think
are
it's
like
gonna
default
be
cursor values.
that in the answer, the like 25, 25, that's gonna be like probably negative our width divided by 2. This seems so hacky, but it's just kind of the nature of what we're doing. Yeah, I think it's gonna be the active width divided by 2, but like a negative.
Negative of this whole business.
Yeah.
I don't know if the parentheses are necessary.
It can go
or not.
outside. Yeah, that might work, but you could also just put the negative outside of the $sign.
Will that work?
Yeah, because it's just a string. It's
Oh, this is so jank. I can't believe this works.
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, I believe that it would. It just feels so janky. It's close. Is it closer? I can't tell. Maybe
Pretty
we
close.
don't need it for both. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Oh,
Oh, you need both for sure. This is like some offset value. I cannot tell what's going on.
I think it replaces auto.
Does it? I thought auto was still there.
Yeah, autos is just
Oh,
like
okay, gotcha. It looked like it was moving though when you were changing the values.
Did it? Let me like.
It's like above
Wait,
it now.
let me set this
Yeah.
as like something like heinous. It's like it doesn't move.
It's moving just like in tiny increments.
Do I need to set like PX or something?
Maybe.
Is it a string though?
I thought there were just numbers in there, wasn't it? Just like 25,
It
50.
looked
Yeah.
like just numbers.
I wonder if it's got its own like minimum or like range that it'll accept
What?
values up
What is this, dude?
to.
Try. I don't know. Sometimes these things are percentages.
Oh, that would make sense.
50-50.
That would also be nice because then we don't have to customize it per the brushstroke.
No, I don't know.
What if I do 20, 25, 50? I have no idea.
Get it back.
Let's try and get like the x coordinate mapped first,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then just like eyeball it and get it closer and closer, and then from that.
Okay. So it needs to move what? Towards the right. So I'm just going to put a huge number and see if it moves towards the right.
I thought doesn't it need to move towards the left?
Yeah.
Well, their dot is here, and the drawing is behind it, right?
Oh, so the dot needs to move to the right.
Needs to move to the right.
Yep.
Zero those out again, real quick. Okay, so it's a negative value. X moves it to the left for some reason. I don't get why it's doing that, but so yeah.
It moves it a lot to the
Why?
left.
That makes no make it 1.
What?
5?
See, I was gonna do the same thing.
Wait.
Oh,
That looks close.
it's
Okay.
close. It's like off by 1, I think.
Then 5, 5. Yeah. So is it?
Wait, it would have been 6. What is going on? That seems right to me.
Yeah. Do the next one then. 6.
I don't know if 6.
Hey.
That's it.
Why?
I don't know how we got the value 6 though.
Do the bigger one.
Is it like the square root of this or something? Because it can't be 16. The square root of 16 is 4.
Try to use the bigger brush real quick.
This is the bigger brush.
Okay.
Smaller brush. It's now off. Like it's now wrong for the smaller brush.
Yeah. I have no
And
idea.
the bigger
what this
brush
is doing.
width is what, 16?
Yeah, 16.
Oh my god.
There's no logic there at all.
Does it take pixels? Like if I was to give it something, would it take this? Or is it just going to break?
Maybe. I don't think you need to wrap it in quotes though.
Yeah,
You're already in.
I don't.
No.
Oh, CSS will just take that?
Assuming it can take pixel values.
Which
Yeah.
it cannot.
Okay, well, it does not. Is there a way to look up, like, how would I look up the CSS documentation? Is this, like, part of the URL kind of, like, standard?
Yeah, I think cursor standard. So, like, W3 schools, CSS cursor or something.
Yeah, Mozilla has it too.
Great.
Two unitless non-negative numbers less than 32. That is not very helpful.
Why 32?
Well, because probably the
Oh,
cursor standard is based on
normalize it to
icons.
32.
Like it's based on the icon standard, which used to be like 32 by 32 pixels. Probably.
So my guess is we have to, like, I don't know how we normalize to 32.
This is crazy.
I mean, okay, maybe we should just move on from this because this is like
Yeah, we can come back and perfect this later. Like, it's not like breaking functionality.
This is
it's
not
just
critical.
polish.
It's like now we're just digging ourselves into a CSS rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Okay, at least for now, like this crazy string works enough. All right.
Somebody has also solved this for sure. So
100%. I mean, I think really the better way is probably like whoever wrote the canvas or something can do this natively, but I don't know. It doesn't look like they totally have support.
yeah, can look around and see if other libraries have.
Yeah, we might have to
swing
look
at
around
it.
for more drawing libraries.
Yeah,
We'll see.
and you may find that no one does this.
Yeah. Or does it and also exports SVGs? Maybe we have to
Yeah.
build our own SVG exporting library.
Well,
add brush or complicated. Sure. Hopefully I committed that. Okay. Alrighty. Any more things?
all right. So we got
Forever to reload.
5 colors, 2 brushes, 2 brush sizes, and yeah, did it crap out?
Oh. Did it? I guess we could add a clear canvas thing too.
Sure.
Other than that, anything else? Keep going through things in case we need more things.
What was the list of stuff that we had undo, redo?
Here.
Okay, export SVG, we're doing that automatically. Get sketching time, don't need that. I mean, the only thing that we would add is clear canvas. But you give them an eraser, they can do that.
Clear canvas, like the whole canvas?
Yeah.
I mean, we'll
Who
call
gets
it clear
that?
tile probably in the UI.
Yeah.
Or it'll just
Okay.
be a trash can button or something.
Clearing the whole canvas is a big to do.
Well, you
Potentially.
can't.
Yeah.
We'll put that behind a multi-sig button
Yeah.
that says destroy world.
I think that's how nukes work, right? Multi-sigs?
What's that?
How nukes work?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't they?
exactly. The
Oh,
nuclear
yeah.
football.
The nuclear football. You got to go get this, whatever they give you.
And then you got to
It's
turn the
fine.
keys in synchronicity.
Yep.
Is that what it is? That each person has a physical key? Well,
Yeah.
it's probably a computer code now. But was it always like a chain of numbers or letters? Or was it sometimes a physical key? I like that.
In the
It was
movies,
a
it's physical.
key.
Yeah.
I think it was a physical
Interesting.
key, and there was like a proposal that they embed it in somebody's chest cavity so that to get the key you had to
What?
kill them.
I
So
like it.
to make you feel the impact of sending a nuke, like because you're kind of
Yeah.
detached from it.
Yep.
I don't think that happened though.
I remember this. This was like a big deal when like Trump got into office, and they're like, "We need to initiate the kill sequence. Get the guy to implant it in his chest." Bred from birth to be the key holder.
Jeez.
Clear tile, save.
Undo, redo, I guess, if we want.
I don't think so.
Okay, cool.
I mean, we know that they're available. We can sort of play with it and see. Yeah, I don't know. It might be getting too fancy with undo and redo.
Yeah. Maybe not like so transparent exactly what's happening either.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I mean, I think contracts would probably be good to jump into because it seems like the last big piece to kind of close the main loop, right?
Yep.
Yeah, totally. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I don't know if you want to take over for this one, Shrews, or I can drive. I'm happy
Right.
to do
I mean,
either.
if you're not tired and wanted to go for it, absolutely. Otherwise, I'm happy to as well.
Cool. I mean, I wouldn't mind because I wouldn't mind just like getting more exposure to writing contracts and asking questions.
Sweet, let's do it.
Cool. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast. Be back.
Good luck.
Take your time.
Don't
Good
take
luck.
your time. I don't know what you do. I don't know how scary it is. Yeah, that like doing cursor math and like placement of things on screen. It's just giving me flashbacks to making UI.
Yeah.
UI with CSS. It never makes any sense.
And it's super tedious, right? Where you do like we were doing, where you're like 2 steps that way, and you're like, no, that's not right, and then but the other way, that's not right.
Yeah, there's just like a lot of holdover standards from like ancient computing interfaces, and then a lot of that stuff. I mean, yeah, I don't know. You go into like Framer or some of the like newer stuff, they've got better abstractions for this.
It's kind of weird writing everything this way because it's like you're using a React and then you're like writing CSS in a weird way and then
Mhm.
you're using weird SVG things and SVG has their own rules about how it's positioning. So there's
Yeah.
like multiple levels of UI weirdness going on.
Yeah, it's like standards written from completely different worlds.
Yeah.
They're all related too, right? So they might cause ripple effects out as you implement it.
I mean, basically what we're doing is like something that people don't do that often, I think. So,
Right.
you know, we're just out in the weeds. So, short answer, yeah. Like you put in some value for that cursor and it needs to be divided by 32, and how do we get to that number? I don't know. There's got to be an easier way.
I don't know. It seems like it's been kind of insane.
Yeah. I mean, this is a like the level of quality on the drawing engines take this stuff into account. Like all of it is like exposed in certain ways. People who've like been playing with this problem for a long time have run into all these dead ends.
I'm sure the Figma people know every single in and out of this because
Yes,
that's
totally.
all built in web.
Yep. We'll just get them.
I mean, I'd be curious, like, if the canvas standard itself has different ways of dealing with this, as opposed to like just overriding the cursor, or if you have to override the cursor like this.
In the like canvas tag thing, or
Yeah, in the canvas tag thing, I'm not sure if it behaves the same or if it's something completely different.
so Figma's using WebGL, right?
I think so.
I assume
Yeah.
so.
Another thing you could do is instead of using the CSS cursor, you could literally just take the coordinates of the mouse and like absolutely position like an SVG or something on the screen.
That might work better.
Oh yeah, okay. I think that's how it's set up in Sprout, which has like a grid wall that you can highlight.
What would that look like?
Um,
Like now, I'm just curious to try it before we visit.
Well, you would need the XY coordinates of your mouse, like relative to the window, and then you would like position either a div SVG thing based on those coordinates. I don't know. It might look like.
And like then we would have to kind of handle all the stuff of like if we don't want that cursor everywhere on the window, like being able to detect if it's within this div or something.
Yeah, you could do it. It would get kind of messy. But it's doable. I'm not saying
Oh,
it should be
man.
done right now, but if
Yeah, I
maybe
don't
if
think
you
I
want to
wanna do
move
that.
forward with the contract, I could look at that like on the side if that's helpful.
I think
Yeah,
for now
that'd
we
be
could just,
great.
instead of having the default cursor, use like a crosshairs or something like that, so it's at least, or you could change it from like whatever the standard cursors we have. I don't know if there's anything for erase that would change it, but yeah, I don't know. We'll come back to this one too.
I think we could figure out like a way to calculate
Okay,
that
Yeah.
CSS cursor number.
got it.
Yeah, there's only 32 different options. Find the right one.
Just do
Does it take
random.
floating point values though? It probably does.
Maybe that's we have to set up a game. First person to find this number gets a token to play.
That would be amazing. Someone will no doubtedly have that function.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly. Anyway. Cool. Contracts. Maybe is that photo? Man, I should have just had Figma up. I think that photo of what you put together sure is in the Figma, right?
Yeah, I copied it in.
Oh, thanks.
But, you know,
Maybe I'll just have to load the image directly. Okay.
Oh,
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm
let me
running.
grab that image for you and just copy it into Discord, maybe.
Is it in the Discord already? I don't know where it is.
I think in Buzzard under Doodles, maybe, but I'm copying it over too. I got it.
Okay. Yeah, cool. I think Chrome decided to die.
All right, it's in the Discord.
the computer is upset at you for trying to mess with its cursors.
Yeah, all hell broke loose once that happened. Also, I guess I'm running Chromium for x86 on an ARM machine that's on the fuck. Why can't I just have a browser that works? That's not Chrome. Anyway.
Soon enough.
Plot token. And is the seed token just a plot token, effectively? It is, right?
Yeah, all the names I wrote were just whatever, but I think we were taking a call on them.
Dave, you are the naming master.
We do need to nail all this down. So, okay, what do we have? We've got tiles. We've established that somewhere, and tiles are on a canvas. Do we just keep using tiles for everything, or what? Yeah. Or are we trying to work with this like land metaphor? So we've
I'm
got
good with that. We just need to be
consistent.
mindful that there's going to be two different states or different token
Okay.
types
Yeah.
of like unfilled and filled are going to be different types of tokens. So they each need their own name.
Yeah. Okay, let's walk through the functionality and then like maybe the name will pop out. So like yeah, in relationship to the tokens. So in this case, yeah, just give me that again if you can.
I take back what I just said. I think we can actually do it under the same contract and just have it be a state that's being updated within it. So
Okay.
I think one name is fine.
I almost need to like draw. I don't know. I want like my first instinct is to draw here because I don't know how to do anything else. And Figma doesn't really know how to Figma. Figma doesn't map to my brain very well.
Sure. I mean, we can scribble together.
Can we? Does John's link still work?
I think we can
Probably.
probably just start another one too.
I think you have to pay to invite other people as part of the.
Scribble by yourself unless you pay.
Where would that be? Current
Pay
spot?
for friends.
I still draw on this. Oh, apparently I can still draw on this one. Let me see if I can get the link out.
Yeah, I think I just need to warm up on what we're all doing, and then the language will pop out.
Sweet.
Oh man, am I not signed into Discord on my... I am. Beautiful. Can you let me paste, please? I just want to paste.
I think I got it,
This
CJ.
one.
If you want me to do it.
You got it? Yeah, if you have it, that would be great.
And I think so. We're in that old board. If we go to sheet 3, that one I think is blank.
Sheet 3. Sheet 3. Aha! Beautiful. And then I guess I can open this up on my screen. Nice. Cool. Whoa. Whoa, please open that.
Whoa, what is this? Just really chunky.
And it
Ooh.
fades. Neat. Oops. So, I guess on the board we have, let me see if I don't know what I'm thinking yet. I'm just imagining this is a grid with all these things. So we have these tiles, and I like thinking from the initial state. Let me scroll. Thinking from the initial state, I guess I'm still a little stuck on the point of how does this get seeded, and how are the are we just gonna say like generate a seed and like you happen to have like this tile or something? Is that kind of what's happening?
So that's what Sharuz, you were saying, that like the seeds come with an XY.
Yeah.
And
okay,
we're just generating those beforehand, I guess.
So this is like some tile that has an X and a Y associated with it. The tile naming is up for grabs, right?
Yeah, I think tile is where we're landing. It seems to be most descriptive, at least for the technical side of things.
And then like an owner. And then there's coming back. So there's the plot token and the land, like tile. I guess we have S2 metadata stored on chain, canvas ID. So we also have the concept of canvas. And okay, we'll come back to that in a sec. And the land token, basically the land token, all its meaning is that like this NFT no longer can be edited effectively, right? Is that what it's representing?
I think so. So initially I was kind of modeling it after kind of the film like structure, where it would be like one contract would consume a token that was generated by another, and then it would create a new token type. But now I'm realizing that maybe those things are just the same contract, and we're just adding the SVG data. And then once the SVG data is added, it's locked and uneditable. but I think we can just do one contract.
Yeah, yeah, and I guess it probably depends on like the type. So if the type is solo and there is SVG data, then it's locked. And if it's like a community tile and SVG is there, it can still be edited. I kind of initially like threw in this editable flag, but I guess maybe that's not totally necessary. But maybe something like get editable as a function would be helpful.
Sure.
And then I'm guessing like all of these are gonna have like set, get, owner. I guess we need to like that. There shouldn't be a transfer function on these things. Is that kind of the idea?
It could go either way. By default, the ERC 721 will give us the transfer function. For us to make it non-transferable, we basically just overwrite that function and say like, revert it.
I see. Yeah, so I guess this is kind of one thing is if I were to send off a token to someone else, is that token belonging to them for the rest of eternity, essentially? Or can they trade that token to someone else? Or send it to someone else?
By default, I'll be able to trade it. If we want to
Right.
bake in the functionality to prevent that, then we can. I think maybe this is something that we come back to because it's like adding or
Easy
removing
enough to
just
change.
like 3 or 4 lines. So we can see what feels right once a little bit of the rest is in.
Okay. Type, this will kind of be set. Solo community, XY will be there. And then there's going to be like canvas ID. I don't know if this should just be canvas itself or canvas ID.
I think just the ID.
Okay.
Because on the contract level, all we need for the canvases are room for names and room for the color palettes. The color palettes will probably hard code in, and then the names we need to figure out like a mechanism for people to be able to determine. But yeah.
And then I guess like the ID is kind of baked in relative. This is the token ID, I guess. Is that pretty much it?
So yeah, the second row is kind of like postseason stuff of like, all right, now we're gonna snapshot the thing and mint it on the Ethereum side and then fractionalize it. But I think that can come later.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. So this is generally what we're working. And I was actually curious. I mean, maybe for the purpose of this, it's easiest to just write NFTs because we've kind of gone through it before. But I was also curious, like, does it make sense to not really have them as NFTs? Because I don't know, doesn't. It's like not totally acting as one. It kind of is, but at the same time, not. Like, doesn't need to conform to the standard and have all the extra code with it. I don't know.
I think there's not going to be much extra code that we're not using. Because at the end of the day, like everything that ERC 721 is doing behind the scenes is basically like simulating a row in a Postgres table, which we still need that kind of structure. So I think the NFT thing still makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Okay, so we have canvas and this. Can I zoom in? It's not letting me zoom. No, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, it zooms. Stuff. Okay. So what do we have? Tile, and do we want to use canvas as the like overall world? And then is it important for us to have like an overall world state itself, or just leave it like canvas is basically defining the world state?
I think those mechanisms we haven't totally nailed down yet. Like we've talked about like countdown timers at the end of a season and stuff like that, but I don't think we're ready to write that code because we haven't really figured out what it's supposed to do yet.
Okay. So we have at least the canvas for now and a tile for both of these. This is going to be so much. This will be very interesting. Like, I don't know what else to do other than like open up another VS Code window and copy paste.
Sure. I think, might also be good to play with this stuff in Remix, because doing it locally, there's like a little bit more setup involved, and Remix gives us some nice tools. And then you also don't have to install any dependencies because it'll automatically get them for you.
Okay. I don't know what it is. That's fine. Okay. And we can add, again, tile. Maybe it's... And then we have, what is it? Open Zeppelin. We can kind of use.
I think even like starting with their wizard, I'm just copying.
Yeah, what it's called. Contracts wizard. Cool. Ooh, what's a governor token? Anyway.
I think that's their new like governance, like reset kind of.
This probably is mintable, auto incrementing, burnable.
Probably don't want burnable.
No.
And I think even the auto increment IDs, we may not want them to be sequential because our IDs might be more like canvas ID X, Y coordinate.
Yes. Like that'll define the ID.
I think so.
Like kind of, would you say like building a string out of it, like similar to what we've already done?
Yeah, or I mean, you can build like a uint 256 out of it too and just pad stuff with zeros. So basically like if a uint 256 can be, I forget what the exact number is, but let's say it's 36 like digits long.
Right.
So we could say that the first 12 digits are the canvas ID, the second 12 digits are the X coordinate, last 12 digits are the Y coordinate.
I see. And is uint, everything is like a uint 256 in Ethereum at the end of the day, right? Even if you use like a uint 8, it's still taking up uint 256 space. Is that kind of how it works?
I think uint 8s take up less space, so they'll cost less gas. But
okay.
Yeah, if we're deploying this to Polygon, all this stuff is going to be
so
like literally fractions of a cent difference. So probably don't need to be too precious either way.
Okay. And does it make sense to have roles in the sense of like state? I don't know. And roles encapsulate the state of the token, if that matters. I think we had, I guess if the SVG is set or not, like a different role. But I don't know if that makes sense or just keeping track of it in our own way.
I think in our own way, the roles are more about like setting permissions layers for users to interact with the contract.
Okay.
So ownable says basically like this contract can have one owner and certain functions can be specified so that only that owner can go and run it. What roles lets us do is make it much more dynamic with like access control, like permissions and stuff. So it might be useful to have roles a little bit further in of saying like, are there things that we want, if somebody owns a certain token, do they get a role that might unlock other functionality? Like that kind of thing is maybe where roles becomes useful to have.
Okay.
Of like a landowner role could exist, and then the landowner roles could get access to certain functions that others might not be able to, potentially. Just one example.
I'm guessing Canvas is going to be relatively similar as well.
I think we might be able to get away with just one contract.
Oh, one contract in total.
Yeah. Because I think Canvas ultimately just ends up being a little bit of extra storage and then an ID that we also add on to each one that's just 0 through 15. But I think at the end of the day, it's all tiles that we're building.
Can you describe like how you're thinking about like this in terms of like, I'm just trying to understand the code structure. Like, if we were to, instead of having like, I don't know if I can draw. Because like now this like canvas thing is like, are you just saying it's part of the tile metadata?
Yeah, so basically like in at the top of a Solidity contract, where usually, write out like your storage stuff and any hard coded data. I think basically we can define some of our canvases as like just simple mappings. So a canvas names, for example, would just be a mapping of a uint 256 to, or uint 256, let's say, to a string. And then that could be like underscore canvas names. And then palettes, we probably just want to hard code in as like a bunch of string arrays. I don't know if you looked at like the loot contract and the way that it's literally just like a bunch of strings listed out, same thing, but just color palettes in our case. And then I think at ultimately each tile token just needs to include a reference to which canvas it's on. And then for any canvas related data that we want to pull ever, we just reference our internal mapping. Yeah.
Oh. And okay, one thing that I'm curious about with ERC 721s that I haven't like totally understood is the mapping like global for all of the tokens, whereas all the other parameters are like only local to that specific token?
Is there another way to phrase that question? I'm not totally sure I understand.
Maybe like I guess I'm thinking like I'll have to draw it. Drawing it's like what
Sure.
So how I'm imagining like I guess like I don't totally know how to think about the contract. So if I like look at the contract itself and maybe like say we have like metadata like title and this is a string. Like I guess once this actually gets minted, like if we called a mint function on this, like is it just creating something like a little another piece of data that has like title as like hi kind of a thing?
Yeah,
right.
I mean, I think basically, yeah, we can look at the mint function as just being like an add row to a Postgres database or a SQL database or anything. Yeah.
So then like my question is like if you were doing a mapping from like uint to an array or something like this, and like is this mapping stored like per NFT? Like does this now become like title whatever and then like the same mapping and it's like storing this whole mapping data or
Nope.
No,
so any mapping that we do is going to be global to the contract.
Okay, so there's almost like a data section, so where I've like drawn this line, maybe it makes like I can draw this and there's like this is like really metadata for token and this is like global metadata.
Yep.
Or contract metadata.
Which we can use for token metadata, right? Because it's we can pass in a token ID and get back some data that we want, which is effectively saying this is token metadata. But I think what's important is that mapping that we put in at the contract level is accessible to everybody inside the contract, or accessible to all functions within the contract.
Yes.
No, we're in contracts now.
And does that only apply to mapping types itself, or are there other types that have this kind of like global property, or is there a keyword that is kind of making it global?
It's everything. Like literally everything that you want to type in. So you could even at the top of like your Solidity contract do like uint x equals 10, and that'll be a global variable now that you can access and update and write to and all that. There are some keywords like private, public, internal, external. Public being that you're basically telling Solidity like, hey, also make some public API endpoints for this. So that could be a read or a write. Private says, hey, this is only for use inside the contract. Don't let the public get an API endpoint for it. Internal and external are used inside interface files. So interface files are basically like header files in C, or they're basically just defining what the structure should be. So when you see internal, external, they're basically interchangeable with public, private, but they're just used within the context of interfaces. So internal maps to private, external maps to public.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still stuck on this a little bit. Like, I don't quite understand. So you said, like, if I declare, you know, I guess I still don't quite understand the separation. If I said, like, uint 8, you know, or x equals 10, you know, is x going to be 10 in this guy too?
I think what's important is that there is no separate, like, that other block doesn't get generated in that way. Because really,
It doesn't.
No. So all the if you dig into the 721 contract, it's just mappings. Like it's doing exactly the same stuff that we're trying to do with like the contract names, for example, of like
Yeah.
UN256 to a string. It's each NFT is the same exact thing. It's a UN256, which is a token ID, to a string potentially, which is like the token URI. Like that's one example of how an NFT thing could be formed. But
Right.
it's using the exact same data structures, however deep you go into like the dependencies that we're pulling in.
Yeah. So I think that was what I was like not, or like, because I guess I'm like trying to understand the memory model of the VM itself in a way. Like I'm trying to understand like where is this memory being created and where is it not? And it seems like all of this is going to be created here, and it's going to be stored in a mapping from something to this thing or an array.
Yeah, I think one way to look at it is that the little like offshoot block that you have there, the NFT,
Yeah.
that is a virtual construct essentially by looking at a bunch of mappings and data storage that you have in your contract.
Yes.
But it is not like a real object in the sense that it's being formed in that way. But you can
Right.
assemble it by looking at all the different mappings and like storage mechanisms that you have in there.
Yeah, it is like this more virtual thing. But even if there was like this mapping also is existing in this virtual thing. I guess like I'm trying to like the memory is existing somewhere else, but it's still a pointer to memory somewhere.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand like is this mapping getting created a bunch of times? And I think maybe that's why like I'm trying to understand like we can do this in a single contract, but there is a gas penalty in doing that if we had a separate contract that's storing that data. At least like that's my understanding. I mean, for Polygon it probably doesn't matter, but I'm just trying to understand like is that something to be aware of or not?
I think the more contracts that we try to ship or like any factory model kind of stuff that we try to do, the more expensive it gets on gas. So
Okay.
what I'm proposing is that we actually just do the one contract,
Yeah.
put our global variables up at the top of the contract, and then tie in everything by referencing those global variables.
Okay. Yeah. I think that makes sense.
Cool. I think like once we get into the code, it'll start to
Kind of become more clear.
hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, and if not, I can probably do it. Like I might just have to do a little bit of research myself because I think I just don't understand quite how this machine is working, or maybe I just need to read the ERC 721 contracts to really get a grip on what's happening there.
Cool. Yeah, it was definitely helpful for me to do that to learn that it's like it's not magic behind the scenes. It's the same stuff that you could be doing within your own contract.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Alrighty. Maybe we can put these next to each other. Okay. Each tile is going to have X and Y, but that's really dependent on the canvas ID. So some of these things can be public. I'm kind of going to go for those first, I think.
Cool.
Is it like public X or is it public uint? P6. Can I encode both?
The type comes first, and then the public private, and then the name of the variable.
Interesting. So Shruz, were you suggesting to kind of like just reserve bits for X and Y? Okay.
Oh, okay. So I see where the confusion I think might be coming from there, the miscommunication. So I don't think we need to store the coordinates that way because we know that the coordinates might be any number between, say, 0 and 100. So we don't need to pre-fill or pre-define them. What we're basically trying to do through Solidity and the way that we're trying to like allocate storage and memory is saying, let's create slots that set up data references in the way that we want. So like a mapping is a great way of saying, I want to be able to take a number and then get back a certain response that might be like the name of the canvas or the SVG data for a certain token. So I don't know, maybe let's pick like one, like let's start maybe with the canvas names and just start like setting up some of those things. So
like this is going to be an array of strings, you're thinking?
Well, we don't know yet how our names are going to be formed, right? They're not going to be hard coded, it seems.
Right.
So what we want to do is set up storage that later on one of our functions might be able to like go and update.
Right.
So for example, I think the canvas would be like a mapping of a uint 256 to a string.
Is this the correct syntax or is there something else? Comma?
Yep, looks good.
Okay.
And then we can make that public or private. Might as well make it public, I think, if we want people to read it. And then like canvas names could be what we call it. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. Like that'll set up storage that now we can write to it from a function or we can read from it what we want. And then color palette, we I think are going to hard code stuff in. So what we could do is say, let's set up a, how do we do this? I think it would be a two-dimensional array, right? Where it's 16 on the outer layer and then 5 on each individual one.
Just so to do this the other way, you might do it the other way. I forget how it works.
Yeah, I don't totally remember either, but I think
type name. Okay. That's fine. But
so our data type is probably going to be a string to start.
Yeah.
We could do string
palettes.
Yeah. Although I think the array lengths come alongside the type because I think they end up being part of the type definition. So it'd be like string 16 5 space palettes. Oh wait, no, you're right. Cool, you got it.
Yeah. I do want to check. Is this a array? I want to make sure the shape of it is.
I'm going to be right back.
Okay. Well, I guess I can do something weird. I guess I can do something like this. Will the compiler claim that name? Because I'm guessing we're going to want to a bunch of arrays of arrays. Again. 16. Does this compile?
I think if you go into the third tab in the left sidebar, it'll give you a more verbose error.
Ah. Is it something with the mapping before it?
Maybe try losing the 5 and seeing if that helps at all. I don't know if you need to specify both.
Oh, just
I
like
think you
the
can keep the
5.
square brackets, yeah. Let's see. Nope. Try putting the array definitions around the type.
At the, like after it or something.
Yeah, just to see.
Well, it
Did
killed
it crash?
Chrome.
Oh my god. Well, it's either very correct or very incorrect.
If it happens again, it's kind of funny. I like
Okay.
that.
That worked.
Do you think I should try to put it back in?
Sure.
Because it is fixed. Doesn't like that. String there. Storage ref.
I think the second number may not.
It doesn't like that one.
See, I think so.
That is so weird.
Yeah.
What?
It shouldn't matter too much anyways, because we're just gonna hard code them in, so
Fair enough, yeah. Anyway, okay. I don't quite understand, but sure. That was really late, Chrome. Okay, so we have our palettes. Crashed. Do we need a hard code like even the canvas, like the number of canvases?
I don't think we need to do that yet, because I think basically in any function that is going to have anything to do with the canvas ID, we can just put a require statement that says make sure it's between 0 and 15. But in there, I think it'll always it'll end up being the same way. Same thing whether or not we put that 16 in on line 11.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Palettes. XY type canvas ID. 3G. Sorting to get functions. So we can kind of start just going for the rest of it now, right? The actual more tile specific stuff.
I think so.
So do you think it makes sense to have you were mentioning like before, like we're gonna have some bounded number of X and Y coordinates? Like, does it make sense to just do them both as like units of some kind?
Yeah, I like that.
Like, I don't even know. Like UN8 might work, right? UN16?
Let me see what the range is for UN8.
I think 0 to 255.
Yeah. So as long as we're under 255, we should be okay.
255 by 255 is 65,000. That seems like much larger than what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean on the front end right now it's 100 by 100, right? So
yeah,
we got some room. Oh, okay. So XY. I thought what you were saying was setting
do
like
both.
max width and max height kind of variables.
Oh, we can totally do that as well. Like something like max
Yeah.
width. And then set this to 255.
Sure. or 100 if that's what we're doing on the front end.
I'm trying to get a scale of
Yeah,
10,000. That should be more than enough, right?
Yeah,
because we're only having something like 500 per or something.
So if it's a lot more than 500 out of 10,000 tiles, it could be very spread out.
Yeah,
But yeah.
Yeah, I
Cool.
think I was thinking about how do we actually say, you know, like 0, 0 on
Yeah, for a tile.
for a tile.
Yeah. So
So would
let's
it be
go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, would that just be again like some kind of UN8 that's just not set to any value currently, or would that be like a mapping?
Well, so right now we're defining global variables on the contract level. When we're ready to take a tile, that's gonna happen through a function, right? So right now we've got the SafeNet function. I think basically we want to start defining that within that, and then seeing how that shapes what our global data structure might need to look like. So we could say, like even SafeNet, we might be okay to just rename and be like, you know, create tile or post tile or whatever language we want to use there.
Oh, okay.
And then we can pass in whatever parameter. So we can take in like a canvas ID and then XY coordinates over here.
Canvas ID can be something like UN8.
Yep. And actually, I think our mapping on line 9, we can probably turn into a UN8 as well.
Yeah. To provide this.
That's the
Who it's
address
going
to
to get
mint it
linked
to.
to?
But
Yeah.
I think we're just going to do it through the message sender, right? So
Yeah, that's
probably
what it
lose
seems
that.
like. Yeah. This would be something like instead message. And even the token ID, are we just going to, we're just going to determine that, or like deterministically, like we can figure that out from X and Y, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So for now, we can leave these the same. Is it message just sender? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. This can be something like UN8X, UN8Y. And then this will require the SVG data. Is there string?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. And then in here, you're saying we can like basically set properties of this new NFT that we're creating.
Yeah. So I think we can, one step would be let's construct a token ID using our canvas ID X and Y coordinates. Yes. I don't remember the exact syntax for this, but if we Google like Solidity combine uints into one or something, I'm not sure what to write. Concatenate uints.
How does this work?
Uint array to uint 256 maybe. I know I just saw a contract recently that did this. So I'm trying to figure out what that was. So just pull it from there.
I mean, it could be just something like we can construct it ourselves, I bet.
Yeah.
And like a uint32 and then token ID, and then we can do something like canvas ID shift by, I don't know, 16, shift by 24.
I've never used the shift operator, so you know this better than I do. What those things do.
I'm just like trying to think of C and how we would do this.
I mean, it looks like it might be the right thing because I'd maybe look up what solidity shifting stuff does, but
What the hell? I have no idea if this is gonna work, but let's see what happens. And we're gonna OR this with X shifted by 8 ORed with Y. I have no idea if this is gonna work. Also, I don't know if JavaScript handles this nicely. I'd love to try it. But I also don't know the size of ints in JavaScript. This is like such a C behavior.
I think JavaScript has trouble when it gets to like the max like uint 256 stuff, like when it gets really big. But besides that, it should be okay.
Yeah, what I'm worried about is because like I'm dealing with specifically like uint8s. I don't think I can define that in JavaScript, can I?
Oh no. But I think if you just use a number, it'll function the same way. But I think.
Let's see. So we'll say we're gonna have test is 255. We're gonna have test 2. Actually, let's do this. X equals 255. Y equals 255. Actually, let's make these differently. Let's make Y equal to 1. And then we'll say canvas ID equals to 1. And then we're going to now control and say this is our token ID. And then we're going to take canvas ID shifted by 24, which will leave us 24 minus 16 bits to play with, which will be 8, which is great. Our canvas ID is 8. And we're going to want to OR that with X shifted by 8, and then that'll leave us, let's see, I might have done this totally messed up. This might be 16 instead of 24, but it'll still look like something. And then ORed with Y. And how do I print in binary? Print binary JavaScript. I guess hex would work as well. And two. So this is Y. These 8 here, right? And then these here would be X. And then we're really leaving a lot of room. So maybe I should only do this by 16 instead of 24. I was just making lots of extra room, but it's also a uint8 for the canvas, so it should all be fine.
Yeah, I think we'll only need 8 digits total. Because it's up to 16 for the canvas, so that's 2 digits. Up to 100 for X and up to 100 for Y, which is 3 digits each. So as long as we can pad them with zeros. But again, I think you've got a better grasp on this like shifting stuff than I do.
We really don't even need a uint8 because our max is 100. We only need 7 bits to store it. It is possible to do all of this in a uint16. Is that what you're saying? We're just getting way crazy with this.
Yeah,
I don't think that. Let's just do this. This will work. Sure. It's small enough where we could make it a little bit more memory optimized, but
it won't matter.
It won't matter. And like let's token ID string 2, and then that will get us this, which makes sense. Let's actually, I want token canvas ID to be 2 instead. just so we can look at this a little bit nicer. Yeah, this seems right. This is 8, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and I guess we could change this to 8. And oh, okay, that doesn't do what I thought it did. Okay, fine. Oh wait, I wanted 16. Now I'm just playing around and having fun with binary. To string, I want it to be 16, and that would get us 2F01, which would be 01 is 1, FF is 5, and then 2 is 2. Perfect. Yeah, so this should give us a unique token ID, and we can always extract numbers from this if we really wanted to. What else? What else do we need? I guess we need to save the SVG data as well.
Yeah, I think we have 2 steps, right? So there's one where it's like creating a seed, where we can pass it a canvas ID, an X and a Y.
Yes.
And then the create tile, which is saying, hey, look up this token and then update it with that SVG data. So maybe let's, for now, before we get into the create seed, let's just add another mapping that'll be token ID to string for our SVG data.
Token ID is a UNO train public. Let's see. Yeah.
Yep.
Nothing. Yep, that makes sense. And then we would do something similar here. It would be like this get. Should I do like an underscore? How does this work?
Sure. Yeah.
SVG data, token ID equals SVG data.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So we store our. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying now. About this whole thing. So if I guess if we wanted to store like these X and Y coordinates, we would just do another mapping for the X and Y coordinates potentially.
Sure. Yeah. Although
Right.
I think the way that we're setting it up, there should be a way to extrapolate it from
just the token
well.
ID. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Like all the canvas ID, token ID, everything, we should be able to get it relatively easily. And like that could be like some kind of like helper function, like get. Can we just give like return all of them and then define an event that returns the thing? Or is it
I don't know if we
best
want to do an
each one
event, but we can just
individually?
return a value.
Okay.
Yeah. So you could do like get coordinates and then pass it a token ID. And then like public or private, depending on whether you want it.
Yeah, this can be public.
And then you need to set a return type too. So you could do returns and then parentheses and then the type that you want to return. And what's cool here is you can do multiple. So you can do like uint 8, comma uint 8.
I'm like debating like whether we do just coordinates or also board.
Sure. I mean, whatever you think will be useful. Might as well just do all of them.
Yeah. And then like just how it returns actually is going to be like what we do. So now we need to map these things off and actually get this out. Okay. UN8 canvas ID equals. I mean, this should be kind of ugly, but it'll work. Token ID shifted by 6. UN8 X chord token ID shifted by. We need to and this with 0x, this is 32, 4, 5, 6, FF, 0. FF, F is 4, 4, yeah, this looks right to me. And it with this, and that will get shifted by 8, and then yeah, 8 line cord token ID ended with like 0, 0, 0, FF, and then we don't need to ship that one. Does this make sense to anyone other than me?
Nope.
No?
Not at all.
Okay, great. Let's have a learning moment. Hopefully this will work in JavaScript. So we have some token ID, which is now this number. Now we want to extract each of these things. Before we set the canvas ID as 2, we had the X value as 255 and the Y value is 1. So now I'm trying to extract each of these 3 numbers out of it. And we know that the canvas ID shifted into, so if I do, let's get it in binary again, token ID dot string 2. So now this is going to give us the binary representation of our token ID, this number here, 196,306. So we know if we go and look at this, basically what's happening is I'm taking canvas ID, and then this is a left shift. So it's going to say, insert these bits, well, it's left shift by 16. So insert these bits, whatever the canvas ID is. So the canvas ID is 2. So it's insert 2 in binary, 16 bits off to the left. So if we look at this string now, these are these 2 bits. 0, 1 is 2 in binary, and it's shifted 16 bits. If I was to count all of these, this would be 16. So now I have these 2 bits here that are representing the canvas ID.
Now,
now,
did you mean 1 0, not 0 1?
Yes, 1 0. Sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. So it's the first 2 basically of the whole string.
First 2, and it's just shifted by 16. Similarly for X, we set it as 255, so it's all 1s.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to do numbers that are like easy to distinguish in binary. So I shift, like now this is shifted by 8. So if we count this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 8 1s. So that's where the X value is living now. And then now the Y value is just 1. So it's 7 zeros followed by a single 1 to represent 1 in binary. So now we're basically just going to do the reverse thing. But just because the whole string is in one piece, we kind of have to do like a little bit of like manipulation to do this like effectively. So what we're going to do to get the canvas ID back, so I'll just say C. We're going to take this token ID and we're going to shift it by 16. So basically what this is doing is saying all of these values are going to get shifted to the right 16. So it's just going to wipe them out and only leave 1 0. And it'll get padded with zeros in the front. Like that's just usually how shifting works, is it just always pads it with zeros in the front or on the end. So yeah, that's kind of what will happen here. So if I do this, we should get C as 2, which makes sense because that's what we put in as the canvas ID here. Now the next one, I want our X coordinate, X hat, we'll call it. And now I'm going to do token ID, and I want to shift this, or I'm first ANDing it with a mask, which I'm doing is 0x 0000 FF00. So if we look at this binary string, basically the first 8 digits are going to be wiped out because we're doing an AND operation with it. So all of these will turn to zeros. Then FF will keep anything that's in there. So even if this is like 10 10 10 10, we'll get 10 10 10 10 back because of the AND operation. And then anything after that is also zeroed out due to the AND. So this should give us like some weird value. If we do this, like, I don't know, maybe if I remove this and just do it in the console, and then I do a dot toString 2 on it, it's now going to have this, and then with 8 zeros after it, and then I want those 8 zeros to go away. So I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to right shift this again by 8, and okay, we probably need to do parentheses properly, and now it'll give us all ones, which is 255, which is what we wanted for X hat. Well, we didn't want a toString, but this will give us 255. So probably I'll do the same thing here.
Is there a reason to mask and shift? It feels kind of like they're doing similar things.
The mask actually doesn't apply. What I could also do, instead of doing it in this order of operations, I could do a different order. The mask is required because we still have token ID. Token ID dot toString 2. The token ID still has this 10 floating in the beginning of it. So if I was just to shift this by 8, we will not get it back.
Oh yeah, it's destructive. So you actually like trimmed it that way.
Yeah. So what I could do here instead, I could like mask it slightly differently if I wanted to. The other way that you can do this is, I could have done token ID left shift by 16, and I think this should wipe it out, and then do this whole thing right shift it by 24, something like this.
Yep.
-1, which I guess in UN8 would map to 255. Anyhow, I don't know why. Like, there's a bunch of ways to do this. I just think that ending it's the most clear because it's just taking out all the bits that you don't want, and then going from there.
Yep.
And then Y hat should be very simple, because it is already the lowest bits that we want. So I'm just going to do 0x0 0 0 0 0 0 FF. So this is only taking the lower 8 bits, and that'll give us 1.
Very nice.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah. Yep. I remember, bit shifts, like learning them in like CS 102 or something, but that has been a long time. I've never used them since, so it's nice to see them coming back.
Yes. Things like this. I mean, and this is why like we could actually use a uint 16 here, because our max value is 100, which only takes the space of 7 bits. And we're only using, well, I guess we'd need more. We'd need like something like 20 bits. But for the sake of like sanity, we can just do this, and it should be relatively memory efficient anyhow.
Yep.
Cool. And then I guess the return, I can just do something like canvas ID chord.
Yep.
Sweet.
Should we also, this is amazing by the way, should we also set up the token ID generation as its own function?
Probably, yeah. And this can just be an internal function, I guess. Can I do private first, or is it like somewhere at the, it's
after where it says public currently for the one.
I guess get token ID could also be public, right?
Yeah, let's leave it public for now, because it'll be cool to test this in the sidebar in a sec too, after we get this function in.
What should I call this? Generate token ID from UN8 canvas ID UN8 X Y public, and then this would be something like what we did above, and we can just return this. Right? I think that should be sufficient. That makes sense to you, Shrews?
Yep, looks great. I think we need to specify the return type.
Yep. Returns Do I need the brackets or whatever?
You do, yeah, even if it's just
I
a
do.
one.
Okay.
And then try Command S to compile it.
Memory or call data for probably all of these guys.
No, so uints are okay. Strings, I think, need a string memory.
Memory. Is it before?
Or might be before.
It might not even be complaining against that. I don't think it was complaining about that. 32 is not convertible. That's so annoying. But we know this is valid. So now is there like a certain way to cast these things?
Probably. That seems like a Google thing. Solidity, like uint casting.
Who's out of here?
What? I think
Looks like you just wrap it. Yeah.
I don't know if the compiler is smart enough to like. I would love to see if it like could reject me if I was doing this wrong. But I don't know if it will. I need to. I guess I'll close it out then. Okay, what does it not like? Function state mutability can be pure.
Oh yeah. So these are just warnings or optimizations. So you can add more flags to your function definition. So there's things like view, which says that hey, this function isn't going to write anything. It's purely a view thing, so it will read local storage and local data. And then there's pure, which says hey, this doesn't read or write anything that's in data. It's purely like it's literally just like a pure function that has no dependencies, no effects. So what you can do is after public, just type in pure for both of these because they're just like mathematical operations.
Just like saves on gas or something.
Yeah, is it like going to allocate less resources maybe up front for them?
I think it's more for the API definitions that get created. So like when ethers or hardhat or whatever, like those tools will be able to read and then configure things a little bit better based on this.
Good.
Well, I might crash Chrome. Okay, well I didn't, so that's cool. Well, I guess if I generate token ID, I can just like put numbers in here.
Yeah. Let's like try some out and then see if we get the right inputs and outputs back.
I guess like even for generate token ID, we can require that uint8 or everything is like within the value set as well. Oh, that does not look right. I wonder if I have to build this. It looks like it's just the last operation. Yeah, Solidity probably works slightly different. Do I have to redeploy it? How does this work?
Yeah. So if you change it, you got to redeploy it. And you could X out of that one to get rid of it.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Is Chrome frozen?
It's really not happy.
There you go.
This is the one now. I still don't know if this is going to work in one shot. I might have to build it in multiple pieces. Yeah, it doesn't like that. There's no logging there.
There is. It's very hit and miss. Some days it works, some days it doesn't. But let me find it.
Yes. Well, there's got to be a way to do this, but I'm gonna do it in an ugly way first. And this is. and then S or X by 8 plus S or Y. And that will okay. We'll that is great. Let's see if this works, and then I'll have the log. Chrome really hates this. I'm debating whether I firing this. Worked nicely. Oh, maybe I use Firefox. Just close Firefox. And my computer could also just be running out of memory too. Just close those. Try it one more time. This 2, 5, 1. It really doesn't like that. That's kind of annoying.
Are you getting the same? Are you always getting a 1 back no matter what you put in, or is it different based on the inputs?
It's always the Y value. I think. I'm guessing that's what's happening. I bet I can modify that.
Yeah.
I might be doing things like operations, bitwise operations and solidity incorrectly.
Yeah, it could be there's a different syntax. Okay, great.
So far that looks correct. Yes. Oh, wow, what the fuck? Wait, what? What is this syntax? What is A? I have no idea what's going on.
I think A is the input variable. So it says shift A 3 bits left.
Oh yeah, bar A and line above.
So yeah, it looks like yeah.
Some very
What I
terrible
can surmise
variables.
from what's going on there is the double multiplication thing, or the double asterisk is to the power.
Yeah.
So it seems to be doing bit shifting by literally like doing an exponent. Yeah. So I feel like you've got the right idea, but it just needs to be in the syntax. Exponent based.
Yeah, we're totally taking this. These functions seem like they're pretty useful. The ANDs look fine as far as I can tell, and OR looks fine. I'm gonna have to modify the get coordinates, but I think for now. Okay. Canvas ID. It's bytes 1. Is bytes 1 a string? I don't think it's gonna like that, right? This is like very strange. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's logical, and I don't want logical bit logical. Yeah, I mean that's what it says. Okay, let me. I want to try logging this for sure. And before we do any of this like weird function business, because it looks like the operator should be supported as far as I can tell. Doesn't even like that. Go for that for now. %s a string. I don't know what it was. We'll find it out.
It's no longer pure because it's writing to.
That's funny. Will this actually show up in the console? Sure is.
It's so hit and miss. Like literally, it works 20% of the time, 25% of the time.
20% of the time?
Something like that.
That's horrible.
It could be that I'm just doing something wrong when trying to configure it, but I'm literally just copy pasting it from like the hard hat site. So I don't know.
Is it because it's like actually running out on a test net somewhere, and then it has to pull back the logs somehow from that? Like it's not emulating it all in the browser.
Yes and no. So right now you see in the top left where it says JavaScript VM London.
Oh yeah.
Basically, it's running the entire Ethereum virtual machine locally in CJ's browser right now. So it's not shipping it to any test head. It's just simulating it within the browser. But yes, in the sense that the console.sol thing that CJ just imported is doing essentially like writes to some storage that's internal to that contract and then reading it.
Gotcha. Okay, so there's still a couple layers.
Yeah.
I think I know what's going on. It's shifting a uint8 by 16, so it's shifting it to become 0. So this needs to become a uint32 at least. Or I guess we can. Let's just make it. This needs to be.
Would it make sense to just pass it in as a uint32 then?
I'm kind of thinking so.
Yeah.
It would save a lot on this like weird business of doing this. Even though like it'll never be that sized. I don't know how much this impacts things, but again, probably doesn't really matter.
We'll be like a penny for.
Maybe it'll matter when Ethereum is $100,000. These don't need to be doing so or remove all the extra text, make it cleaner. Not a 232. Oh, that's a lot of lights.
I mean, it's especially funny because I think literally everybody who doesn't know this stuff as well, which I think is most people, will just use 256s for everything.
Oh, that's
so we're really coming at it from the other angle of trying to optimize first.
Yeah, I think I'm just so used to like this is just how my brain works because I worked embedded for so long.
Yeah. I bet you could write like much more efficient contracts than most of the stuff that's on mainnet through this kind of stuff.
How did I do version current? It's this last one. Yeah. I mean, bit shifting is fun. I love it.
It does feel a bit safer than like truncating strings and like converting hex. Like this feels a bit more solid.
Yeah, I was getting a little worried about like potential key conflicts and stuff. Like if there just happened to be like, I don't know like what's happening under the hood with the library thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, is it gonna crash again? Only compile this, blows up.
I think there's a memory leak of some sort, but fill it up really fast.
I ran into this problem on Firefox. It's great that they have this though.
Remix or the log?
Yeah, remix.
Yeah,
the
it's super
logs are also
convenient.
fantastic.
Yeah, it seems like you got them working.
Canvas ID 225. That looks like the same number we had before.
Nice.
And I guess if we do this other thing, get coordinates, wherever it is. Boom.
Amazing.
Nice.
Well done.
Sweet. Remove this login. Great.
I guess if you also take the lines back into one, you can turn the function into
Yeah. Oh, this is also a good point, and we should also try to do this in one line because I think it makes sense. I really doubt that we have to how it's written. Quite annoying if that's the case. Make it simple. Maybe we should refresh the page so I don't kill it. Check. Okay. Still get this result out. Got it. Beautiful.
Sweet.
Neato. So great. We're saving SVG data for minting. Do we want to do the like color thing? Are we missing anything? I don't know. I forgot.
I think there's still
Now-
the
now totally
seed
distracted.
token thing, right? Because we have the function that will allow us to upload an SVG, but I think we need to create the seeds too.
Yes. Seeds.
Yep.
And I call this in the constructor or something.
We could actually no, yeah, that should be fine on Polygon. I was gonna say it could be like gas expensive to the point where it'll fail out.
Oh.
Because there's what 64 times 16, 64 total seeds that we're minting, but I think it's probably okay on Polygon.
Okay. I guess we can see what happens. It's gonna be private. What is the only owner flag?
So that would only be useful in public functions, but what it does is says if this function was called by some address that wasn't the owner of the contract, it'll just reject it.
Oh, so probably create title. We don't want that.
No, probably not. But like we probably do want in that, which I think we can come back to, are some require statements of like checking if the token exists checking if the person who is calling the function owns that token already, so therefore they're allowed to. So there are some checks that we got to do.
Check owner of token is calling function. Right?
Yep.
How would we check for token existence?
So we're gonna mint them in generate seeds. So I think we'll have a better idea of how to check against it after that too.
Okay.
But it's
Okay. And I guess for generating the seed, well, SVG data is just null for this. Like, do we just do an empty string?
empty string. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I mean, we really don't even need to set one, right? Because our SVG data
It's just
is a
an
mapping.
empty mapping. Yeah.
So we just don't even touch the mapping yet. We let the create tile function handle that later.
Yep.
So we'll need to do, generate our token IDs for all the ones that we're expecting, and then we'll need to do a safe mint for each one.
Right. So I guess the question is like, what's the function that we want to do to generate the X and Y coordinates on every canvas?
Yeah. Do we want to do that manually, or do we want to do it deterministically in some way, knowing that it could be bad potentially in terms of if they're all spread out too much?
Or too close together.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. It's a pretty large map, and if it is predefined, then I guess just looking at the contract would give you all of them right away. But even if it's not hard-coded, but it's like a very simple function, then I guess it's somewhat predictable even in that case as well.
Yeah, we could make this a public only owner function that we come back to and then mint them manually later on.
And then when you mint them, you pass in.
Oh, like specify.
Yeah.
So
basically, we're just saying let's let future solve this problem.
Yeah, or a future contract that just calls this contract.
True. Yeah.
Create seed, and this is taking in kind of the same. Same params as normal.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is getting into some fun territory now. So
yeah.
So obviously, we'll need to generate a token ID based on those coordinates.
Yeah. Same thing that we had.
And then we got to mint it.
Yeah.
So same thing as line 49 there.
Sender and token ID. Oh.
Yep. And so that's that. I think that's the whole function.
Yeah, I think that's the whole function as well.
Now. Yeah.
What does safe mint do roughly?
So behind the scenes, it's just doing a mint, which is basically saying, hey, let's make a new record for this token ID and give it the ownership of message.sender. Safe mint just adds in one safeguard, which is it checks if that address, if it checks to make sure that address isn't a contract that is not prepared to own an ERC 721.
Neat. Yeah.
Cool. So now on line 49, if we think about our logic flow, what we're doing is we're making seeds manually, and we probably want to put some require statements in there too to kind of make sure that we're not making more than 4 for each canvas and they're within the right ranges and stuff. But we can come back to that as well.
I guess so that a seed is not created on an existing seed or existing tile.
Yep. Which actually that should fail automatically, because if we try to do a safe mint with a token ID that's already been minted, safe mint will just error out. So we get that for free.
Nice. That's great.
So on line 50 now, if we think about our logic flow, we've got, say, a bunch of seeds created.
Yep.
Now somebody owns that seed. They're going to come create the tile, upload the SVG data. We don't need to mint the same token ID again because we theoretically on line 46 have already checked that they are the owner of it, already exists as a token. That being said, now we got to figure out our neighbors.
Yeah.
And do we need to mint those? So there's a bit of a logic, like some writing to do here on that front.
Yeah, and I guess there's a lot that can potentially happen here, in the sense, like, what happens on periodic boundary conditions, or like, are we just saying like, okay, the number went negative? Also, I don't know how Solidity handles like an overflow.
I think we just got to do a bunch of if statements, like if if x is equal 0, then we can skip the left neighbor. If x equals 100, we can or 99 or whatever, we can skip the right neighbor.
Skip the right neighbor. Yeah.
Same thing with y and north and south.
Yeah. And are those only going to be the 4 north, south, east, west kind of?
I think so. Ones? And then there's also
check if it's already
has this token ID already been taken? I think is the last check, because you could have two people with like a neighbor in between them.
Yeah, so it's if that token has been minted.
Yep.
And that check is just done by the key value store defined earlier in the file, right? It's basically a giant lookup table.
Which one? The
for checking if already minted, like, so the existence of all tiles. What does that check look like?
I think basically we could look up the owner of a specified token ID, and if the owner is the 0 address, that means it hasn't been minted. And if the owner is anything else, that means somebody already owns it.
Yeah, that's pretty clean.
I'm just trying to enumerate these values in my head to understand. We really have x stays the same, y goes up. We have y minus 1. And then we have x plus 1, y. And then x minus 1, y. Right?
Yep.
We have to do how do we do this? Like, I want to do this in a loop, or like that's what seems natural, but I also think like each one is kind of special.
Yeah,
So
and we've only got 4 max, right? For at most. So I think it might be more straightforward to just think about the 4 and sequentially rather than
or just 2 pairs of 2.
Yeah, I think 2 pairs of 2 is making sense to me, and in a way, like, how do we want to label these? This is the hard thing.
Well, you could call them top, bottom, left, right to start.
Sure. Or compass directions too.
Yeah, I think compass directions make sense to me. And this will be a uint32 eventually. So north, east. So.
And it's you're saying it's a uint32 because it's the token ID?
Yes. Also, I guess these are supposed to be uint32s now.
Got it. Cool.
And everything else looks fine. So yeah, I almost need to write these individually. For north is going to be.
Is a shortcut here? I'm not sure, 100%, but you can call the get coordinates, like generate the token IDs just based on passing in the different values and then doing the lookup that way. I'm not sure if I'm missing something here.
No, that's exactly it.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I'm not following.
Yeah, you're probably on the right track then. Never mind. Yeah, ignore me. Basically, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
I'll
I'll
explain this.
take it.
Basically, we're going to call the function you wrote earlier the get coordinates again, except build coordinates, and just modify the input values into each one of those.
Yes. So it's really like this. I think I didn't write this directly. Is like this is generate token ID. Canvas ID is going to remain the same.
Yep.
And then whatever the x is, like we have to determine the new x value for this and the new y value for this. But for north, the x value is going to stay the same. So we really only have to determine the y value. So it's like if y is problem. Okay. It's going to be, we're kind of like bounds checking.
Yep.
Actually, we don't need the else. We just do nothing.
Yep.
So if y plus 1 is y plus 1 is less than max height, we can go ahead and do this one, right?
I think that's the check for south. North would be checking if y
0
is greater than 0.
1.
But yeah, I guess it's weird because y plus 1 is actually going south. Oh, this is
Right.
south. This is
Yeah,
south. Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. I was like, what is going on? Y, yeah, okay. Yeah, for sure. Let's keep this north and just say this is y minus 1. I think that's better.
Well,
And
so now you don't want to
1.
check it against max height, though. I think you'd want to check if
You
y
want
is
to check it
greater than
against 0.
I think y
Greater than or
itself
equal.
is greater than 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
You're right.
It's
You're right.
logically the same thing. But now I think you want to get rid of the equals because if you're at 0, you can't go north.
Yes. Oh man. And then I guess there's going to be a similar one. It's going to be what y is less than max height.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I really hope you're going to have to check me on all of these because I'm going to keep messing them.
I can check them in prod.
You can check them in prod. X is 0. 0 do anything. It'll be west, I think.
Yep.
Y. What? All of these look good?
Yep.
That was stressful. And then for checking if it's already minted, is it can we just look at this mapping effectively?
So the SVG data isn't going to tell us enough because it's possible that somebody has gotten an invite token, right?
Yeah.
So I think owner of is an internal function that ERC 721 gives us. So what we could do is like owner of parentheses the token ID. So we'll have to put this into each one.
Yeah.
Like east,
right.
north, south.
North.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah, and then equals.
Null, right?
address parentheses 0, which is effectively like the equivalent of null, but specific to an address here.
Sure.
So if it's unowned, then we can go ahead and safely mint it at that point.
Okay.
But wouldn't this whole line need to happen inside of the if statement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because that might be null.
There's got to be a more concise way, but for now it works.
I'd say it's pretty readable. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a little verbose, but it's clean enough.
Yeah.
For now, we just mint to whoever created this.
Yeah, I think we'll have to come back to this pretty soon to figure out how we get an address passed along to it. But for now, let's just do this to get something working.
Safe mint to them with knowledge. Can I do this all on one line?
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. Oh. Okay. So we mint the neighbors, send them off. I think that's kind of it, right?
I think so. Yeah. Okay, so we've got our own ability to create the seeds, and then somebody's got the ability to come in and then create a tile and update the SVG data. There's definitely like a lot more checks that we're gonna have to write of like if the SVG data has already been filled, we don't want to let them overwrite it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think like let's see if it compiles and runs. Oh, you're using a variable before. Yeah.
It's assigned. Put these all the way at the top. Palettes really should be up there.
Just to double check, I was out for this part. Why is pallets defined in the contract, and what is that going to change dependent on?
Oh yeah, so this was kind of like a design decision essentially. So on our front end now, for each canvas, we have a room for a color palette that will be unique to each canvas with 5 different colors. I think all of them will contain black, but then each one will have like, various shades of another color.
Yep.
So the design decision or choice was essentially, do we allow for people to, find exploits where they can interact with the blockchain directly and mint something where they're using colors that weren't, allowed for that canvas?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so instead of allowing for that, we're basically going to say, don't pass along the actual raw colors as part of the SVG, pass along indexes within the palette.
Okay, that's clever. I mean, otherwise, like, if they passed along the colors, they'd have to be checked against this, and it's just like messier. But if it's just indexed, then it's like a 1-to-1 mapping.
Yeah, the less like string, operations that we have to do, I think the more efficient it becomes.
Totally. Oh, that too. Yeah. Okay. There's like so many factors at play here.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm just writing a helper function for the palette.
Cool.
Um,
I think this one will be a view as opposed to pure, because it's reading data.
Okay. Oh, I see. These are not reading data from the function.
think memory comes after. I think so.
Is this way?
No, it shouldn't be that.
It compiles.
Oh.
I think Solidity is backward in terms of the 2D array syntax.
Okay.
If not, I guess we'll.
Yeah, we can check the debugger for or this thing for what palette we get back.
I guess I can just write some stupid stuff. If we get anything.
What are these extra like fields in the palette?
They all should be colors, but
oh, so the each row is a different palette.
yes.
Gotcha.
So for each canvas has its own palette, so there's 16
and there's 5 per.
of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep, that looks like the palette.
Cool. If you do like another one, do you get back just to make sure? Sweet.
Yep. Cool. Should we? How to check the token exists? So can we do something like this, basically requiring it that it's not this?
Yeah, actually, I mean we can do both of the first things in one function call.
Both of the first things is like validate. What would you say?
So we've got check token exists and check that the owner of the token is calling this function.
Yes.
So if our check to see if the token exists is that it's not address 0, and then the next check that we have to do is that it's the address of the sender, we might as well just turn that into one check.
Yeah, I got you. So it would be required that the address is message.sender.
Yep. And we don't need to recast it as an address either here because it's already
because
one.
it is an address.
Yep.
Cool. And then it'll be owner of. I guess we have to get the token ID first.
Mm-hmm.
And in generate token. Oh gosh. We're gonna have to require a few other things too. We should figure out what max token ID is, probably. How do we, I mean, even validating token ID is its own problem.
What do you mean by max token ID? Is that like to avoid it from going over a particular set, or like the range of accepted values?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we should never be minting a token ID out of range.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but so right, you're saying if somebody passes in position 258 or something and canvas ID 20, like what happens in that case?
Yeah.
Even though the UN32 values can store it, but like to make sure it doesn't mint it.
Yeah, I guess like this require check itself is enough. Suffice that before we mint this guy, and probably before we even generate the token ID, we require that like anytime we mint this is I mean we're also assuming that like our logic here is completely correct.
Mm-hmm.
We need to require the canvas ID is less than max canvases.
And greater than 0.
Yes. X is greater than 0.
Do we have no?
I'll do this.
Yeah.
I think for both of them should be equal. Greater than equal, sorry.
What?
Yeah, so our canvas ID can be 0, so it should be greater than or equal to 0.
Yes.
That's fine, right?
Looks good.
Yeah, I feel like these requires almost need to be in their own function that we can just call.
Yep.
Like at the top of this.
So if you Google solidity modifier, you'll see there's like a really convenient way of doing this. Basically, you can define a specific type of function that is all requires, and then you can just add it to the end of the declaration of the function name, and it'll run it before getting into the function itself.
Our valid tile.
Great.
Then we can just do all of these guys. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. And then you can still accept parameter or like arguments here.
Yes. And this would take campus ID. I have to do all of this, don't I?
Yeah. And then I think that I don't totally understand it, but there's syntax in the modifier where the last line should be underscore semicolon.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know why yet.
It's like some no op that is required or something.
Yeah.
It's calling a
And now what you
function.
can do is, yeah, you got valid tile there, but you got to pass in the params now on line 46.
Are you serious? Really?
Yeah.
I was really hoping it was going to take care of it, but this is fair.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
funny.
because
Yeah, I
sometimes you
expected
only
it to
want to
be.
use one or two of them, or
Yeah, I guess like that's the
Oh.
case in this one.
Oh, so this allows you to use multiple validators or whatever they're called.
yeah. So you can stack a bunch of them, and then you can basically keep them outside of like your core, like internal function logic.
Yeah, that's clever.
This is amazing. This is like actually like so great. This is one of the best things I've ever seen. As someone again is like coming from an embedded perspective where you throw these things everywhere. This is so nice because usually there's just like cascading functions and of these things, and it is so or macros in C really.
Yeah. I think the modifiers might need to come before the return.
Is that right? I was
I
kind of
think
wondering
so.
what the syntax
Yeah.
was there. Something like that.
Believe so. We'll see what the
What it
compiler
does.
says too. Yeah.
Get palette doesn't really matter. For us, it kind of matter. But
I guess get palette might be called with a larger value and then
get coordinate token
mix of
ID.
code.
Yeah, so this one doesn't have that. That's fair. Dang, can I put the require down here for the modifier?
So you can't call a modifier from inside the function, but you can write a new require statement for sure.
Yeah, I guess I'm just like curious because like I almost don't want this function. It doesn't seem like this function should return a value if it's out of bounds on any of these.
Yeah.
And using these requires would be.
That makes sense.
Okay. Cool. Hopefully things are slightly safer now. Still probably need to look more into it, but slightly safer. Let's see. Next seeding. Once the seeds are there, this is there. Okay, now my brain is starting to shut down.
Like, I mean, I can take over for a little bit if you want.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great. Do you want me to just kind of drop this contract in the repo for now and then go from there?
Sure.
It only took 8 hours.
I mean, CJ, you've been going for 4.5 hours, according
For
to
real.
video.
And you
That's
didn't
good.
have coffee today? You said you
I
avoided?
did not have coffee today.
It was
Good job.
impressive. Very impressive. I'm on my second cup.
Drinking for 2.
Yeah, Shrews, I'm also happy to hack the Solidity, but I have
No, by all means, go
written
for
very
it.
little there, so yeah, it would be mostly you like transcribing.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. If you want to jump in, just go for it.
Yeah, I'm down to give it a go just because I feel like I can see the structure of it now, and I kind of have a feel for the direction of where we're going.
Sweet.
So let's give it a go.
I'm just curious, like, what point are we trying to get to today? I might drop off in like an hour or so.
Don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
We
I
wanted
think
like a full circle somehow, or feeling like, I don't know, it roughly worked. But
Okay. I mean, I'm
we're
happy.
pretty
Like,
close.
if I drop off for a little bit and come back later, I mean, I'm also happy to do that as well. But it might be for a while where like friends are coming over to play board games.
Nice.
Sure.
also down to pick up tomorrow.
Same.
But you're out tomorrow, right, CJ?
I think now the plans have been like solidified a little bit, so I think I'm mostly free until about 4.
Oh, nice.
I don't know exactly. Like, there might be a few. Like, I might have to leave at like 2 instead of 4, but roughly free until 4.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, if it works for everybody, I'd be down to do a little bit more today and then pick up tomorrow morning again.
Yeah.
Works.
Yep.
Cool. Think it should be pushed to Git now.
Okay. And did you push it to which branch?
Probably the main branch.
Okay.
I've just been working on main. Apologies if there was another branch.
No. I think main is right. I just wanted to make sure. Yep, I see it now. Share my screen.
Great. Turn on.
Okay.
I think we can basically just delete those, or yeah.
Yep, those. Cool. Oh, whoa, that's nice. Right.
Yeah.
See if things work. Compile it. That's not what we want. We want this. Take
Those
all
are
that.
just a bunch of random wallets that they generate for you to play with.
Sweet. And then we're looking for the tile one. We deploy.
And then you can, in the left, down at the bottom under deployed contracts, you could expand. And there's all your APIs.
There's that screen, yes. And let's wonder where there get coordinates, or the opposite of get coordinates, the other one.
I think generate token ID. So the third one. Yeah. Yeah, try expanding it. Oh, it's thinking you're trying to put in strings for some reason.
Oh yeah, well, weird. Oh, that might be because it broke them out. Yeah, at the beginning when I put them into the first field. No.
Oh, our max width is 100, and you got 255 in there, so it's actually working as expected after
Oh,
CJ did his valid
very
tile.
nice. Yeah.
I think
Okay.
99 is actually the max it can really go to there. There you go.
That passed. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Validation's working.
Nice.
499.1. Sweet. Very elegant sanity checker.
I
Yeah,
guess
great
for the
job with this token
requires-
ID math.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
no worries. I guess for the requires, it's possible to add like strings to them too. Is that the case?
Yeah, so the second argument in any require statement is like an error message that it can spit out if the first half fails.
Mm-hmm.
So like when you were doing something with an invalid tile and you were just getting like this transaction has been reverted, we can actually be sending back a message that says like, hey, X is too big or whatever.
Yep. Out of. I don't know if we need to do all of these now, but it might be nice to see just how this works.
The
in
contract
the
changes
contract.
every time you save,
This one.
which is kind of silly, but
Mm-hmm.
that's what happens.
Gotcha. And yeah, that I was just trying to deploy an already deployed contract or something.
Yeah, so it deploys many instances, so you can this is still calling the old one. So if you go up, you'll see it in X.
Oh,
And then yeah, that's your new one.
gotcha. Whoa. Okay. That's weird. I mean, I like the statefulness of it, but that's definitely a little odd. And so generate token ID now. If we put in 101.
Nice.
Wow. Fancy. Cool.
Beautiful.
All right. So where CJ left off is validating here, and this is surprisingly readable. Not gonna lie, this is cool. This is great.
I think there's one more required check that we should put into this one. Before we write the SVG data on line 66, I think we should make sure that there isn't existing SVG data for that slot.
Yeah.
And
is there a default value that we can check against, like null or
empty string?
Mm-hmm.
Just two quotes with nothing in between them. Nice. I think it'd be a double equals instead of a not equals. Because basically we're saying we need
we were validated.
that to be empty. Yeah.
Yep. String storage ref and literal string. Do we have to do a get? Maybe some sort.
I think that's going to be a Google string compare solidity. Yep, there's some funky X.
Holy hell! There's a whole contract.
I don't think we need all that. I found this one right here, the Kekak.
Oh yeah,
256 is what we can do.
Got it. Okay. So just wrap that around both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we got to wrap it even further with the ABI.encode packed on the inside.
And where's that encode coming from?
Here, all in the.
Do we have an example?
Okay. Yeah. Putting the link in now. So they've created a utility function for themselves, or you can just take the specific, yeah.
Nice. No exceptions.
Nice.
Okay.
Cool. So some other things that we might need to figure out is we don't necessarily want to be sending the invite tokens or the neighbor tokens back to the original message sender. So that's one area that we could work on.
The alternative being asking, putting them in a pool of some sort until the original sender gives us an address to send them to.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, I imagine we could do another function that's like, create a invite neighbor or something, and then that invite neighbor can take a canvas ID and coordinates, and then it should check to see if like the caller is going to be a neighbor to that that specified address essentially.
Yep.
And if so, then go ahead and mint that. So kind of moving the most of the logic from line 72 onwards and separating them out into multiple functions.
Got it. And this would be called basically one at a time. So the inputs are a root tile and the neighbor relative to it, and the person who's getting it, and it's just going to run through the whole process.
Yeah. So you want to get a token ID for like, if I let's say that I just created a tile and I want to come and invite my westward neighbor.
Yep.
I would pass along my token ID. That's like, you can check that to make sure I actually own it. And then probably want to check to do a little bit of math on the XY coordinates to make sure that it's actually a neighbor. And then the check to see if that token ID has already been claimed. And if all those things are okay, then I think you can mint it to an address that I also specify. Nice.
I should have types on this. Token ID is a UN32? Or
I think so.
Something else. I'm trying to find an existing one here.
Yeah, UN32 on line 34. Let's see, yeah.
Cool.
I think CJ made everything UN32s for consistency here.
No, that's good.
And then we do want to see or receive an address to send to as well. So I think that'll be our fourth parameter.
Target.
Sure.
Recipient.
Great.
So first we want to make sure that this is going to be a similar check to the owner up. Basically this,
so.
But just that it's not 0. Or that it is the caller. Actually.
Yeah, so we get both of those first two checks for free through that one line then.
Yeah, yep. And messages available regardless of params, right? It's like a global.
So message is, anytime you're inside a function, you get message object, which will have message.sender, and it'll have message.value, which is the Ethereum amount sent with that transaction. So in most cases, right here, we don't have to worry about it, but it's cool that exists there too.
Yeah. All right. Then we want to basically figure out which of these 4 it is. And whether it's owned. So something like Well, actually, we don't need to know whether it's north-south. We just need to know that the delta between the target and our current one is just 1, and it's not out of bounds. But how do we know which one they own? Like, is it safe to say? Well, because it would be inefficient to search based on that.
So
wait, we get that from the token ID.
Yeah, so we can use CJ as a helper function somewhere in there that's like get coordinates, I think.
Yep.
So we can pass it a token ID, get back.
Canvas ID X. So this would be like a request or sender X, sender Y. Is that how multiple?
I don't remember. Let me check.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a similar thing here.
Yeah, so it's I guess var, which I'm not used to seeing var.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, yeah, maybe, but just parentheses around the yeah.
Around all of them?
And I guess yeah.
Whoa.
I think instead of var uint32 would be appropriate, because I've never seen a var inside Solidity, but it's inside the Stack Overflow response. So
weird. Okay, yeah, let's try uint32.
If you command S now to compile it, does it complain?
It did. Visibility, I think we're okay with making this public. So that's fine. Canvas ID doesn't, I guess all of these individually need to be uint32s, and then maybe this is var then? That feels really weird.
I wonder if it's maybe you have to like do uint, like you have to define them a line above and then catch them.
Yeah.
Potentially.
And then now we're just doing simple assignment.
Yeah, let's see if that works.
Primary.
Maybe it's a tuple, right? That's what these things are called.
Yeah, but we didn't. I don't think CJ made explicitly a tuple. I think they're just comma separated. It's possible Solidity automatically converts that though.
Yeah,
it is.
That's right.
Actually, yeah, it's just in parentheses. So
got it.
One would think just unpack.
What happens if you didn't have the uints defined beforehand? Will it work?
It's given us some error.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's the same error actually. So, but that's because I also had uint32 definitions before each one as well.
If you were to just comment out this line as well, does it complain about something on the next line? Like I wonder if it's a syntax thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Undeclared identifiers.
Yeah, which makes sense. So
yeah,
we have nothing.
Okay, but this compiles at least.
Yeah. This is unhappy again.
Do you need to name the return values themselves?
You mean
like in the function? Yeah, I was just looking at this web page as well.
And so you're saying
in the function that's returning multiple things, it's naming them as well. I don't know if that matters or not. I'm guessing not, but
yeah.
That should be okay.
I'm curious if we get, well, because we're matching this structure perfectly right now, right? Var parentheses separated equals my function call. That's what we are doing. And then get coordinates. How would you name an explicit return variable here? Are you saying like assign it to a variable first and then return it?
CJ? I think that was. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Searching.
Sorry, can you say again?
Yeah, you meant when you said to name the variables before returning. Did you mean here?
No, in the return above, like after pure, it looks like it looks like they named them in some way.
Got it. Okay, in that Reddit post.
In the Reddit thread, I don't feel like it would be necessary, but
yeah, it's worth a try.
They did do that, and I don't know what benefit it really has over whatever.
Basically, this UNT.
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks like var was deprecated in Solidity 0.4, and we're on 0.8 now, which might have something to do with it.
That certainly might.
So here's in Discord. Here's somebody doing it the other way, which I think we tried something pretty similar to. Of like define the types and then just catch them. Although did we have var in front? Did we try it without?
Yes. So no, I don't think I tried it without.
That might.
Oh, nothing exploded. Nice.
Yeah, seems good. We're just
nice.
So got our center x y. Now we want to basically build the target tile equals, generate that, same canvas ID, but now we're actually passing in invite x and invite y. But that's unknown, like basically untrusted, until we also figure out if basically it's allowed to be made a tile. The simplest thing I can see is like make sure it's empty and then make sure that x is within a range of +1 and -1 invite x or rather sender
so.
x. Yeah, it feels weird. I feel like the same thing CJ felt that like check. It's like it just feels so simple.
Yeah.
Sender x is the invite.
This could also potentially be a require, and then just like a very stacked one with many ors.
Yeah, I think. Would it be stacked or just a bunch of requires in a row?
I think it would need to be stacked with like or statements in between because we need one of those things to be true. It's a neighbor to one of our.
Yeah, I was thinking things. Or left or right, but it needs to be left, right, top, or bottom. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. That could be better then. So basically, we're looking for sender x to be, I mean, maybe equal to is just like the easiest one here, and then invite x -1 or sender x equal to invite x +1. We've already done the bounds check because we ran through generate token ID, so that's okay.
True.
Sender y equals to -1 or sender +1.
Nice.
Is there any sort of wrapping that you can enable in here? Have you seen that?
Like a prettier thing? Not that I've seen in Remix, unfortunately.
Not a prettier, just so that it like wraps the text.
Oh, line wrap. There's a settings. There's like a gear icon in the lower left. Maybe it's in there.
Probably, yeah.
There you go.
Word wrap. It's disabled. Oh,
what?
Never mind.
Oh.
Okay, that's a very. It looks like you can't do anything with it, but actually you can click it. It's very not like. Yeah, it's weird.
They didn't think an empty checkbox was obvious enough.
Yeah.
for Solidity developers.
Yeah. All right. So now we have our target. If it makes it past this point, I guess maybe before that we just check the blank because it's probably cheaper to do that. target tile owner of does not equal 0x effectively, but I'm assuming there's a different way to do that.
I'm gonna be right
Yeah.
back. I'm just gonna
Sure.
be back.
I think line 104 had an example there.
Literally add 0. Wow.
Yep. And then,
and again, we're checking for the actual like truth of.
Yep.
Yep. So target request.
Nice.
All right. So that's at this point, I think, can trust this target tile. We check the bounds, and is there anything else that needs to happen to it before we, I guess, actually ship it off?
Is it possible that the X could be 1 less, but the Y could be like 100 off?
Oh, great catch.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So just to role play this here, we have 5 being the like inviter, and the requested tile could be 6 100 or 6 5. So we need to basically have it validate on this and not validate that. I think this might be a double OR where we wrap this into an OR.
I think
And
each. Go ahead.
well, yeah, basically like we check is +1 or -1 and sender Y equals. No, okay. No,
Yeah.
I think I lost whatever I was thinking.
No, I think you had it right. Although I was maybe thinking of a slightly less elegant and more verbose solution of for each of our 4 checks here. So like sender X equals invite X -1 and sender Y equals invite Y, and then just kind of verbosely do that for each one.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Sender X, just the inverse for the sender Y stuff. So
yeah,
yeah, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. So sender Y equals invite Y,
and then probably wrap that section. Yeah.
Yep. So that's basically the shape of it. I would just replicate it. Sender X to invite X, or sender Y, sender. Yeah, I guess there's probably a slightly like more compacted version of this, but it should work.
And do you need to check if it's like actually on the board too? Like if they gave you a coordinate that's out of the.
We should have it blow up if we asked for the target tile token ID to be generated because it runs through the required checks.
Okay, I missed that part.
Oh, good. Yeah. So basically, out of bounds does not empty, and is this check equivalent to checking the SVG? I remember there was the difference was that somebody could put in a blank SVG, but is there anything that we need to check here regarding the SVG data?
I don't think so, because if it's owned or not.
Yeah.
If it is owned, if it's not owned, it can't possibly have an SVG based on the current contract. So.
Great. Yep. Yeah. That makes sense. So now, what is it? Just a safe mint. Target and recipient.
I think it's the other way around, but
Ah.
yes. Anyway.
Yeah, that'd be important to get right.
Semicolon and a line. Yeah.
Yep. Oh no.
It's
Target
so
tile.
mad.
I
You need
think
to
I will.
type.
I feel like
Nice.
target tile ID may be more appropriate here. Oh, now it's happy.
Great. Cool. And then we could probably toss lines 85 onwards because we don't need to do that in there anymore.
Right, because we're not doing it all at once, and
Yeah.
Cool. Feels like something else should happen here, but maybe that's just my like not usefulness to, or not being used to solidity. I guess yeah. Once the stuff's set in there, everything's fine, and we just exit the function call.
Yep.
Wow.
In the neighbor call, are we checking if the SVG is not blank? Maybe we should do that.
This one?
Yeah. So like I should, if let's say I own the tile for 5.5, but I haven't filled it in yet, I shouldn't be allowed to invite neighbors.
I don't know. That feels like maybe more of a gameplay thing, because maybe you like want to get people in. Well, I guess maybe I missed it, but was there any conversation about like how much of this like sync versus async, and whether rewrites were going to happen, or is it like purely sort of segment by segment, or is it still an open question?
I think it's still an open question.
Yeah, we opened it up a little bit, but decided to push it back to about here.
Right. So
there's there's one thing I want to ask that might help a little here, or it might be a tangent. I don't know. So is there a connection between the complexity of the SVG and gas cost? Like in the final. Go ahead.
Yes, but on Polygon, it's again like completely negligible. When we do it on a, or go ahead.
Yeah.
When we do it on Ethereum, I'm picturing that that'll just be an IPFS thing, because we may want to do other stuff with that asset.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, if there was like a hard line or some reason to be efficient with the SVG data, I was thinking there might be a cap there, like it's the equivalent of ink, and you only have X amount of ink or something.
That's a good point, though. Like, what is how much? I guess how big can an SVG data array value be? Have we defined that limit?
I don't think so. You can make pretty sloppy SVGs.
Just be like, wow, okay. Well, sweet. In that case, then. Well, I guess the other thought here is like, while somebody's drawing in their SVG thing, is any of the temporary SVG data being sent to other clients through anything like WebSockets to show them before it's minted?
Not at the moment.
Because my thinking here is like, it would only make sense to allow concurrent drawings in some sense if other people could see the concurrent drawings. But if your neighbors are only going to see your tiled data after you've locked it in, then essentially that like answers our question, and you can't invite your neighbor until there's something drawn. But if we do go for that temp data sort of like layer, then we can have that.
Yeah, so in this case, like, so just moving back up to the mechanic, like, so right now we have it where, you know, you draw, you hit save, and then it paints to the broader canvas, right? Like,
Yep.
I think that's still a good model. You don't need to see any of this stuff in real time. And then it's whether or not we like lock it in with that save, and then that, you know, because it could be a soft lock in, which is you put some amount on the canvas, and that is enough to like create or like give you the UI to create your tokens to send off.
Yeah, so kind of a draft in that sense.
Yeah, and you can continuously edit it throughout the process of the game.
That feels nice.
Yeah, and then so when you go on the canvas, it's just in the last saved state for all the tiles. And then if somebody updates it, you can then respond to it. It's more like email than it is Figma or something.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it, but it still has the synchronous nature.
Yeah, you're still playing with other people in something closer to real time.
I like that.
So we want to do that. That just means taking out one of the requirements, right? That's allowing for the SVG to be updated after it's been set once. So I think if we go down to create tile, it's just commenting out one line, which is at 82. Yeah.
That's great. Wow.
So like turning off and on that kind of thing is also an option,
That's,
I guess. Like
totally.
Things get locked into place.
Yeah, that's
oh yeah.
Yeah, I can totally see a different game mechanics based on both, but the idea of a more like generative one feels like one that call and response happens and across it.
Should we set in some like God controls like that we can toggle on and off when we want?
Yeah, how does that work? Is that like basically a bar that's
set up,
stored in here, and only a certain set of contracts can like change that value?
Yeah. So if you go all the way to the top, you'll see line 8. We inherit ownable. So what the ownable contract does is just gives us a variable that's called owner, which is an address, and then a modifier, which is a check, like a checking function. The modifier is called only owner. So we can tag that onto any function definition, and then it says, hey, if this function is being called by anybody who's not the owner, don't let them do it. So what we can do is just set up like, along like maybe line 15 or something, or 13, like a Boolean that's like editing enabled or something. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. Yep. And then
this could be at the very bottom here. Function toggle allow.
And then we want to put our modifier in, which is only owner, capital owner. Yep.
If it returns nothing, do we need to specify returns?
No, just yeah.
And
nice. And then the line that we commented out, we can basically just be like,
put it if not allow editing, then we check, but that feels a little redundant.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to wrap or require with an if. I think that might take some optimizations out that the wallets try to take advantage of. But we can put it into the require, so it can be like
an and
require allow editing and or I need to think through the logic, but yeah, we can basically put it in line.
Okay, yeah. So if I could wrap my head around this, basically this is saying our incoming data.
That's basically saying make sure it's blank. The token ID. Let's make sure it's blank.
Slot of the incoming data. Yep.
Which maybe we don't need to check for at all at this point. Maybe it is just, are you allowed to edit or not? and then
Pretty
yes
much.
or no.
I think so.
So require, allow, editing, or it's blank.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's it.
Yep.
It might be helpful just to put that in a function. It's a little bit more readable. What's going on?
You mean
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense or not. Is like
No, yeah, I think that's
I
nice.
think it
It would
does.
be essentially mean something like allow editing or target tile is blank.
yeah.
And really, we're passing only the token ID target, and then
Awesome.
much more readable.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Save and see what blows up. I guess it was.
Yeah.
And there's probably some like public, private stuff you got to put in there too.
Mm-hmm. Expected a comma, got a semicolon.
Huh.
Breaks. Another. No, wait. We have one parentheses, closed, closed, equals, open.
Yeah, we need one more.
Yeah. Same here. I guess this one is actually like that.
Nice.
And now we have that public. Yep. No red, but yellow. Oh.
Sweet. Cool. That's how you do admin functions.
That's cool. That's a very elegant, understandable. Just wow.
Can you walk me through that, just generally?
John, you want to try?
Yeah. In our contract, which is like both the state and the thing that allows us to change the state, we say allow editing by default equals true, and we have a function in here that only the owner of this contract can call, and it's a stateless function, so it can you don't pass anything to it. It's kind of like a switch, and all it does is flips the value of allow editing to the opposite of allow editing. So that would change to false here, and whenever we want to create tile, we are going to double check that allow editing is true, or the target tile that is intended to be edited or written is blank. Did that make sense?
So I think you cut out there for a second.
Oh no.
For the last 2 sentences.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So are you clear on how this value is set and changed?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way that value is basically used or checked is right here. So that needs to be true, or this needs to be true.
Got it. Okay, so the larger scale implications is that you have effectively admin God mode, and then the owner of the contract can toggle that thing somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we basically just defined one new variable that we then check against. So if we want to add in other controls like, is season finished or something like that, that would be the exact same pattern.
Okay. And you could progressively decentralize these things by putting some mechanism on them that isn't controllable by, got it.
So if you, John, in the left-hand sidebar, if you click on ownable.sol, kind of in the middle of the file browser,
Yep.
This is the contract that we're inheriting. That's the owner, that sets the owner stuff. So you can see on line 20, it's just creating a space for an owner address to be stored. Line 27, the constructor, which is called anytime the contract is deployed, that basically sets the default owner when we deploy it to be the address that deployed that contract. Only owner, line 41, that's the modifier that we used to wrap our function with that check to make sure that only the admin can run it.
Yep.
And then line 53, there's a function that the owner can call called renounce ownership, this is what Dom did with the loot contract. This is what burns the keys essentially to the contract. It says make the owner 0. Finally, on line 61, transfer ownership, you can give it a new address and it'll store that internally. So the way to kind of decentralize this would be to transfer ownership to the contract or the address of the multisig, for example.
Yep. Makes sense.
That's very grokkable. Yeah.
Is it possible for a multisig to deploy a contract?
I think it is, but I think it's just tedious. So for the most part, people just they'll deploy it on their own and then they'll immediately do like the transfer ownership as like the first transaction on the contract.
Okay.
So it's a matter of time before somebody puts a front end on that.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so we've got an admin function that'll let us make our seeds that we can manually kind of do. There's probably some checks that we should write into that for kind of trustless and stuff and making sure that we don't screw it up.
What sort are you imagining? Like making sure that it's not. I mean, out of bounds should be checked by token ID, but
and valid tile.
Valid title.
I think we want to make sure that we ourselves cannot create more than 4. Or I think CJ made like a max, like constant up towards the top. I forget what it was called.
Yep.
But we probably want to be able to count.
How do you count seed tokens? Are they stored in a separate array?
Not at the moment. So that's something we can implement.
Yep. Maybe basically another. Okay, so I just write down what's going on here. We're gonna check is not exist and greater or less than. So this check. Oh, this is all. Valid tile is actually what's catching us on before we even generate token ID. So that's okay. But valid tile doesn't tell us whether it's filled or not. So
correct.
We basically want and to check. I mean, that owner of feels like the more appropriate one for that, right?
So one thing that we could do here, it's not necessarily a huge cost if we include this, but if you want to see what's going on, because like this will only ever go through this exact flow that we're describing the contract. We're about to call safe mint at the end of this function, right? That's what we're trying to head towards and just kind of catch any mistakes along the way. So safe mint will exist inside the ERC 721 contract, which if we want to jump into that from the sidebar, it's just a few rows below ownable. Up to, just down to
that one.
One more.
721. Oh, okay.
And then if we do so this is like this is the NFT contract that everybody kind of built on top of. So this is the core internal. So if we search for _safe mint, which is a function that we are calling from this, scroll down just a little bit more. You can see that when we call it, it goes to line 258 to call this one.
What's the difference between these?
So in line 250, it's safe mint with two arguments, 2 and token ID.
Oh, right.
And then what it does is just basically just sends it to the other safe mint, which is 3 arguments, the last one being data, but we're calling 250, which will internally call 258, which internally calls 263 _mint. So let's look up _mint. This is getting somewhere.
Yeah.
But you can see they've got this exists call that they do internally on line 284. So we can look up exists. What I'm getting at is basically the deeper in we go, they're doing already exactly that call that we were about to write.
Yeah, I see.
Because it's only ever going in this same direction, there's only one way to go. We don't necessarily need to rewrite that test ourselves. That being said, it's a trade-off of like how readable do you want it to be to the next person that comes along versus assuming that they know that that check will happen. So it's a trade-off of readability and kind of understandability, but technically speaking, we are safe even if we don't include that check.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I see. So in other words, by the time safe mint being called is what is going to run that check regardless. Yes. And yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, maybe this warrants a comment. It just says like safe mint will ensure token ID not equal address 0.
Great. Yeah. Comment is exactly the right solution, I guess.
Sweet.
Doesn't cost anything, but it's readable by other devs. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, I mean, I would probably forget that. So yeah, but that's very useful. Cool.
I guess owner of token ID is not address 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that goes away. So now we deal with our count. What I'm imagining here is a similar mapping. Wait, no, actually, it doesn't need to be mapping. No key here. We just have an array. So it'd be more like this one. It's a string. It's going with the size of max seeds per canvas. And I guess it's instantiated as blank in our case. But do we need to fill it with some sort of null values?
What do we intend to fill it with later?
Token IDs, I guess, actually.
Do we need to store those?
Not necessarily. I guess if we through all tiles, but if there's a easy way to look them up, then we have them in a list. I don't really know. I guess when a new seed is being placed, it needs to ensure that it is itself not more than X number of blocks away from other seeds. So maybe just to get that number faster.
Makes sense. So if it's a token ID that we're storing, our token IDs are uint32s. So we can, and then, we probably do need to fill it with some empties, I would imagine.
Basically address 0.
I think just zeros, because it's not an address, it's a uint32.
Yeah, it's an ID.
But I think we'll need to do 16 of those 0 rows.
Because it's an array of arrays based on canvas ID. Oh, I see. Any reason that it's not like a mapping to arrays? Is there something that like
it could be that too?
Okay. Yeah. But I mean, I think array is a little more readable, so that feels. Also, I'm assuming there's no magical 16 like Python here.
If there is, I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, it feels like somebody would not like that sort of thing going on.
Yeah, I think for this, as opposed to the palettes where we are expecting to predefine it, a mapping might make more sense because we don't have to initialize any values. So our intent with the mapping is before we deploy this contract to a mainnet, that's all filled out with real colors. On the other hand, the seeds, we're going to deploy that.
And they're only going to fill in one at a time. And we don't care if they're 0. Yeah. Yep. So this is going to be a mapping of well, it's still, I guess, uint, because it's canvas ID, and then to array. That.
Yep, and then we still got to put a type in for what the array is going to be preceding the array.
Preceding, yes.
Yeah.
And I think
the size.
It's a 1D array this time. I think it's
yes.
Yep.
And the size 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then we name that C. I guess feels strange naming it uppercase because it's not a constant. Whereas
I think
palettes
lowercase is.
Yeah.
Sweet. I also think our key can be a uint8 because it's the same as the canvas names essentially, where our keys are just between 0 and 15.
Yep. But yeah, the uint32 maps token IDs. So, yeah.
This might, I mean, there might just have to be a cast involved because I changed everything to uint32 before.
Oh, so maybe we should just change everything to uint32 here too, and the line above. Yeah. Great.
Feels reasonable.
Not necessary, but maybe save some random complexity.
Luxurious code.
Luxurious.
Very luxurious, taking up 32 bits.
Listen, energy is scarce these days. Trying to keep the planet from boiling.
Matching declaration found after argument. Look up. Good.
I think we can just take that line out because that's what our 62 line turned into.
Of course. So when we're creating the seed, our first thing is going to be that canvas ID. Filter count. I guess it's an array.
It's going to be an array full of zeros by default.
Yeah.
So we could just do a check against all 4 kind of inline manually, which might be the most efficient, even if it's a little.
Really? Oh yeah. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Yeah. So, essentially saying 0, 0, not equal 0, 4, and the rest.
Yep. We could also just do a counter that's another mapping.
Yeah.
And just count that up to 4. That might be easier because we're also going to need to know which slot to put the seed into.
We get that in both right away. Yeah. Is it the typical sort of 3, like for the for loop here? Is it like the old JavaScript traditional one, or is there 4?
Yeah,
magical?
The var I equals 0, I less than 5 or whatever. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I guess it'd be types, but.
So number.
No.
UN 32, sure.
Max canvas, because we're starting at 0. We have that, and if we're going to want to break and put, or I guess really here we're looking for the first empty slot. So if we get to this point on the last loop, we'll know that there are no more. But if we get here, then we'll know that this is our seed slot. So we can say that canvas ID that will be equal to our token ID. But before we do that, no, that's it. Yeah, because that
Yeah.
registers it. Yep.
And then I think move to safe mint up there as well.
Mm.
And then I want to double check if break will actually break out of a for loop in Solidity.
Yep. And so I guess if it gets to the very end of this, then I don't know if is it worth calling. I guess how do you call require?
Just require -1, or require false probably.
Mm-hmm. No more seed slots for. No more seeds.
Okay, so break will work.
Awesome.
But we're gonna get a require a revert every time now.
Yeah, the require needs to be.
Oh yeah.
Can you return after the safe mint? I don't know if that'll solve it, but I think it should.
Instead of
not my yeah, right.
That could be interesting. Yeah, let's give it a shot.
It's not my favorite conditional logic, but it should work.
Wait,
It feels like jumping out of a moving car.
Yeah, the loop was running. You're like, okay, peace out.
So return will just kill the loop. We don't need break in that case, right?
No.
Yeah, it'll return from the whole function.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. That's cool.
The requires, I guess, yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, we can leave
nothing
the
will
require
happen. Yeah. But it's just like feedback at that point.
Yeah.
Wait. So
I think you need a semicolon.
After return.
Yep.
That looks very interesting. All right. So 0, 1 less than. Iterate. If it's blank, then we set it to not be blank. Mint it. Send it off. Kill the loop. Valid title. Ooh. Wait. Oh, okay. No, I keep looking at this as a function.
That's a bounce thing. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, that confused me. Okay.
Yeah.
Great seed. Nice. That was less than I thought. Seeds.
And it compiles okay?
I'm not seeing any red, so I think so.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Wow. What else?
Can you walk me through that one again? Kind of have the shape of it, but
Totally. I think what might help in this case is basically simulating these real quick. We have 0, here is less than. And basically, so if there are no seeds on this canvas, then, oh, well, actually this reminds me, check seed bounds relative to other seeds. But as we're starting through our for, we're saying is the like 0th slot of this canvas ID's list of seeds blank. If it is, set our target sort of seed token address to that slot, send the token that allows them to mint that off, and then kill the loop. In the case that there's like 3 values in there, we go through, and each time basically this would see that it's not blank, so we skip over to the next iteration, skip next over to the next iteration, and if it's totally full, then we just go through the whole thing and nothing happens.
okay, got it. And then the relative to other seeds is like the neighbor thing.
Yeah, so this is not quite neighbor, but like I mean, we were throwing around the number 25,
oh, that's right.
But
Yeah.
this
Spacing.
this has some like really weird geometry things going on here because 25 blocks in every direction has like at least 80-90% of them that fall like somewhere in the middle of the tile, and we'll have to like figure out if it's always on the tile boundary above or the one below. And
also initial conditions are kind of weird.
Yeah. So I mean the really like hacky janky solution to this is to say that it just needs to be within x plus 25 or y plus 25 or x minus 25 or y, so we make a square instead of a circle. That cuts a lot of geometry out.
Yeah.
I mean, we could also just find, I'm sure, like a distance between 2 points function in Solidity probably is on Stack Overflow.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if this is
Maybe not.
Solidity, given that it's mathematics, but
Oh yeah, no.
Python.
This sum of the squares.
Yeah, if not, then
sum of the squares.
square's probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, for the very first one. But I think, because as time goes on, well, we may also have to take into account, like, we talked about a potential of, I've scribbled, but, so if a point is dropped here, here, and here, there's like a little dead zone potentially in the middle that also should be valid. So there's like all sorts of these weird things. I think for now it's simple to say, yeah, just if it's in the square around the target point, then make it go there.
Yeah, I'm curious. In Solidity, it might be between 2 points because there's not a floating point, and you'd normally use square root. You would make a square, add the sum of the like squares, and then take a square root around it, and that would give you the distance.
Right.
But because there's not floating point, you'd have to point, and it would get kind of ugly.
Yeah. So up here, after we've already generated the target value, maybe even before that, to be honest, we want to say, because it is a valid tile, so we were on that. Yes, now we want to, okay, this is funny. So we also basically need to do this loop to figure out what the existing points are before we create it. So what I'm kind of maybe picturing here is like, seed that can exist. I don't know if that's actually the right flow.
Wait, sorry,
here.
what were you checking here? I missed.
Not sure where I was going with it, but I'm essentially trying to separate out the fact that we need to check our array and loop through it and do a mathematical operation on each thing inside of the inside of this array, but only if there is a blank seed as well. And I'm kind of wondering which check should happen first.
Wait, that's what I don't understand, because this is also checking if there's a blank seed.
Exactly. Yeah, so I was thinking of separating it out. So I know that check is already happening. I guess, does it make sense to also in here before setting it, we basically check bounds and just have each.
Yeah, I think so.
Basically, if this check fails, then return as well.
What are the bounds though? That's what I'm not understanding.
Oh, so the new bounds is more of like a range, check range, but it just means.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
We don't want to make islands on opposite corners of the map. Like we want them to be within some range of each other.
I see.
This will be a constant, so maybe let's say seed range. So x is less than and x is greater than x plus minus seed range. Y is.
Are these two different x's?
No, these are two separate checks. So I'm not assigning them to anything yet. I'm just sort of drawing them out.
Got it. Okay.
Yep. Y is greater than. Let's do less than.
Oh, you're gonna have to loop through all the points.
Yeah. That's not that's fantastic. I guess one check at a time and just have it kill it as early as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can also skip the check if our I equals 0. right? Because if it's per
yep.
seed, then
True.
yeah.
I is greater than 0. So here we're going to say, there's also some consternation I have here about this less than basically being out of bounds. No. That's being taken care of by this. So this is at the end of the day going to explode if the target tile is out of the square. All this is saying is that it needs to be close to existing seeds. So that's basically safe already. Okay.
I think I'm still missing something here because I think x would always be less than x plus a constant unless that constant was 0.
It's a good point. Yeah, shit. So I think the structure might look similar to this then, or a little similar, where some of them are being checked at once, and we want to check the existence of being in a range between two. So basically this, x is greater than x minus seed range. And this is all being ORed with, or is it, are they all being ORed, or is it pairs of them being ORed? No, because this needs to be an AND.
Yeah.
Ah. Okay, so now we know that we're not in the first loop, and we've passed the radius check, and only then do we set and return. This is a very deep loop. I don't. Yeah, this isn't super clear on what's going on.
Parentheses stuff. You need one more opening parentheses.
One more. Yeah.
I think there's still something off with the math here.
There very likely is. So let's try to
let's figure it out.
put this out on paper. Our incoming requested tile is 8, 16, and our existing seeds are, let's say we have 1, and it's at 1, 1, 1. So here we're going to be checking for 8 is less than 8 plus 25, which is 33. That's going to be true. And y is less than y plus seed range, so 20. Or which it is. So both of those pass. I might try and
fail.
Yeah. I might be trying to brute force this thing. So what we're looking for is then, I guess, seed maybe 30 to 20, like say obvious 30 and 5.
Right.
So our 30 is less than 30 plus seed range, which is E5. So that's no. Or x is greater than x minus seed range. So 30 is greater than 30 minus 25, which is
true.
Oh.
That's why I think we don't need x on both sides of the comparison. I think we need to look at, because that's the x that's being passed in, but we're not referencing the x coordinate of this current seed that we're looking at that already exists. I think that's it.
Yeah, you need to get the full pair, like the coordinates of this seed that's there, that's non-zero.
Yep.
Or
Yep. So
or the x and
basically want to say seed X is equal to seeds canvas ID I. Oh, we're gonna still want to unpack that as well. So, oof. Okay. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on.
Maybe not. Okay. Yeah. I might.
I'm confused about one thing. Is like trying to get that value from the array. We already know that this one is blank. Oh, you want to do I minus? Is that it? Oh gosh.
No.
No, you need to
So
you need to
this-
loop through all of the seeds that are non-zero, right, and check against them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious, like if we just leave like a function stub and then just leave it to be completed, and like just say that it's going to return a Boolean value and then go from there.
I agree. Yeah, because I think this maybe that's where my instinct to split this loop into two was, but then I was like no gas fees. But I think basically these are two separate checks because we need to know every seed to check its position.
Yes.
Okay.
For what it's worth, this is also a lot of security for an only owner function. This is us protecting us against each other.
Us. Yeah.
And ourselves. Yeah.
Okay. So let me maybe snapshot this. Here. Just undo a bunch. Let's hope they have unlimited undos.
I think if you just delete some, like those ones, it'll be all good.
Yeah. So basically back to here. And we're just going to require seed is existing. Something like that.
Yep.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was a digression.
I think one of the last things to figure out in the contract now, unless I'm mistaken, is how to return the right token URI so that we have like full on-chain SVG, and then how do we encode and decode our SVG data to use our color palette?
I see. How is the SVG being converted into the palette? Is that being done like?
Haven't done it yet.
Oh,
I don't think on either end. So on the front end, there's a CJ built a React like color picker, so that the UI will only surface to the appropriate colors for any given canvas.
Nice. Okay, so the human input is basically good. All we have to do is like loop through the SVG data and substitute stroke.
Probably. Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
It might even be easier to just on the front end do like a string replace for the full hex code, because we don't have text input on the canvas, so it's not like there's the risk of overwriting data.
I guess my question is, what happens to other hex codes in SVG that aren't in our lookup?
I don't think there would be any based on the controls that we have right now.
Yeah, I think it's if someone like input malformed data.
Well, I guess
manually.
Trying to protect
like one thing that it could be is just putting indexes in and then looking up those indexes. This can be kind of messed with as well. And I guess finding and I think we're gonna. I don't know what the utilities are like around finding and placing within strings. For
that's
solidity.
Not great.
Yeah.
And expensive.
I was almost thinking my first solution was like, oh, let's do it on the front end and find like where it needs to be replaced, and then pass those values along to the contract. And I was like, oh no, this is overflows for sure.
Yeah.
Can we take another look at what the JSON output looked like before it got turned into an SVG?
Yes.
Because it's possible that maybe just encoding that and sending up like a bunch of path arrays and then reassembling the SVG on the Solidity side. Because the token URI function where you get the SVG data back is a read function, so there's no gas fees associated with it. So that can be a little bit more complex.
Nice. So you're saying inside of the editor, I'm gonna check out what's coming back from.
Yeah, or that site for the package that we were using that you were on earlier today.
Yeah, just
yeah, like let's see what the alternate data outputs were.
Yep.
I mean, there's a chance that we could even go back to the original one if that makes more sense. If that also has the right data.
Yeah. I have a slightly crazy plan B approach, which is to basically remap and just say, like, use your hex codes, and anything that is another hex code will just be like not sure I've thought it all the way through, but basically allow all hex codes to enter, but change just our rendering of them, or nah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that was my idea with the indices, is instead of like whatever hex you put in, it gets translated to an index, and then that index gets like mapped into the like Solidity contract and just replaces that value.
Yeah.
I think the main downside I can see in the trade-offs there is that it would break external support for reading that SVG directly.
Yeah. True.
I think the contract would assemble the proper SVG data and then save it into its token URI.
Got it.
Or whatever. So only at the level of the sender, but still the contract to assemble the SVG.
Okay. That could work, but would that require like all the string replacement stuff to be able to be processed on Solidity?
It would still require that, yeah. Which is a concern. And that's why I started coming up with the next solution, which would be have the front end figure out where it needs to be replaced. But then you can just run into the problem where just replace everything with exactly the string you want, and there's just a giant mess. Like this is like classic, like terrible.
This is fun.
Practice.
So we have like SVG, the unknown set of colors in here. And we need to get it all into SVG with like a limited set of colors. And these are all hex. So are these at the end of the day.
Can we look at
there's a hilarious solution that I think is just really terrible, but like basically any stroke that's not in our accepted range, turn it into transparent.
Yeah, I mean we could do that.
It's still string, but it's not replacing as it feels a little more deterministic.
What does that JSON output look like? Because I do wonder if it's possible to do like
so.
How similar is this to
draw less? Because so I think it's points, which is the first thing. Because basically this is our like root. We already have one point in here. Looks like, so let me add another point. I added a few more, so that's a stroke. So it looks maybe drop this into
paths. So it's defining the points in a path.
Yeah.
Which is a two-dimensional array.
Yep.
Of like a undefined length, but each internal object is a two floating point value. I think it might be most efficient to just pass this up to the function, store this data raw, and then reassemble it in the token URI function.
Yeah. I think so too. That seems like the best way to go about it, because then the stroke color there is really just the index instead of a real stroke color, and then just build the SVG from there. And then if you're outside of the index, we're just going to throw your SVG out and not make anything.
Well,
even the stroke
throw the
width, we can
stroke or
enforce a little bit more.
throw the SVG out. I mean, both seem reasonable.
I mean, I guess you could just replace it with a different color, but I like just throwing them from being able to make anything, just because it's like, haha, you tried to mess with it.
I mean, we could have a special SVG that gets spit out if somebody does try to exploit it, and then it's
That
just
would be
permanently like.
That would be amazing. It's just like a black tile or something.
Yeah. Or it just converts to a common tile.
Yes.
Oh, that would be a great
That's
way
clever.
to discover common tiles.
I did forget about this. Was there any decision about like how much about common tiles is being taken care of in the contract at current stage?
We've not implemented anything yet, but
well, yeah. So I haven't
think
seen anything.
it's just time to finish it.
Yep. So probably like next stage, because it feels like the common stuff is like pretty related to our edit permission sort of thing here, and there's like something close to that, but I haven't really thought through things much further. So we're back in here, and we're getting some JSON data or G. We'll save. Sure, wherever.
Where'd it go? Line 40.
Yep, saving it to the. Okay, so here we really just want to get the chase. How is this conversion going to happen for our actual like surface SVGs? Do we want to maybe keep both in state and only on basically like also in addition to this export JSON and put that into the token, but leave that for rendering?
I think so for now, yeah. Because basically, I mean, ultimately what we'll have is the graph will be able to get the fully hydrated SVGs back and store those. So we'll be able to query and populate the page through that.
Yeah.
But for the few seconds when you've posted it, but it's not indexed or even on the blockchain yet, I think it's good to have that local state for sure.
Right. And then I'm looking for basically get JSON or the equivalent here.
I think it might be export paths with canvas paths just being their kind of object type for that. Nice.
SVG, and then.
Would you mind calling that paths?
Yeah. Data is not very descriptive.
I think we can like run paths through a map function now to kind of, because there's a bunch of data that we can strip out and reformat and kind of compact.
So, I guess it might be nice to validate what it looks like.
Yeah.
Check out. Is there a yarn command for running it locally, like a dev?
Yarn dev.
Oh, just yarn dev. Sweet. I was trying yarn run dev earlier, and I think I was just breaking my mind. That looks. Oh, okay. Hold on. SVG to state.
That's the SVG. If you look above it, it's the paths.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
3 paths.
Copy object. Looks equivalent, I No, it's a little, no, yeah, it's the same format. So draw mode, stroke color, stroke width. Sharuz, what did you mean about dropping data out of here? I guess, is there, what might feel redundant? Or did you mean just the whole loop itself that's checking stroke color?
So I think like, I'm trying to think of how do we package the data up before we send it up to a transaction to the chain? And then also how does that inform what our function on the contract looks like that will receive that data?
Right.
So one example, draw mode, probably don't need to pass along.
Sure.
Stroke color, we can probably map to an index in our palettes. Stroke width, I think might also be good to do on contract as like, you know, an array of accepted values here and an index that we pass up.
Yeah.
And then paths, I think right now it's like an array of objects with X, Y. I think this can just be an array of two-dimensional arrays with just two values. So like X, yeah, and then an array inside X, comma Y, and so on. And then we'll also need to format these because Solidity doesn't understand decimals. We'll need to like format this in a way where there's like 18 decimals or whatever precision that we want. Probably it doesn't need to be 18. Probably like 4 or 5 is good.
Yeah, what's funny is all of them are 0.5 as far as I could tell. I'm not sure what's going on there exactly, but
I feel like the web editor that oh yeah, that has.
Yeah, these are much more precise. I wonder why.
God.
Wow.
I'm looking at those numbers. I'm like, oh, no. They're 0.5.
Wait, could this have been a basically like precision, like parameter sort? Because yeah, it's weird that they're outputting such different data.
I don't think so.
Weird. Okay. Well,
it could just be the sizes of the canvas because it's square. That it acts a little bit nicer than a non-square canvas. So the map that they're doing internally is not all botched by aspect ratio. That's my only guess.
Can't really assume that that's always going to be the case, though.
No. I mean, there's also an element of how precise does it need to be, and how much of a difference will it make on the rendering side ultimately.
Right.
It's like multiply it by 1,000, and then from there just truncate the rest of these.
Yeah.
Make sure it's an int.
Wait, multiply by 1,000. Wait. That seems.
It's just like in a way. I mean, if you had more decimal points after it, you're just gonna be shifting over the decimal, and then you can like truncate it to an int, and then you get higher precision. I mean, 1,000 might even be too much precision. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, so in the conversion to send up to Solidity, you'd basically turn this into.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. With no 0.0, because Solidity doesn't.
Well, implied. Yeah, basically. So here it's still 0.0, but Solidity doesn't care about that anymore.
Yeah, it'd be more like casting it to an int explicitly.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. Let's give it a try. So we're going to. I'm thinking probably sort of in the style that CJ did, the little test parameters for the shifting. Like just do each conversion at one stage. So maybe like the very simplest one might be drop keys. So pass.
Would it make sense to do a map and just assemble the new objects?
Go on.
I think so.
A map as in looping
we're about
each
to
one
hit
and
6 hours
into an array?
video file.
Yeah, basically. It's like path stuff.
Yeah.
5:59:27.
And then like a path, perfect.
All right, and this is going to
I
be.
used to do this every day. I don't know.
Solidity paths or package paths are good, yeah.
Yeah, that feels better. So now we can definitely say that we really only care about stroke color and then this is going to be a mapping. At which point we fetch that? Because that's also going to influence the colors on the editor canvas itself too, right?
Right now, it's just hard coded.
Okay.
This is
for now. I can just also pretend it's here. Essentially,
He
just
sort of
say,
implied it, like he threw a nod to the Marshall
If you
McLuhan
look
thing,
at,
which is covers that whole world.
if you look at in the editor in the state the VS Code, you'll see like the format that it's kind of coming in as, and we should have that already. At least like there is this array, this palette array.
Yeah, that's perfect.
There's not a map defined for it,
but we can just assume that it's the same exact as this one. So this is 0, 1, right? Like just assume that the order did not change in flight.
Yeah, it's more just like looking up that value. You're gonna have to calculate it to the index.
So we're gonna say const palette index or palette map equals. Do we have a store in here?
If you scroll up, there should be. Yeah, it's called palette. That's the array.
No.
Oh wait, that's the whole
the
thing
array.
already. Oh,
Yep.
sweet. So then we just map a hex to
Hex comma index probably. I don't know. You have to do like some record bits. I don't know the syntax for.
Yeah, I think it's mapped with.
We're trying to rewrite.
We're just
paths,
going
right?
way lo-fi again,
to
and then
include these
bringing
colors?
up like
Ultimately, yes. So,
like
but we just need
thinking
a
in
conversion
public in
of
real time, which you can't fake.
to where it is in the palette.
Got it.
Saying like every other word is showing that you are doing work.
When
you're very
another...
polished, the likelihood is that you have sat there and polished the thing.
And apparently, there's a second default parameter.
They're not both equivalent, but
I think a reducer might be better here.
There's one of these
than
things.
a map. Because what we want to return it as ideally is a dictionary object, or like an object where we can pass it the hex color and then get back an integer, right?
Yes.
So reduce will let us basically define an object, and then it'll loop through each thing and then let us create that object over time. So this will take another parentheses, pair, and then previous value, and then current value.
And then index.
Yep.
It all becomes previous dot put. No.
I think yeah. Hex equals index, and then return previous. I think you got to return previous separately.
And, I mean,
I guess these need
it's
types.
misspelled twice, so it's not equivalent.
I think this would be a record of
just mention it.
String to number. So we'll need to set a default value, which is after our closing braces, comma, and then an empty object. After on line 48.
They've got bit off.
So in between, yeah.
Gotcha. Number. Did I spell palette right? No way, that's right.
It's either 1 or 2 T's.
Dave and I were just talking about that.
Oh my god, it's
I
1
told
L.
them they misspelled palette.
Like every time.
Yeah.
P-A-L-E-T-T-E.
I spelled it wrong throughout the entire code base then.
Well, it's misspelled after the equals too, yeah.
Yes.
That one you're gonna have
misspelled
to
2 ways.
2 L's. 2 L's is good.
Okay. Great.
If you scroll up, it's that one.
Yeah.
Oh, the
That's
problem is
fun.
this is baked into the state object, so.
I feel like we're just gonna be
You're
a
gonna
very,
have to
very
just do a
opinionated.
refactor. No,
Yeah,
just leave it as the
Command
dog
Shift
page.
F, and then just like blanket replace all in the project.
Yeah.
Palette.
You might want to do the case sensitive one. Wait, cancel.
Oh yeah. This regular match case, and then do them individually, right? For the.
It's probably wrong in solidity as well, which is kind of funny.
No, it almost definitely is.
Paillette.
Yeah. Ice cream. So we'll take care of solidity later. Now we have a mapping, and this is just going to become map.get. It's just
I'm not
safer.
I mean, it's a delicious palette cleanser.
It's true, you know. Is it either syntax?
I think I missed the last part. Sorry.
For accessing a map.
Does that look like a safe way to access that? Or
yes, that does. Our return thing in the map is a little off.
How so?
So in line 52, I think we just want to wrap it with another return and then braces. Because we basically on line 51 we end it by opening up a function, and then line 52 it's like we're in the middle of defining an object, but we haven't created that.
I see.
Object
Yeah,
yet.
it's not returning it. Yeah. So basically that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then sorry, I realized you were asking about line 49 probably.
Yes, but I think I realized that it might be safer. Well, I guess what I was actually trying to do with that. So I think I realized that the problem. I didn't realize how to fix it. You did. So thank you.
Cool.
All right. I think I'm going to drop off. We're starting to get people coming over.
Cool. Yep. It's been a blast. Enjoy the evening.
Let me know what time y'all are thinking for tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll try to join later if y'all still going.
Cool.
Sounds good. All right. Have fun.
Have a good night.
Later, man. Thanks.
Cool. Peace.
Bye, CJ.
Peace.
Stroke color. So stroke width does not exist in our contract yet. I'm assuming it's going to be a very similar sort of situation to a stroke map here, which I'll just make. Let's basically just say there's going to be for now, and let's just hope all of our strokes are 4. I guess like this is going to be a pretty big to-do.
I think it's just 4 or 16 at the moment. We only set 2 brush sizes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So and then 6, 2. I guess really this would be 0, 1.
Great.
Yep. I don't know if it's better to get them here or pull them out here. I think keep
Same
it
either way.
consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any type, of course, because we can define.
Yeah, you gotta type it as a record here. So before the equals colon. Yep. There you go.
Yep. And that gets us to paths, and I think that's the last thing. Our current out same way. Paths. So that's not great. I think it might be worth renaming that at some point to clear. Not sure. It's fine.
We could call it stroke paths for now because it is related to one specific line or stroke, I guess. But
you mean this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then each one becomes stroke path. Yeah, that's a little more descriptive. And then output paths becomes stroke paths dot reduce or map.
I think map because we want an array back.
Oh yeah, map gives an array by default. Yeah. Stroke paths dot map, and just kidding. I don't need that. I think. So just stroke path dot x and y.
Mm-hmm.
Return might be redundant.
So it's redundant if you basically when you introduce the curly braces at the end of line 60, you're saying, hey, the following is a function. So if you take that out, the curly braces, now you've got basically an inline return. So that this is now fine. This is valid.
Nifty. Yeah. Okay. I see the difference. In this code. Something like that.
Yeah, I think that'll do it.
Jade has
check how it looks.
49 people active in her Discord right now.
I love that we still have hello, I am modal there. I think that's the SVG, yeah. Nice.
Whoa. Oh, and the rounding.
Yeah.
This really is happening here. I guess I'm curious. We're also this is a constant. This 1000 is a constant that we'll also need to know in the contract, effectively.
Yes.
Just how to keep it synced between, and is there something we store, or just assume that we like update in both places at once?
I think we'll just have to try and keep them in sync. I mean, we could like stick a constant thing at the top and reference it there. So at the very least, it's like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Basically path modifier.
Yeah, maybe like path decimal modifier or something. So it's, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am curious now, though, how we're going to recreate a decimal on the solidity side.
Well, I think we just do string interpolation to make it a string with a period in it, and hopefully SVG accepts that and understands it. But if not, then it's going to get very complicated.
Yeah, I think string interpolation will be necessary there.
Yeah.
Nice. This actually here, if we want or need to limit somehow, does introduce kind of an interesting mechanism where we can say that, hey, only your latest like 100 or 50 strokes are valid, and then we start erasing the older ones if we want to set a max complexity to any given tile.
Yeah, sort of first in, first out.
Yeah.
All right. That's not right either.
Copy object?
Yeah.
Nice.
Divided by 1,000 would give us 18.3. Doesn't seem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah.
183.5. We could also just multiply the view box size by 1,000 in our SVG. I think that would do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, it might still give us a It depends on when we do that. If we're doing it at the point here, I think
I
might
think
it
we
just
can
scale?
Yeah, so on if it makes sense to jump into what the Solidity side implementation looks like, if we
So,
pull
yeah.
open like the loot contract, if you search like etherscan loot.sol,
Oh, it's literally loot.sol.
yeah.
Oh, that's so
Or
cool.
no, I don't know about there, but like on Google, if you search for loot.sol,
Oh,
it'll
okay.
probably show
I
up.
was like,
Yeah,
damn, there's like contract ENS now. I was like, holy
that would be
shit.
amazing.
Yeah.
Source code search like that.
Yep.
Contract etherscan.
Well,
That's probably it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the ENS for contracting kind of makes sense now.
So contract. It's in the
Where is
tabs in the middle left. And then in code, so if we search for token URI within this code block, I think you might have to click into the code editor area first. That's up there.
Yeah, there we are.
Next one. Next one again. There we go. So this is where Dom is assembling SVG manually. So he knows that there's going to be like 16 parts to it because there's eight items and then stuff in between each one. I think for us, this would look more like a loop with an indefinite number of paths. But you see how on line 3, he's setting up the SVG container, and that includes a view box. I think basically here, one way of getting around string interpolation is by multiplying the view box size by 1,000 as well.
Okay,
which
so
gives
this
us
is
the same
on the
precision. Yeah.
creation side, basically. I for some reason I was imagining on the source side, and then I was like, might SVG just scale up all of our paths as well, and then we'd have just like bigger numbers with the same decimal. But doing it on the render side, I think would get us what we want here.
So what this would do is token URI is like the common NFT interface for like, give me all the metadata that's associated with this specific token. So I think our flow is going to be, we can write our paths data that we just assembled to the contract as part of the mint. When we read it, which the graph will do automatically, right? It will index it. That's going to call token URI, and it's going to reassemble like a fully hydrated SVG by running our version of this function. So at that point, we can give it the kind of maximum, or the multiplied view box, and then if we're importing that into our front end, the front end will handle that automatically. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah. I think the one benefit of this is that, like, I mean, as great and portable as SVG is, we're keeping the data in like one more layer of abstraction higher, so we can like recreate SVGs if we need to, or just like just distort them or recolor them or like whatever we want without needing to do any XML parsing, which is like potentially very scary.
Yep.
That's cool. Okay. So
but yeah, this ends up being very rudimentary, like string assembly, where you're basically just setting up your SVG and then writing to it.
Totally. Does it make sense? So first of all, to close the loop on our editor here, this no longer happens. And then multiplication, that's all just going to be, or does it?
I don't know. I think we still want that.
Yeah, we're just not going to be dividing or assembling the string. We're just going to be changing that. Okay, yeah. That all stays as it is, and I think it looks pretty fine. Is there anything about it being sent off anywhere yet, or should we hold off on that?
Yeah, because we'll need to deploy a contract and get the type chain export from it before we can interface. But
makes sense now to jump back to Solidity and basically run a basic version of this function.
So we'll need to update our mint function to accept data in this way, because I think right now we're currently catching an SVG string, and now we want to catch something very specifically kind of formatted.
Yep. What?
Or what's it called?
Cratile.
Cratile, yeah. So line 92, we basically want to replace with something else.
Yeah, so it's no longer going to be SVG data. We're going to build SVG data.
Yeah. Have you
Okay.
have you played with structs in Solidity yet?
No. This is my first time touching Solidity, really, beyond like editing a file.
Great.
So, yeah.
So if we Google struct Solidity, we'll get the best explanation possible, probably. But basically, this lets us define like an arbitrary data type.
So we're just basically like remapping the JSON object into here.
Yeah. And this way, in our function definition, we can just say, hey, catch our struct type.
Can we say an array of structs is a?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the struct can also contain arrays, so we can really do a lot with it.
Nice. So up here somewhere, I'm assuming this is defined outside the function contract or within contract.
Inside is usually where I've seen it.
So this is going to be path data, canvas tile data, tile path data.
Sounds good to me. I think the convention for this is like camel case with the first thing capitalized too, whatever that's called. Yeah.
yeah, but not sure if that one has a name. Okay, tile path data. It's going to look.
Is that Pascal case?
Probably.
Yeah. Well, this isn't tile path data. This is tile path struct, and then I guess there's going to be another. I don't know if struct might be redundant, but there's going to be one more, I guess, wrapper of this. So this is where we'll say string. No, actually, not sure. 32 or stroke color. Unit 2 for stroke width, and paths again is actually a array of size undefined type.
I guess you went
array.
256 probably, because we can expect those to get pretty big potentially.
Yes, but well, there's two values here. I guess the size of the encompassing array you're saying is UN 256.
No, the type of the value ultimately created within is UN 256, which is what we had there was right. To say UN 256 at the start.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then here is UN 32.
No. In one of those, I'm not sure which one would be 2 because we expect those arrays to be of 2 values, but the values themselves are UN 256s based on the function row, which I think is appropriate.
A ways back.
And this
this
is not saying anything about the total encompassing
2019.
array size.
A bunch of these made
Correct.
rounds
Yeah.
around that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's figure out which of these two it is. I feel like we've had a array type definition somewhere in here.
I think it was the palettes.
Yeah.
Where it's saying we've got string of unknown length up to 16. So I think based on this pattern, we'd want our 2 to be in the first square brackets. But Solidity can be very weird with some of this like array.
Shit, that's weird. Yeah. Okay. File. Where we were? Oh no, I've lost myself. There we are. So possibly like that, but we can expect it to break and
Jade
yell
is
at
running
us.
so many things
Yeah,
right now.
I think so.
Clubhouse, Discord,
And
Twitter.
so
She
then
just like crossed
we say
3,000.
struct.
It's like she's got. It's just
tile data tile.
Yeah.
I guess path. Good enough for now. Is
I don't know that she's dealt with this amount of attention before, but
of type tile path stroke.
Generally, I mean, she's grown up 2 kids, so
we got to name it too.
Works real hard.
Our variable for it.
So this variable, I guess, will it expect to be named here? Because we technically don't have a key here.
I guess not, but in that case, we don't want to set it up as a struct because we're saying that the entire thing is the array, right?
Yeah, true. Does that mean we would really just define that?
There, yeah, in the
at this tile.
Yeah, I think that would make sense.
So like instead an array of tile path strokes as data feels not great, but I don't have too many data flying around here, so it's okay.
Once you see them, they're
so that means it goes away. Keep that one, and then down here, data, it just gets stored instead of SVG data wherever. Oh.
So you probably want to update that mapping too.
Are you going to look for something that's open later?
Use it. I don't know, too many places. So maybe, yeah, data maybe is too generic. Path data. I mean, it technically is SVG data. It describes SVGs, but it's not in the format of SVGs.
No, they're on a ramp.
Yeah, but I think it's probably fine.
Yeah, I feel like
either way, yeah.
We know what SVG data means.
No,
I do think we're going to need to change the type that the mapping references.
Good.
Because it's current, yeah.
We can go there again.
This is now as well a tile path stroke.
Yep. In fact, I think an array of one of them.
We're good then.
Yeah, each one is contained. Yeah. Oh, no, not like that. Like that.
I think so.
Oh, seeing red angry flags yet. Oh, one. Type does not support pack mode. SVG data.
Ooh, yeah. Because ABI.encode_packed, I think, just takes string. So if we look at our struct, it always defaults to like zeros or empty strings. So what we can do is check if the value is just a 0 now to see if it's blank. Or 0 isn't great because it does reference a valid color in our case.
But that's at the only the stroke stroke color level. If the whole thing can't be 0, right? Because we still have values in here.
Yeah, but we can't. I don't think we can do a test against the whole thing. So basically, the way that we would test it is by looking up a specific value.
What if we do array of length of paths?
Sure. I think potentially lighter weight would just be a Boolean. That's like the first item in the struct that we just set to true when we write to it, and then we can check that if that's been filled. So basically, tile paths. Oh no, wait, it's an array. Sorry, never mind. Guess we can check the length of the array.
But that's my only concern is that I guess do we allow blank tile as a valid use of a tile?
Oh, I would say probably not, but I think I'm saying that for technical use.
Say it again.
Yeah, I feel like,
what's the situation?
Can a tile be completely blank? Can a valid tile be blank?
Like no doodle made on it.
Nothing at all. Yeah, it's completely transparent.
But someone saved it. They went through whatever the lock-in process. I think because we were talking about this where if you were designing something as a group and one person, like this is the situation where I was like, you're effectively like forfeiting your doodle because you don't actually get to design anything. But the group's like, yeah, but if that one is blank, then it looks like this, and everyone's like, fuck, let's do it.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we're just trying to create a chessboard, just like
yeah,
boundary or something. Yeah, it feels.
Dave's
Would we
making
want the
faces.
user to even submit at that point, or would they just leave an invite and not redeem it, and that functions the same way?
True. I mean, there may be some sort of signaling value, just saying, "Hey, I had this tile and locked it without writing to it." I mean, I don't know in what applications, but it does feel like a thing that might want to be done.
There, yeah, good point. In that case, I think we do need another struct that's like our outer layer struct that will have a Boolean that's just like, was this filled or not, and then an array of these strokes. And then that's what we map to.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm not missing. The only thing here is paths. So, okay. So, yeah. Struct containing outer tile. Let me switch my headphones. They are dead. Can y'all hear me? Test 1, 2.
Yep.
So outer tile containing.
Sure. Or yeah.
Tile container. Tile data container. There.
Perfect. So I think the first thing we can do is just a Boolean that's like is submitted or is locked or whatever. Is filled. Sure.
Yeah, I think locked, because filled is potentially the same question. Is it filled? Is it blank? But locked is like more clear.
Cool.
And then array of tile path stroke. At least logically, we follow this using it, and that is an array that we're calling paths.
Cool. Maybe strokes, because otherwise we'll have paths.path.
Yeah. Strokes sounds better. I guess, is there any situation where you need to no, then everything that's going to be parsing the struct is under our control. So we're going to be able to basically say, oh, hey, look at this value, and then take out. Nothing expects it to be in the, okay, yeah, it doesn't need to run SVG or anything. Okay, so now this is, we're still getting a very basic array of strokes here, but when we write to, I guess, do this check, we're now just making sure that SVG data, which is well, now actually maybe update that one. SVG data is actually an array of tile data contained, and then in here,
I think it's just one now. I don't know if it's an array anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah,
it's confusing. Okay, so it's still a map, but just one top level array, and then is it a dot check or a open bracket?
I think just dot is locked. And
nice.
I think we can lose a lot of the stuff around it, because all the Kekak ABI stuff was for string comparisons, and now we just have a Boolean we can check.
Beautiful.
I think everything the parentheses and after we can get rid of too, because we don't need to compare it. And then I think it's actually going to be the opposite of is locked, because our function is checking if it's blank.
So yeah, we're not doing the comparison at all anymore. All we're doing is this feels a little better, I guess. Yeah. There's like no strings. Yeah. Nice. And so now when we write to, where are we, I guess, writing this data, converting this data over to, so now here we
We can call that data strokes now, maybe in our arguments.
Yeah.
And then, or yeah, we can just rename the whole thing strokes to make it simpler. And then what we want to pass to SVG data token ID can be either like an object or an array essentially, but with parentheses. But if we want to write it as an object, it's very much JavaScripty, where it's like is left :true, strokes :strokes.
That feels okay. Is there any benefit to doing it with parentheses?
Yeah, so if you do it with parentheses, you get to lose the key names. So with parentheses, it's just true, strokes, which is shorter but less readable somewhat. Yeah.
Yeah. What about operation cost?
Yeah, I think we're practically similar.
Cool. Yeah, I feel like it might just be cleaner to keep it this one because we have a weird, like, I guess that this is a little weird in the sense that we have this like wrapping container, so it might be good to just call it container.
Well, I think we don't even need to create another variable for it. We can just pass that directly in.
Yeah, that feels like a nice, compromise there.
Oh, we got a couple typos in there.
That does not surprise me.
Nice.
Okay.
Primary.
It's this weird one.
There might be some syntax where you have to like say
the
name of the struct type, possibly.
Mm-hmm. I'm not doing a comparison. You can't compare either. This looks a little more familiar. There's so many wrong stuff. Love that. Okay, so it looks like there's potentially a push.
So I think we just need to wrap our object that we're passing in with the name of our struct and then parentheses. It basically just needs it like kind of casted into that type.
Yeah. Oh,
there we go.
Now it's happy. Okay.
Landed on something else.
Wait, where? Somewhere else.
See a red in the sidebar. Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine. You. No, this is weird.
Memory storage. If you click on it, does it take you anywhere?
Nah. It takes me to the top of the file.
Yeah.
So
I know what it is. If you go to your create tile, in our arguments, I think we're saying that tile path stroke is memory. Because we intend to store it, that's got to be storage.
Oh. Well, because before it was, I guess, why? Oh.
Or maybe not.
Getting closer. Data location must be memory or call data.
Call data.
Storage.
Let's try call data.
Yeah. Any idea why that was working before? No. I guess, is there anything different about... Oh, because we're doing a struct now, whereas before it used to be... What was SVG before?
Just a string.
Yeah. So but that's probably something about mapping struct to memory. Is what we're doing here.
I'm Googling too.
Maybe it needs to be like unpacked somehow. Getting saved. Can I save structs to a mapping? Yes. Not sure we're doing anything here. Just want to again. Tile path stroke. A bunch of these in. I mean, maybe it's a struct and a struct thing. could be making unhappy, but not sure why it would be.
Yeah, I don't think it should. Tile path stroke memory. What if we, on line 18, if we lost the length that was there, number 2? Just curious if that does anything one way or another.
Okay, command save, and no, looks like
No. Okay.
we got this one. Yeah.
Huh. Memory is storage. If we do command F memory, was there anything else that we're using that?
Yep, palette. But I think
That doesn't. Yeah.
yeah, still here.
Yep.
Okay.
If you
Right.
on line 112, let's say you were to pass it just an empty array. Unable to deduce.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a little bit better, it seems.
Yeah.
So if you were to, let's say,
I could create a. I mean, what if we just don't pass it anything? Is there a default value? No.
Yeah, I think just an empty, but yeah, it'll probably complain. If you do comma strokes and then colon whatever the name of our main struct was, tile stroke data or tile path stroke, and then yeah, maybe with an empty array kind of syntax right before it. Let's just see what
like
happens.
an array of type.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think if we move around, move the square brackets to before the parentheses, let's see if that does anything. There's a couple configs to try out here.
Yeah. Exactly one argument expected for explicit type conversion.
Maybe move the square brackets into the parentheses.
Unable to choose count type. Okay, we had that for. I'm curious. Maybe should we try this?
Our Discord.
Packaging.
They're not allowed to
route?
hang out in our Discord.
I wonder if maybe it's going to optimize
free.
something here and doesn't have to. It can bypass construction layer.
Yeah.
Was that just a parenthesis? So.
Yeah,
Groups. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be the way of doing it.
Here we go. Now yes.
Okay, so one, I think it's basically giving you a more verbose message around the same error. One thing we can try is a casting to storage. So if we do basically what's on line 104, but repeat it on line 109 with storage instead of call data, and then equals strokes, and then maybe given underline strokes before the equals.
Yep.
So basically, like catch that value, but now put it into storage and see if Solidity likes that any better.
Yeah, same problem as far as I can tell. It's not.
What if we use memory in the argument instead of call data in 104?
Oh, 104.
Because I think we want it to become storage one way or another.
Yes, but it can be memory at first.
Yeah. Not implicitly convertible.
Wait, memory. Why is there an array after? It seems odd. It's as if it's parsing that as an array name.
I mean, just to try stuff out, what if we accepted a tile data container in our arguments?
Do you mean instead of this one, or?
Yeah, instead. Like instead of the entire line, if it was just, let's just assume that we can get it pre-formatted.
That'll do it.
Yep. And just call it D. And here we put in D.
I think the whole thing would be D.
Oh, yeah.
And we can overwrite the true thing before if we want, but just want to see if it works.
Oh, yeah, okay. So it's not happy about taking a struct and writing it into a map. But then the Stack Overflow said it was fine.
Yeah. Well,
How
it's
long
doing
is this?
mappings here instead of arrays.
2017. Oh. You mean inside?
Yeah.
What?
Whereas
I guess
we have
what
an
if
array.
we try and remove this part, or not? Wait, that part, and just stuff tile data container in from create tile.
Yeah, let's see.
So tile data container. No, yeah, now it's fine. So it is something about that. I guess we could try making this a mapping, but that feels very inefficient. Be like a key value thing to always deal with.
Yeah.
What if it's? No, we can't have a generic.
Oh, I wonder if this will work. What if tile data container? So we have SVG data. So let's uncomment line 23, and then go back down to create tile. What if instead of initializing the entire thing at once, we just initialize the parts of it? So revert 104 back to the way it was before too. It was tile path stroke, memory strokes. And tile path stroke was an array.
Oh, yep.
I can't wait to design like this.
So on line 12, instead
of
of equals immediately, if we did a dot after the closing square bracket is locked equals true.
Yeah.
And then the same thing for the array. Let's see if that.
Yeah, just passing it one by one and bypassing the.
We're going to be doing this.
Yeah, it's paths, if I remember. I guess it's
Paths or
autofilling.
strokes. Yeah.
Yep. Actually, strokes may be a better name to change it to later.
I think it might already be strokes.
Oh,
yeah.
Sweet.
When we're in the
Is that
front
gonna
end, I can hold.
Oh,
but when we're in the back end, I can't.
This is clever. Yeah, this is.
I don't spend enough time there.
I think it's just like we need some way to cast it to an array.
You just
that
have
it's going to be
something and
happy
you're
with
manipulating it, and you keep it
happy
in.
with.
Well, so this can be, I guess. Why wouldn't that work? Oh well. Sorry, this needs to be an array of. But no.
It's a different kind of abstraction.
This is fun.
If you do line 110 with an empty array at the end instead of strokes, and then pass that into, because there now it should be able to infer what the type is based on us telling it. What?
You would think.
We just told you what the type is.
Is there anything about the order?
No idea.
I don't think so. This feels like the appropriate.
Yeah.
I guess storage maybe being after. No.
What if we took out storage? Is it any better?
No. Oh, it must be something.
Yeah. Memory? Let's just try stuff out, see what works.
Yeah.
Bang some spoons against it.
You're also sharing it with everybody in the neighborhood. It's not just this connection. So like
we try searching
during peak times, it'll drop. There's a bunch of stuff. There's interference on lines. It's it's varied because it's coming over cable too. There's less there's less variance on fiber.
I don't seem to be running into scary issues here.
Yeah, I feel like it has more to do with the arrays than it does with the constructs.
So even if. Copy. Yeah. Felt that stroke.
Yeah, I'm posting another thing in builders that might be relevant too. Simple examples. So they're recommending that the parent, instead of containing an array, contains a mapping and a length. So basically simulating an array in a way that Solidity will be happier with.
Yeah, that feels reasonable.
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
he's really quiet. All day. Scatato did a 1 commit, fix the cursor thing.
So, where is all this actually going? I guess. I mean, because parent becomes container. It's going to contain this. Children is probably not good. Let's give it strokes.
Yep.
We'll also give it that and stroke count or something.
He's not ready yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that would do it.
That goes away. We're not
Held off
worried
forever
about that.
until I had an
No.
active place to be. I didn't
Right.
want
No,
to
because we've got a
And
mapping
so-
that'll do our equivalent.
Yep. And so really all we need here is the way they're pulling
It's gonna be
test with
probably pretty wiped
with
here if we
empty
keep
child.
up with this pace.
So these aren't helper functions or anything.
We're gonna do
Just
another
they're-
one.
No,
Yeah,
I don't think we'll
tomorrow.
need these either, because I
Cool.
think this is when they're doing manipulation of that stuff on in the contract, and we just want to accept it as a function argument and say that I don't think we need to manipulate it yet in any way.
Awesome. Create time. So we're accepting still just an array of strokes. Here though, we're going to, I guess, iterate through this list and push each one.
Possibly. I also wonder if we can just, punt that problem over to the front end and just accept
Oh, a
the
map
full
directly.
struct. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Container. Data. And then I guess is locked will come from the front end as well, which is a little weird, but
we might as well override it on our end too, just to prevent.
Oh yeah, force it to be true.
Yeah. We probably want to do it after so that it overrides it if somebody has said it. And then on line 105, we want to accept a single instance as opposed to an array now.
Yes. This is breaking my brain a little bit.
We're missing the assignment.
Yeah. That would be why. Okay. Okay, and then there's one more, which is the stroke count.
Yeah, I mean, I think wonder if we can just get that from the front end too, because that can't really be used maliciously.
No, it's true, but does that mean then this container doesn't map to? Because
I think basically we can do SVG token ID equals tile data.
Okay,
and then overwrite locked.
Okay, because then we're only getting more explicit about this this one. Yep. Okay. Oh, save.
And then fingers crossed.
Nested mappings. Okay, we got 2 new fun ones.
Only valid in storage. Maybe change 105 to call data. See what happens.
Different.
Types containing nested mappings can only be parameters or return variables of internal. Oh, okay. So we just can't. We have to do it the way you were describing. We cannot punt this problem to the front end.
Push basically into the array. Yeah. Bummer.
Yeah, and then yeah, there's some train. Yeah, I don't know much about the Upper East Side.
The size of.
I think it's just dot length if we're giving an array.
Didn't pop up, but I guess maybe it's just not there. That's fine.
I think our I++ should be at the end too.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's why it was. No. Okay. Yeah. So then this we're actually just doing strokes.push tile data dot I.
I mean,
So we're
basically
assembling a mapping here,
stops
so
away from
we don't want to do push. We want to
Manhattan
do
is the
an
way you do it.
assignment
It's
to
on
the
train.
index
So the closer you are to Manhattan,
directly.
I mean, you
Yeah.
can go out to Bushwick and
Yep.
Park Slope around there would be nice.
Still a translation, so
Because the park is right there.
that stays on both.
And then we can set the stroke count as well near our locked, probably.
Yeah.
I'm super interested in being in Williamsburg. I'd prefer to be near the park. But
So we're only using tile data for the strokes, right? So I think we can change our argument on 105 back to the strokes array.
Yeah. Tile data can stay that way. Member strokes not found.
So I think we can just lose the word tile data and just have it be strokes everywhere, including the argument.
That sounds much better. Whoa. Much cleaner.
Oh.
What? Oh,
yes.
Wow. So I really didn't want to get stuffed into that mapping. We got it in. Oh, okay. This is potentially a relatively expensive operation. Well, I mean, again, Polygon and probably these SVGs won't have thousands and thousands of paths, so we should be okay. And in the case that they are, I guess we can limit it to. So seems okay.
It'll be interesting to test this and see what it feels like too.
Exactly.
Cool.
Right. Wow.
Token URI? Do we want to reassemble now with the back into SVG?
Okay. Yeah. Full circle.
I think that's where the loot soul
Yep.
excerpt that you took would be good.
I think I copied it.
Yeah.
Sheesh. So token URI, we only take a token ID because everybody is able to do that. Override, I'm assuming we keep that because token URI is something we inherited from.
Yep.
Public view return string memory. All seems right. Can we make this an undefined array?
I think we can just have it be a string and then just keep concatenating it in a loop. We're gonna have to loop it, unlike loop.
Oh
he
can't just have
set of items.
So in that case, maybe it just makes sense to assign it to that right away. Yep. And then it's not parts, then it just becomes blanking here.
SVG.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
And then, so probably gonna want to keep that. That sounds fancy. I don't. That's view box.
I think we can get rid of this style tag because we don't have like a font that we need to specify.
So we might just break it up for now. So let's see what's going on here.
Cool. In our view box on the front end, we were doing what, 600 by 600?
Yep.
So I think we want to do 600,000 by 600,000 here on the view box.
Perfect. Cool. Yeah. I don't know what means. I'm assuming it just means that like the lines have to line up somewhere. It sounds better than not having it.
Yeah, although it's under preserved aspect ratio meet. Confusing.
Yeah, very. We'll have something to debug.
Yeah. I think we can lose the rect in text as well, like just the opening SVG tag for now.
So yep, that's where it opens. That string there. Where are you going? Happy expected string end quote. Guess you might want it on.
Yeah, it's probably not happy about that. And semicolon.
Oh, I think I deleted some things. So this is where they're. It's unclear. Oh God. Okay.
They're doing the word wrap like arbitrarily.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
Oh. Okay. Now we have other stuff.
Because we're not returning a valid.
Yeah. So it's
yet,
all expected stuff. Cool.
Yeah.
So now we want to get our data, but the data exists in SVG data token ID. Then we want to loop through, basically say for 32 I equals 0, I is less than, maybe we call this strokes. No, it's full object.
We've got a type for that, right? What was our structure called? Token data container?
Yep.
Container data?
Tile
container data.
Tile data.
Yeah.
Would that be like string name data? Okay.
Great.
And data dot stroke count and then output SVG. Probably that does not work.
Yeah, I think it's going to be abi.encode
This thing is
packed.
going to devour it, though.
Let me double check.
I mean, you could get the other charger from the bedroom.
Yeah, so abi.encode packed, P-A-C-K-E-D. And then this accepts arguments, so you can give it 2 strings as 2 arguments, and it'll mesh them together.
So output SVG and our new stuff.
Yep.
Well, this is the part now where we basically convert it to not text, but points.
I think if we look at the Canvas demo site and just compare like the JSON output to the SVG output, or even here, we can probably reassemble what it's doing. So path D equals, and then a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. D looks like a list of paths, list of X coordinates, but there's some random letters here as well, which I'm not really clear on.
I think it's M to start, and then C for the rest of them. Although some of them are missing them.
Yeah.
Let me see, SVG path C.
We could also dig into the library's source and see how they're mapping SVG to JSON to SVG.
That's a good call.
It's possible they're doing weirder stuff that's not in the SVG spec. Packages, I guess, would be in pop node modules. Nope. Go. This is React Canvas draw, something like that. Sketch Canvas.
They might only be pushing up like the built files here.
Oh.
As opposed to the source. So we might want to look at the GitHub for it.
This export SVG is function. Go see what it's calling. That's right.
It looks like it's already storing it as SVG and just reading it there. There was like a load paths or something along those lines. Yeah. This I think takes the path data that we have and then returns an SVG. Or at least populates their library. So what does this .lift paths up do?
Let's see. That like assigning on update. Okay. It's becoming down a bit of a. Oh wait. We're in the strokes now.
Ooh, yeah.
But this does look like it's drawing straight to stroke equals. So this looks like the shape that the data stays in.
Yeah.
So we just need to figure out who touches an array of canvas path types, which I guess is React canvas states, maybe current paths.
If you look at source lib paths index, basically this is accepting paths as an array of points, the stroke width, the stroke color. The command seems to be a function. I don't understand that yet, but you can see it's assembling paths here.
Yep.
D equals D. How does it assemble D? Oh, lines 11 through 15 look like the tricky thing that we were trying to figure out.
Yeah.
What is it doing?
Doesn't look too bad. So if we're at first, because it looks like a ternary, then yeah, I think M, as you said, is the first one, and then accumulator.
I think that's like the reducer's like current state, because we're in a reduce function. Go ahead.
It's building the path string. The M is like a move, and then each point after that is going to be like a curve from each point that it has in the array. If you look at the actual string it generates for the path, it'll have like an M and then a bunch of C's and stuff.
Yeah, move and then.
Yeah, C is like a curve between 2 points.
Oh yeah.
I'm curious how it decides when to put a C in and when it doesn't, because it's not in between each one.
I guess it might just be like C is going to be between these 3 points, and so just figure out.
It's like the pin tool in Illustrator when you like pull the line out to make the curve. That's like it's drawing that curve, I think, for every point.
I mean,
yeah. I think I get that. I'm just curious how it's reassembling it to determine when to include a C. Because like on line 13 here, it was passing it through a command function.
Like flow states can do this.
That seems to determine what that actual string will be for the current thing in the loop. So I'm curious where that command is being set
too,
and what that looks like.
Like it's harder to do this solo. Some people can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that
Bezier
Bezier. Yeah.
Oh, it's being passed from something upstream that's using this.
Yeah, but I think it was that Bezier command that you were just.
Oh yeah, I guess that was the only one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a hard doing.
So what is this doing?
It without drugs for this one.
Current point X or something. based on I, which is a number.
The index. Okay. I think that we're passing that from our reducer, so it's the index. I think we can say for sure.
Yeah. Oh, true. Here. So then array of points.
So what is control point?
No, it's right above it.
I feel like this is probably just going to have to be like kind of painstakingly ported to Solidity.
I think
line by line.
So yeah, I mean, unless somebody's already done, but it's not. Guess I'm curious if. Yeah, I mean, this all has Solidity, and this package seems to have its own kind of JSON definition. So really, what we're proposing is a React Sketch Canvas JSON to SVG Solidity module that can then be totally separate, which is nice. It doesn't have to be baked in.
Just to see if it might be any easier, the other library that we started off with this morning, I think it was React Canvas Draw, maybe.
That sounds true.
I wonder what their data shaped like, because if anybody just includes like where the C's and the M's, or I mean the M's at the beginning, but if anybody includes where the C's go, that would make it a lot easier.
Do you mean in their JSON data?
Yeah, because the reason we moved away from it was that we couldn't get raw SVG out, but maybe what they do give out.
Yeah, they have an easy way to grab it out of here. I think they do.
I linked up that like compendium of all those SVG NFT projects too.
That may be a good thing to through. This is making a lot more sense though. So that's nice. Here we go.
Not seeing anything yet specifically about curves. I'm looking at it on my screen too. But all of a sudden, it seems like we're doing some stuff that's super advanced relative to all the rects and stuff in here.
I feel like a one-to-one port is relatively easy.
Yeah.
But I mean, this Uniswap NFT seems to have a in it somewhere.
But I think the Uniswap NFT also has a hard fixed curve that they do. I don't think they need to generate them like dynamically based on user input.
Yep.
I mean, I wonder just for now if we were to pop it in without the curves. So we'll have a bunch of jagged edges, but maybe it's a start. Because it's pretty easy to just get that straight in, right? So
why not? Yeah.
Were you trying to do like something for each path or each point in a curve? Because there's going to be like a path for every line, but then every line is going to have many points, which is what those C's are.
Yeah. So basically, we're able to extract. I don't know, John, if you still got the JSON. Yeah. So this is what we get out of the library is like a stroke color, stroke width, and an array of XY coordinates for each stroke, each like line.
I see. Okay.
And now we're trying to reassemble this into SVG and determine like where do the C's go.
So really, the question is, how the hell does this library? If this is all that it's going on, I mean, this may not actually contain.
I feel like I might be wrong. I know you said there wasn't a C for every point, but I think there might be. Or were you saying there was some that was?
I think in the console log it was pretty mixed. Like if you look at I don't know,
Like there's a
halfway.
But the C, look at the C's at the end of the line on like every line, because I think
Oh
there's,
yeah.
I think
Is it
that,
every X? Like, go ahead.
yeah, because it's like for every point, the C is basically like a combination of the move command and a curve command, I think. That's why the move is just the first one, because that's the start of the path. And then the C is like what should happen to the line between every point. And I think that method they're running it through might just be to kind of like round it out and smooth the number so you don't have like crazy long decimals. I'm not
Got it.
exactly sure what they're doing, but I think each C, I think every single point starts with a C.
Yeah.
And then I think within that C, there's like a probably an XY pair, and then something about the intensity of the curve.
I think I'm seeing. Yeah, is it every 3 pairs? There's a C. Is that what's going on, right?
Kind of like it. Let me just do a command replace. Here.
I'll pull up the path spec real quick.
Thanks.
Cool.
Oh wow. Looks pretty consistent.
Does. So it looks like we actually have an X, Y, maybe something. We have 3 pairs of numbers.
And then the first one, if you get rid of your find or scroll up a little bit, curious about what's happening right above. Okay, so M, 1 point, C, 3 points, C, 3 points, C, 3 points, until it's done.
All the way, yeah.
I shared the Mozilla spec of the curve command, and it looks like, yeah, it kind of breaks down what each of those numbers are.
Cool. Okay, so it is between each one. It's just that each one consists of 3 like points that it needs to see. Got it. Great. So I think we can just do that in our for loop. Seems pretty straightforward then.
And just give it a constant for the curve.
Yeah, I think so.
That little graphic on the docs page below that kind of shows what all those points are doing. It kind of shows like those points are pulling the line in a certain way.
Yeah. So 10, 10, start draw, then curve between 2020. Oh shit! It's literally both ends of the. So like 1010 to 2020 with curves being set at 4020 and 5010. So I think I'm reading that.
Yeah, I don't know the exact. I don't know how to explain it well, but I think
we're getting closer for sure.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say
points define the Bezier curve path.
Which points?
Those red dots, I think, are the ones.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to map this. I think these two to the points.
I think the middle
first path is the first thing of those 9 shapes.
Yeah.
If you want to reference that exactly.
So basically, I think the first point there, 1010, is the black dot on the left, and then the last point, 5010, is the rightmost dot.
Yes.
So in between is basically where it's saying, hey, pull the curve into these points, 2020 and 4020.
Yeah, that's right.
And the red and black are always the same, so defined explicitly. So all we get here is 4 points, the middle 2 being
so
like
much
the
time
stretchy.
using the tools that draw these things to like get down to the actual math.
But then I guess in our shapes, we have our initial point and then many, many curves that come with it, not just one pair like they have here.
Right. Oh.
Thanks, Scott. That a ton of clarity there.
Definitely.
Yeah, I've done a bit with SVGs, so I'm kind of familiar with some of this stuff.
Nice.
Question is now how we convert, like, let's just do it one long, and then see what we get out here. one array of paths. Oh, it's a lot of paths.
Yeah, so it's one path, but that path has like over 100 points on it, basically.
Mm-hmm. So then this presumably is the SVG that was created from this single path with many points. Let's see how the C's are distributed. Very similarly, it seems. So is it just maybe saying that 127.80 and then 127.85 and then 127.85 repeats? So maybe that's its thing. It's just that it's like a chain between them all.
That makes sense.
Because 127.85.5, but then this one is different.
Could we side by side this with the array that we get and just see?
Mm-hmm. Make it big enough for Discord not to smush the quality down. I've also got a bit of multiplication going on, but it's okay. Let me do that.
127.84.5. 127. 84.7.
Yeah.
Where does it get an 84.7 from? Did we look at what the output from the other library was? I feel like this library might be doing so much clever stuff.
That's very, yeah. So I didn't see a neat way to get it out of here, so it's possible we could just shove it back into the project, and unless you have a easier idea.
What does this save do down below? Was there like a save thing?
There is. It puts it into local memory. So maybe I can access that through console. Let's see. Oh, interesting. No, okay, no, those are not. So save, and then maybe load save data. Is there a way of? I think it should be in storage, I guess.
Yeah, application storage.
Yep. Storage.
Oh yeah, right, it was the first one.
It's better. Oh wow, that looks damn near identical.
I'm seeing more repeated values, which might be a good thing. Right, like aren't the first couple points?
Yeah, the first two are the same. 47.47. I think I'm reasonably seeing the ability without too much pain convert this to SVG.
Yeah.
From either library.
Yeah. It doesn't look like 10x easier, which is what I was kind of hoping for. But
yeah,
you might as well stick with what we've got.
Right. I think the question of like how to assemble the points is the same sort of in both.
Yeah.
Really. This might be a thing to pick up tomorrow with a.
It's pretty heavy duty.
Yeah.
this challenge.
Math conversion, but I do feel like there's a map now, and kind of see this thing coming together. So not too terribly far off.
Sweet. So we got to figure out how to assemble the SVG tomorrow.
Yeah, let's actually write
probably
this down.
quickly set up a subgraph so that we can query against all that stuff. Set up a type chain thing so we get an SDK that we can use on the front end to write to it. And I think that closes our loop.
I think so.
There's probably like goodies and stuff that we want to figure out, like the meta transactions, so that this is all gasless and people don't have to worry about switching to Matic and
Mm-hmm.
all that. But we can make things work and test them out before that too.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing is the stroke width mapping.
Ooh, right.
Do we have something that I forget? I got lost in there somewhere. That checks to you can't reuse on a canvas, like if a wallet's been used once or anything like that.
Not at the moment.
No, but it seems like do we want to restrict that? In other words, saying 100 unique people per canvas, or
Well, it could be that. I mean, so maybe just on the invitation, you can't invite yourself in a million.
yeah, yep.
That'd be a good thing to add in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
All right, I'll dump the contract into Git as well. This will go here. Contract. Mix. Copy. And I think that's. Oh yeah, no. So.
Nice.
Yes, we have. Palette.
Okay.
Are the tiles gridded?
Yes.
Okay. So it's
well,
like
in
a
what sense?
fractal, like a graph paper, grid paper. What the hell word am I looking for? Like you could make pixel art because it's gridded, or is it blank?
No, well, at least our second library has the support of passing in paths, but I don't know if it actually helps you like draw your path relative to the underlying grid. So, like, you see if I like zoom in here, the background is just like an image. So, I think we would have to figure out other mechanics how to have one of these dots fill in a square, basically. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the reason I ask is if people are trying to coordinate across tiles, it might be nice to have, not that you could fill in each pixel like automatically, but ways to help line up.
We could like
So you're
draw a
saying
grid
between
tile.
like this tile and that tile?
Yeah, and I don't know if that
Like snapping?
solves the problem, but I had it visualized, and I'm just bringing it up now to see if it needs to be like on the radar, because I could be totally in my own world, which sometimes I am. But yeah, for some reason I visualized that it would be like that each tile would have a grid.
Mm-hmm. So you're
I don't
basically
know
asking
why. Yeah.
how to do that, right? And like how to
Yeah.
link that section up.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean it's a good question. Right now I
Because
think
that
our
was the
mechanic.
first thing I tried to do when you sort of put that out. I was like trying to draw a tree, and I was like, oh, this line up.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's like we could do that on the front end where we know what the neighbors are and then we just kind of leak in a little bit of them on the edges.
Oh yeah,
and
that's
like
exquisite
make them a
corpse
little.
life too. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's less about restraining where the editor or where the pen tip couldn't go, and it's like more just showing you reference material on the sides.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's cool.
Like pick up where this
Yeah.
line left off.
Yeah. And maybe even like auto match to color and stroke
Snap.
width.
Yeah. Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, that'd be a nice thing to add in.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting thing for between seasons too, is to like figure out where people might have made like these giant kind of objects that occupy many tiles effectively.
Mm-hmm. And try to pull them out basically.
Yeah.
Pack data. That's all. Ooh.
Oh, you might have to pull.
Sweet.
Great.
Well, that's day one.
Nice work.
Pretty great.
Team.
I mean, yeah, we didn't do 100% of the loop, but I feel like we got a whole lot of good shit done.
Yeah.
Very much agreed.
Yeah.
This is cool. Yeah, thank you everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I've redefined my
like conception of how much can be done by in like 12 hours in a team. Holy shit! Wow,
It's bonkers.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, I was asking Dave, I was like, I don't know what I've ever done for this long in one sitting, and then we're saying like the group thing helps hold it together because
Yeah.
like some people
Well,
can work alone, but it's harder. I don't know. It's just a slog.
I think
But this
Alexei
wasn't a
Gazi
slog.
had a pretty similar or a pretty recent article about this. He calls it like super working or something. Where, so here it is. I no longer believe possible to have high productivity. So now I spend the majority of my time co-working with friends. And like he's pushed the probably the human limits of like individual productivity, given his like yeah. So I think he's onto something here. So yeah.
That's cool.
Makes sense. Oh yeah, and he's also like, this needs to be pretty organic, and it can't just be like a service you sign up.
Makes sense.
You can come join us tomorrow.
Yeah.
By the way,
Sounds
Scott,
good.
if you want to drive at all, just like feel free.
Totally. Or if you want to come over to our house and drive from here, that's fine too.
I'm kind of way out of my element on the smart contract stuff, but I'm happy to contribute on the front end things.
Cool. Yeah. Seems like there's still plenty to go on that side too.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think some of the idea was because Sharuz and CJ are going to be in Portland starting Tuesday through Friday, that we would do some of the like prettying up and like very front end stuff. I think that was the idea.
Yeah, just testing and mocking a lot of these evolutions.
There's more to come.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm glad to help out as if I can.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Well, it's been tremendous having you. So
yeah, and you fixed the cursor thing. You've already helped out. You're in it now.
There's no turning back.
Yes.
So
cool.
What time do you guys want to get back on it tomorrow? Those of you that are kind of running the show.
A call at that ends at 10:30. So, but if y'all want to hop on earlier, it's fine too.
I'm good with 10:30.
Enough time for Sunday brunch.
Yeah, it works.
Works for me.
That's good.
Cool.
Sweet.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. That was fun.
Yeah, big time.
I agree.
Cool.
Bye.
Till next time.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
Bye.
You too.